Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You work in a fucking gym, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuck to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it. Get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future, we all start losers. We're all late bloomers, gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
So that's the rule, and you can't stick to them. Whatever. Those rules aren't real. You can't stick to them!
Get ready for the shit show. Smoke them if you got them. Make sure you have your cigarettes. Make sure you have your drinks. Make sure you have all your stuff ready, because it's going to be a hell of a day today. Understand me when I say people are fucking sick of this.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
She told her subs and everybody to get ready for the shit show that was going to be put on today. She was well aware of it before it happened. She told you to get your cigarettes, your snacks, and your drinks.
So stick around.
Say that I wasn't including Queen B, okay? I've said that on every single live. I'm not talking about Queen B. I'm not talking about Queen B. Guess what? I was fucking talking about Queen B.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B, bring information on Queen B. We're done with Queen B. Queen B's in my crosshairs. There's Queen B's channel. Queen B thinks she can. But Queen B is reformed. I bet you Queen B gets tricked. Queen B.
Fake PI trash bag bitch is so obsessed with me.
You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love.
Queen B would think she could.
Anybody at Queen B show earlier.
We talked about Queen B and stuff. I didn't listen to Queen B's.
I heard Queen B. We got bailing on Salty for Queen B, and some people not the Queen B. I don't understand why anybody's afraid of her.
About Queen B over here on Queen B.
Queen B, show her face, show her face, show her face.
That's real rich coming from somebody who wears pantyhose on his face every live.
You'll always be my broken love.
Attention, true crime community. True crime community has been infiltrated.
We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Is compromised.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are.
True crime community has been infiltrated.
Yes, Mr. Yes, Mr. Yes.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make.
Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep, on it, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. You'll be looking small when you're standing right next to me. I'm 5'10", bitch, but I'm 10 feet next to me.
I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way.
You're working a fucking gap, and you're 45!
I do not want any spies or snitches stuffed to my chest.
I can't contain it, I'm coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and...
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Can you guys hear me okay? Or is it like a robotic how it always is? I cannot fucking believe they really just pulled this bullshit. I just got off the fucking phone with Ashley Furniture. I am fucking hot, Jack. I cannot fucking believe they went in there like that. Okay, can y'all hear me a little better now? So mad I turned into a robot. No shit. I cannot believe I just got off the phone with Ashley's Furniture. I am fucking pissed. I cannot believe they pulled that bullshit. I cannot fucking believe that shit. I am like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You tragedy pimp ass motherfuckers. I cannot believe that shit. And you know what else I told him? I said, you know, I'm gonna let you know the public and matter of fact, all of us are gonna be extremely upset if this woman gets fired. Because we do not feel she should be fired at all. Grandma Sherry, the what did you just say here on here? Let me see. Queen 2.0. Yeah, that's we made that the Hive. We made my other channel, we made it the Hive 2.0. So we have two places. Oh, Runner Girl. Yeah, I'm fucking pissed. I cannot believe they fucking pulled this bullshit. Cannot fucking believe it. I'm like, are you kidding me? They went into the fucking furniture store. First of all, they called up there. See, Betty feels like she's real fucking bold. They're real fucking bold. For real. There's the link. Anyhow, yeah, they're getting real fucking bold. They think that, you know what? I'm so sick of their bullshit. And I called, like I said, I called up there and I talked to them. I talked to her and I talked to her manager. I got a phone call coming back in. I'm so fucking pissed off. I cannot believe they tried to pull this bullshit. So Molly supposedly bought furniture from Ashley's Furniture, right? So they get there and Molly, of course, is not there because she's out Johnny dicking the fuck around, messing around, you know, going to people's houses and trespassing and shit, doing shit she ain't supposed to be fucking doing. So she wasn't home to get her fucking furniture delivered. They left it out in the yard. So they said they had to get going. They left her shit out there. So what does she do? She calls in and starts going the fuck off. Actually, I think Betty's the one that called in. But either way, one of them called in and started snapping the fuck out and going off. What up, voices?
This is straight bullshit.
Yeah, I cannot fucking believe they pulled this. I cannot fucking believe it. I was trying to listen to Joneson, but I didn't have time for it. I had to get my stuff done. I told you I'd be live here in a little while. I told you I'd be live about 8 or 9. Shit, we started early. We started at 7. Shit.
Girl, then Betty tried to say that woman was racist against white people.
Oh, I heard her bullshit. And then they went live talking about play with us, bro. Play with us, bro. Yeah, okay. Fucking play with you, bro. Okay. Okay.
Tell us about your call. You know, you got them. They're.
Well, I called. I said, I called. I said, you guys just had 2 women in your store that purchased furniture from you, and it was supposedly left on the lawn. I said they called in, and then they came in, and they were recording. I said they put. First of all, they recorded your employer after they called in and harassed her and, you know, cursed her out, called her names, and was disrespectful as hell to her. Then they decided to go inside the store and get rude with her and get nasty with her and, you know, call her names and be rude and tell, you know, another customer there not to purchase furniture from there, not to ever purchase furniture again. Here, I'm going to pull up her little videos here. We'll pull them up real quick because she got them up here. You know she does. Let's see. She got a couple of them. Here's one of them that's 2 minutes. Let's see. We'll pull this one up here real quick. We'll do this one first.
The second one is the first one.
Oh, is it? Because I thought this little 2-minute one was the first one.
No, the first one is actually the second clip. The second one that was uploaded is actually the first one.
I happened to be present for that delivery to the home.
No, this first one is where they walked in and Betty starts explaining that she was present for the first delivery and blah, blah, blah. I think Molly just uploaded it. And it's the very first one. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck her for this. I can't believe this. I really cannot believe they went in there and did that. You're going to be famous all over. We're going to make you famous and famous on YouTube. Molly's like, YouTube? Hold on, Spivey. Let me see. I spoke to Harrisburg and Dauphin LE as well. They need to be held accountable for harassing this employee. Absolutely they do. Absolutely they do.
Well, it's a federal crime to record somebody. It's a crime to record somebody without their consent in Pennsylvania. It's a 2-party state, and it's actually a felony.
Well, as soon as she said, "Are you recording me?" and she said, "Yeah," she said, "Then you need to leave." They should have left right then and there. Betty, she was supposed to have left, and she stood back. She stood back there and then still ran her fucking mouth, making shit even worse.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I couldn't fucking believe they did this shit. Listen.
Yeah, so there's some calls back and forth with a missed delivery this morning, and I happened to be present for that delivery to the home, and the people that were delivering the stuff had the stuff unloaded. There was a bed that needed to be broke down, which was broke down before they even left the house. There's furniture, couches, artwork, a lot of stuff that could have been put up as.
So mainly enough shit that, you know, that's where all her furniture went because she just bought all new furniture. But she's so fucking broke. Keep in mind, she is so broke. She's got to e-beg for people to send her to other, you know, heckle and go harass people and shit. She's so fucking broke. She's $600 negative in her account. $90,000 on YouTube broke. Okay? She's getting new fucking furniture and her son just got a brand new fucking car.
As they were getting, because by the time they left, the bed was already torn apart. I witnessed a phone call with a supervisor that was very rude and unnecessary to the homeowners. And I'm just trying to figure out when this delivery is going to be made and what's going on.
What?
First of all, it's not your delivery, it's not your furniture, and it ain't got shit to do with you, so you don't need to know shit.
310.
I wonder if Walter approved this. I wonder if this is a Walter approved Girl Scout outing.
Even if it was, I know he wouldn't have approved of that shit. You know he would have been embarrassed as fuck.
That's exactly my point, Queen.
And she called her ass a fucking Karen. Called her ass straight the fuck out. Called her ass a Karen.
And quite frankly, it seemed to me that they were frustrated because they needed to move their truck.
Well, no, because they were tired of y'all shit.
That's what really sparked this whole.
I had to go to the doctor, and that was it. Wait, on the phone that I talked to? Okay, so they left.
And this lady tries to be really nice. She tries so fucking hard to be nice. And yeah, Walter's a little bitch. That's all. Shit, that's it. That's all, period. Walter is a bitch ass simp. His nuts have been dropped. When he got with MGL. Yeah, he, for real. Ashley,
yes, it is
would have called to be sure someone was home. Molly left. Yeah, straight up. She fucking left. She's like, I had to go to the doctor. That's all. You knew they were making a delivery and you fucking left. And you left Walter there to break the fucking bed down. The bed should have already been broke fucking down and ready to go. But no, she said he waited until they got there and he started breaking the bed down. He broke the bed down before they were ready to go.
Girl, you're on fire tonight.
We have a multitude of furniture, so if they're going to the other places to drop it off, they got to take out all my stuff first. When do they come back? Are they coming back now?
Then you don't know how far back in the truck is. Once they put it
Well,
back in.
I saw my stuff on the grass.
That's the routine.
Well,
and maybe it wasn't supposed to be on the grass, okay? Maybe it wasn't, and I understand that. Maybe it wasn't supposed to be on the fucking grass, but guess what? Molly wasn't home, and obviously she left, you know what I mean? And she had been left, and Walter was sitting there breaking the fucking bed down, trying to hurry up and get stuff done. That's not okay.
What are they gonna? Should we just cancel everything?
She gotta get in touch with corporate people. This is gonna handle it. Just give her some patience. She's gonna take care of you.
Should give us some patience. We're gonna take care of you. But see, that's the thing. They don't have patience in that, especially Betty with her fucking ass. She's just in there running her fucking mouth like she just runs shit. I'm like, what? You're making shit way fucking worse. Way worse. And this girl goes off on him, and I'm glad she does. Look.
Of how they were treated by the delivery people. And you can't take that out. But you're a professional. You're here, but you can't talk to somebody. And you can't talk to me any type of way either.
And right fucking there, I'm glad she put them in their place right there. You're not going to talk to me anyway either. See, that's the thing. Betty tries to get fucking smart. I'm sure Marissa probably called him, and Betty snatched the fucking phone because she thinks she's got balls of steel while she's there trying to show out for Molly. It's fucking ridiculous. Yeah, I'm sure with her fucking mouth going like that, she was probably going to the pharmacy to get her fucking Adderall filled or something with her mouth running across the fucking street over at Morgan Dobbs' house.
Oh my God, I love you tonight.
Stacia, we paid for the furniture. They need to come back and not have it on my lawn. They could have brought it. They left their tools there. Their tools are in my house. And my furniture.
And why would they just leave their tools in her house? Why would they just leave their tools in her house? What's up, Nick?
Hey guys.
Here's what I'm thinking, Queen. I would dare to say that she had to leave to go to her doctor's appointment, and so the person isn't going to be home, so they were forced to leave and go on to their next thing. Because Molly, why does Molly always have these kind of problems?
Always.
Always.
But more than likely it's because Betty's there egging it on. What you got to add, bud?
Well, you noticed that she didn't have any furniture in her room, right? That she was sleeping over. You know, I think she took the lead there, the charge, to help get that furniture there quicker. But the problem was it got delivered. It just got delivered along because they didn't hear the knock on the door. So I don't understand why they went into that place when they already spoke to them on the phone. It was all for content.
Oh, yeah, absolutely it was.
And it's a two-party state, so she in trouble.
Well, the lady asked her, are you recording? And she said, yeah. And then she said, well, you need to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Furniture was on the lawn.
Okay. But when you're calling a place, you can't just think that you're going to talk any type of way and expect me to help.
Gotcha.
But in all fairness, I've been respectful to you, and you've already started correcting me, and I've been nothing but nice.
I was trying to explain to you guys earlier on the phone that I don't have no communication with the delivery team, and whoever.
That's why the fuck they're mad.
So before coming down and harassing this woman in person, they made several phone calls to her to harass her over the phone, and she repetitively tells them, I can't help you.
Yep. That's why it was all content grab going down there. That's why Molly's sitting there silently just recording it.
And that's another thing too. And that's why I told them. And when I talked to the manager, I said, I think it's ridiculous. I said, these people have a track record of doing this stuff. And they've gotten someone, they've went as far as to get somebody fired from their job already once. And I really, really hope that that's not going to happen to your employee here, because she tried her hardest to put up with them, even though she was being nitpicked at and recorded for a reaction.
Yep.
They are streamers, they are YouTubers, and they did this to get a reaction. I almost guarantee you, because right as soon as they're walking out, Betty goes, yeah, if she would have put her hands on me, you guys have had a lawsuit.
Yep. And supposedly she's not fired, and they have actually watched a few of her videos as well, so they might make their own complaint.
Yeah, well, he didn't tell me he was watching those videos, but he said, we've already gotten a lot of calls about this, and we will definitely be taking care of it. And I can't tell you one way or another if she's going to be fired, but as of right now, she's not.
I also believe that this is to attempt to get this charge removed and get something for nothing, because they're being an extremely Karen in the wild. And I really am beginning, you notice in this, Betty has her press pass on. So I really believe that's her Karen in the wild permit.
Yeah, I just think it's really I think it's crap that they went in there and recorded them. I'm pissed off about it. And I like I said, I couldn't help but to call and talk to the manager about it. I said, and they've done this before. They've already gotten someone else fired, and I don't want this to happen to her.
They turned right around and they recorded a minor in a church, for God's sakes.
But you would think in her she would know the laws in Pennsylvania, right? Like, come on now.
I'm pissed. I can't believe they did this and then went in there and caused a whole ass scene for a fucking reaction just for to put on YouTube. And we're gonna make you famous.
Well, they committed a crime actually, so as well, wiretapping. So
that's I know said she called the detective today and was talking to the detective or whatever. She was telling them about it, or she was telling me about it earlier. And I told her, I said, I'm fucking calling. As soon as I seen this video, shit, I spent an hour on the fucking phone with them.
Did you really?
Hell yes, I did the whole time. That's why I wasn't
shit.
Fucking live. I was on the phone with them. And then, hell yes, I was. Shit.
Wow.
No, I gave them their fucking names, all fucking 5 of them. I said, no, hell no. If you get calls from because they have moderators and people that are their friends that are going to call in for them, hell yeah, I fucking let them know. Shit.
Good.
It's just really outrageous. I just hate. I hate that they did this to this woman, because you know, like, I just don't like when these people just come after working class people and try to ruin their lives because like, you know, yeah, that's completely garbage thing to do to this poor woman. You know,
and I could tell she was getting frustrated because she come around from around that desk like, I'll put my fucking hands on you right now, like.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
she pushed her to the brink.
Yeah,
You know what I
Skeptic
mean?
said it best. She was gaslighting them, gaslighting.
She
her.
was. Yes,
Yeah.
she was. Smiling in her face and just being nasty. You know what I mean? She knew damn well what she was doing.
Yeah.
I like what the other customer has to say when Molly pawns the camera on him.
Well, he was going to give her his financial information so he can pay money. So, you know, this woman's filming in a location where money's being exchanged, checks, credit cards, and she's pointing her camera out like in this area. And it's like, no, you're not supposed to do that. This is supposed to be a private area. This is like personal information. I'm surprised. Like, and then she's like,
well, that's what that guy said. And I told him, I said, you know, I said at one point in the video, you know, I said, because I knew they were going to be watching this. And when he said they had, multiple calls on this, you know what I mean, and that he had heard about the videos and stuff, I knew they would be watching them. And I told him, I said, at one point in time, there's another customer standing there, and he's attempting to, you know, talk to the ladies about, you know, his account, but he doesn't want to give his information. And I'm glad that he did, because now I said, as of right now, 2.5K people have seen this fucking video, and they would have had all of his information.
Well,
they now have her name and her information, and you know what I'm saying? Who knows if her fucking people are going to dox us? We're going to try to call in on her,
Also, don't forget that they're friends with Jonathan Lee Richards, who went to jail for emptying out people's bank accounts and basically stealing all their fucking money from their bank accounts for 10 years. So you know what I mean? Like, you know, like,
oh, but wait a minute, B. Tim, we're the ones that are cyber harassing and stalking them.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're all criminals. They're all fucking criminals. Like,
in 24 hours, they called nonsense.
I'm shocked they did this at that. Like, I mean, I'm not even shocked that they did this. Like, I'm just shocked that they did this to a person and then put this on YouTube. Like, they were gonna get, you know what I'm saying? Like, they were gonna get, you know.
Oh, Queen, you missed her in her live when she was like, if everybody gives me $2.
Oh, I seen she went live and said, don't come at us, bruh. Don't come at us, bro. Or bro, whatever the fuck she said. Don't come at us. Don't come at neither one of us, bro.
Oh, she's going to act hard now all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's just outrageous. It's a really outrageous what she did. And also, it's like, I feel like she did this so she could try to get free furniture. I really do. I think they were like, Betty probably gave her like the idea, oh, we can give them a hard time, and then give them a hard time, and then maybe we'll get a discount or free furniture. And
so
it's like,
Tim, it's 100%. They were in the car together, probably on the way there. He's like, watch, I'll be able to get you some, you know, a discount or something because of what they did, blah, blah, blah. And that's why Betty was doing the talking.
Yeah. I mean, but honestly, Molly, I mean, look at Betty's life. Has she ever got a discount on anything? She's not a business expert. Like, let's be real. The lady is no business expert at all. I mean, whatever. Yeah, really. This is really disgusting. But anyway.
It's wonderful. He kept yelling over me. I'm good with that. I don't care about this job. That's great. But you're not going to call and try to talk to me any type of way. Okay. So you don't care about this job. Is this a corporate store or is this a franchise?
That's another thing right there. She said, what you're not going to do is yell at me and be rude.
Yeah.
She said, okay, so you don't like your job? No, bitch, that's not what she said. She didn't say she didn't like her fucking job. She said, what you're not going to do is yell and be rude. That's what she said.
Yeah. I mean, basically what her job is to be yelled at by fucking idiots.
Just because you're customer service doesn't mean you deserve to be cursed at. I mean, that's what people get fucked up in their head.
Well, you know, here's the deal. If this were only Marissa, or if this were Marissa and Walter, I probably wouldn't have as big of a fucking problem as they do, because this is bullshit Battery Betty, and we know wherever she goes, chaos follows.
But it's like, I mean, I feel like she definitely started this. Like she you know what I mean? And
I agree.
Looking stupid, not, you know what I mean? Egging it on.
I think, like Jay asked, do you think that they will be held accountable for this? I honestly think the cops need to do something about this, because this is clearly,
I sure hope so.
This is a two-party consent state. Chasing said that, and basically, that means both parties have to agree to be recorded, like orderly, to be recorded. And this is kind of like there's a presumption. I mean, you could probably like make
Tim, look at the number of people. This is that we saw the first video with one lady. This has 2 and a third person in it. It's against all of their rights.
Yeah. I mean, you're recording where sensitive financial information is being collected for, like, you know, paying bills and paying your bill there. You're recording a lady that did not give you consent to record them. You're recording in a store. I'm sure the store didn't give you consent to do that. I mean, like, I wish Pennsylvania would actually arrest her at this point or do something, because, you know, this is kind of like outrageous what they're doing. And now they're recording. And that makes me think, like, also when it comes to like when they're doing the Koberger thing and they're going to his house, what they're doing there, if they start interviewing people without consenting them, is illegal too. I mean, it's an interesting thought. I think it might be possible.
I just feel like if this was me working and I was working and I'm taking care of my kids, you know what I'm saying? And I have this job and I'm already irritated. You done called me on the phone 3-4 times.
You could be jumping across that counter, Queen.
Well, you know, actually, no, I really wouldn't. Because I mean, if you need that job, you need that fucking job. You're going to be on your best behavior and try to not to do that. You know what I mean? Like you definitely want to. You know, I know she says, I don't care about this job. I don't care about this job. But I mean, let's keep it real. She wouldn't be working if she didn't care about that job. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
she held her composure pretty damn well.
Yeah, she really did. Because I mean, when she came around that counter, I knew she wanted to knock her neck back.
She about to get her shit pushed in, that's for sure. Thank God that one woman escorted her out.
Okay, I'll be happy to. Would you like the phone? Yes, I would. As a matter of fact. Are you recording? Absolutely. 301-782-3802. And thank you for telling me that I was being recorded. Well, I'm recording every time I walk in here. So. We'll talk to you later. I would cancel your order.
That right there is where it should have been done.
Well, you look at how she's smiling. I mean, like, you know, you're ruining a person's day. You're trying to get them fired. You're trying to get them in trouble, and you're smiling because you're doing exactly what you intended to do. You wanted,
and you know, Walter's pissed because he just took their fucking bed down, took it apart. They got Betty staying overnight.
Yeah, like I wouldn't let Betty stay at anyone's house.
Oh, that was Molly's bed set? I thought I was going to go in the room that Betty was in. Oh, okay.
I thought she had a blow-up mattress in hers. I'm pretty sure that's what she said. Yeah, he's probably going to be pissed because now they're going to have to go another week or whatever without their furniture if they just cancel. Well, should we just cancel our whole order like it's a fucking fast food order or something? You're talking about like hundreds of dollars in furniture here.
I would say thousands. Yeah. I heard it was dropped off in the front lawn. That's what somebody said.
Well, what happened was, I'm trying to get it to collect it. It was dropped off in the front yard. They didn't open up the door or something. And I'm just trying to figure out. And basically,
she said she was gone. Yeah, she was gone. She was gone at the doctor.
Yeah, and then basically they reloaded it back in the truck and did their other deliveries. Because they're a contractor. They're a subcontractor with the company. They're not with the company like this furniture company. They're just a delivery company. So they have other deliveries to do. They can't just stand in front of Molly's fucking house all day. They have other people that want their furniture and are waiting on schedule. So they put it back in the truck. They probably shoved it back in the back of the truck and did other deliveries. And then Molly, instead of realizing that she fucked up, that she wasn't home at the time, and that she didn't have time to actually get the delivery, decides to fucking complain and attack and basically try to place all the blame on this company when it was clearly herself to be blamed. And then she proceeded to be passive aggressive while Betty was being aggressive on the phone to her while it wasn't recorded. I find that very interesting. The phone call wasn't recorded. Well, if they did, they would have committed another crime. They come in there and they start attacking this woman, start all over the phone and then in person. And then while Molly's being passive aggressive and be gaslighting, Betty's still being like aggressive to her. And that's what you're seeing.
And you know, when she goes something about kiss my ass, she's like, oh my God. Like she doesn't sit and talk about BBCs and you know what I'm saying? Like making the sucking dick. Like, come on.
Yeah, her mouth is 10 times more vile.
Sitting there like, oh my God, like she said something horrible, like just horrific to her or something.
Can we give B. Tim a round of applause for summing that all up in 1 minute and 30 fucking seconds?
Yeah, he did.
I got
Pretty
an
much
thing on my phone. No, never
I
mind.
mean, yeah, well, I don't think we'll be able to hear the applause in front. I think you tried to do an audio thing, but your mic doesn't pick it up.
Oh, shut up. Oh, you guys waiting for my applause thing? Oh, 1 second.
No, I'll hit play.
Stacia hates working.
She said, "Bullhorn Betty, about to make you famous,"
Which is a threat. Which is a threat. You know,
that's a threat of intimidation.
Yeah,
it's an idle threat. Yep.
I mean, like I find it very hilarious that basically Betty complains about the left all the time. The left wants to stop us from having speech. The left keeps on getting people fired, but she's doing the same tactics as the left. She claims that she's like a Donald Trump fan and she's like in the right, but she does the same tactics she complains about. When she gets a small amount of power, social power, she uses that to attack people and try to get them fired and try to fuck up their lives. And it's like the same tactics she employs. She is no different than the people she protests. She has no fucking morals, no character. She will do exactly the same thing as the people she complains about. And also she likes puppy mills, by the way, because she actually tried to fight, the council about puppy mills. I don't know why she likes puppy mills, but she likes puppy mills apparently.
Well, she also surrendered her to senior dogs after her marriage fell apart. She no longer wanted them.
Yeah. By the way, she was wearing her press pass, and she's not a member of the press. She just basically printed that shit out. I think Constant printed everyone a pass. I got one, which is literally a tomato. I highly doubt the New York Times is going to accept my press pass with a tomato. Fucking Voices got one. Queen, you got one. Nick, did you get one?
No, it's okay though.
All right.
Well, Wendy, sweetheart, why don't you hop on up here and tell us why we should stop piggybacking on Bullhorn Betty for content?
Yeah.
Come on, Shug. Click the link. It's at the top. Click the link. Come up. Tell us.
In the meanwhile, this is for you, Tim.
Oh, you got it working. Cool.
No, shut it off. Oh, shit.
You don't know how to shut it off.
You can tag me if you want, sweetie. I got something. I got to take care of it. Thank you. So rude.
We're not being rude.
Customer service. You're trying to do customer service, and you expect somebody to help you, and you're being rude. So you can call customer service or corporate.
Yeah, they could have called themselves. When they called and she told them there was nothing they could do, they shouldn't have went up there. That's the thing. They went up there trying to fucking bully them around, wanting them to go deliver her shit right now. They wanted her shit delivered. That's who they wanted. She keeps saying, I didn't want that. I wanted the delivery guy's number. I wanted their phone number. So you could call them on the phone and fucking fight with them.
Yeah. And I also think they didn't record the phone call because they're like, oh, that's illegal. But then they didn't realize that this was illegal as well.
Or whoever you want, and you can deal with that yourself, because that's what I would be doing. I would be emailing corporate customer service for you, but you can do it yourself. Thank you. Have a good day. She's not even a good customer. She ain't. That's the homeowner. Hi. Yeah, and look how you talk to people. Yeah, now.
Mind you, she still hasn't fucking left yet. She's still standing there talking shit after she's told her to leave. I don't know how many times.
Yeah, and the thing is she said that she would email corporate. The thing is Molly didn't let fucking Betty talk. She could have probably came into that office, and if she was nice to this lady, she would have emailed corporate. They would have rescheduled the delivery, and then they would have went home, and they just would have just waited for the fucking delivery. But instead, they acted like fools, and now they have to personally call up corporate, wait on customer service for probably like 4 hours or something. I don't know. and then eventually get someone that'll do a delivery and basically fucking waste their time. This is what happens when you're a dickhead to people. You eventually just waste your time. You waste their time. And yeah, and I hope they go to jail for what they did right now. I hope
It's her entitlement factor. This woman touts herself as a life coach, but yet her and her buddy are in here trying to ruin a woman's life and then decide to click the go live button, make money off of touting this stream, calling the woman a racist. Come on. Disgusting.
I missed the racist part. That's the one thing I didn't hear.
Betty did. Betty straight up said that woman was racist against us. She was nice to the brown, the Mexican guy. She was nice to the black woman, and she was mean to us.
Yeah, and it's like this bullshit of like this woman is like pretending like, oh, this is reverse racism. It's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Like, you're literally yelling at a woman like she's your servant in the middle of the fucking area. Your guys are kind of being a little fucking racist here with your comments and how you're treating this woman.
There's no such thing as reverse racism. What the shit? Racism is
but
racism.
that's what they're thinking. That's what they're trying to say. It's like, oh, well, this way he's racist to white people.
Exactly what Betty claimed, B. Tim. Those were the exact words.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. And it's like, I can't with these people because it's really wrong what they're doing. I don't like when people attack working class people. You're making, when you're a YouTuber and you make tens of thousands of dollars on YouTube, you should be thanking your fucking lucky stars where you don't have to wake up early in the morning, go on a fucking train or a fucking drive somewhere for an hour and a half so you can actually go sit in office for 8 hours dealing with people and all that shit. You should be like fucking jumping, like thanking your lucky stars. You can just hit live and make money and just basically do stuff that most other people can do. Let's be real. What Betty does, she literally reads articles. She does not do any research. She does zero research. Okay. The only thing she does is like shock value where she stands in front of a house. Well, anyone can do that. Anyone in fucking YouTube can do that. That is not special. And I just don't like it. I really don't.
Wouldn't reverse racism be love bombing?
Basically.
They said it in the live that's now been deleted. I had a clip. I sent it to I sent it, but now it comes up that it's not a valid link anymore.
What is it, the 7-minute video or the 2-minute video?
No, it was in the video after, like, it was in the live that they were doing that was promoting that they were going to out these videos where Betty got the whole crowd amped up on it.
Yeah. And which is like, and they realized that there was going to be a kickback because everyone's going live about this because they basically find this fucking outrageous. And I'm glad about it. I'm glad people are outraged about this bullshit. I really am. But there was people in fucking Molly's group that was happy about it. They said, oh, poor Molly Golightly. Poor Molly Golightly. Fuck Molly Golightly. Treating working class people like this fucking pieces of shit.
Oh, Tim Spicy, motherfucker. All right,
I just don't like people.
Well, it's ridiculous.
It 100% is. I just never heard Tim get that spicy.
No, I mean, like, literally, working class people get shit on every day. They can't even buy food. They can't even retire. They have, like, most Americans don't even have $500 in their fucking bank accounts. And then they got some idiot YouTuber trying to get them fired. It's just ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't like that.
Dawn Wells, now this woman.
It's in Molly's live, Heels. It's in Molly's live.
Grandma says this tomato is on fire.
Okay, can you leave? Thank you. Goodbye. God damn. Go forward.
Whoa.
I can call the cops on you for harassing me. You're sitting here recording about some goddamn.
I'm being recorded.
No, those cameras don't work.
Oh,
No, they don't.
I was just waiting so I could ask a question, but he cut in front of me.
Because you're done. Goodbye.
No, I had another question.
No, well, I'm not going to answer.
You're not going to answer?
I don't have to help you. You can call corporate customer service.
Well, you're done. Goodbye.
At that point, yeah, the conversation was already over. They were already asked to leave. You know what I mean? So they should have been left.
Also, they threatened to call the cops on this woman. That's great. So not only are you trying to get this woman fired, cyber harassed by your fans, but you're also egging her on so she does something to you physically so she can be arrested. But now that doesn't work, so you're threatening to call the cops on her. For some reason, I don't know. I mean, what are you going to tell the cops? I got bad customer service? I'm sure the cops are going to run to your fucking store. I mean, like, just like the entitledness. Like, this lady just, like, has such an entitlement to her.
Well, and when she walked by, she's like, I'm going to make you famous on YouTube. And Molly's like, YouTube?
Jesus.
Okay.
So fucking rude. I can't stand when y'all come in here and act like y'all can talk to anybody.
I didn't. I've said
Can
very
you
little.
leave?
I've said very little.
Can you leave? She's asking you nice. I've been nice to y'all all day on the phone. Can you leave?
You've never talked to me on the phone.
Are you the homeowner?
I'm one of the homeowners.
She's like, I'm one of the homeowners. But she asks something about Walter, and I don't know what she says after this, but hold on.
Can you leave?
I can in a second.
Thank you. Goodbye. God damn. Hey, Andrew.
Oh, so you know each other?
No, I don't, but I'm a respectful customer.
Good customer.
I'm a respectful customer.
She said that like it was some kind of conspiracy. Y'all know each other? No, he's just in there and doesn't want you to have his fucking information on your recorded phone. It's
Yeah, it just doesn't like these. Like, she bleeped out her financial information when she was giving her phone number and like her information. She bleeped that out, but she didn't care about this guy and showing like his face and waiting for like possibly him saying his financial information so he can buy his stuff. And it's like complete disregard. Like, she just wants to make a video so she can make money, and it's just disgusting. It really is.
And I got my information. I don't want it all on your.
I'm a paying customer as well.
Okay, and you're rude also.
No, I'm not
You
rude.
can call customer
Not at all.
service If you want.
Not at all.
Can you leave?
I can leave when
All
I'm
right,
ready to go. I
goodbye
just have.
before I call the cops on you. Goodbye. God, Lisa sitting here recording all up in my face. I can really say something. You're not supposed to be recording me.
Bam.
He's like, fuck it, just call the cops. Did you hear that guy? He's like, I'm not with this shit. Just fuck it, call the cops.
I didn't hear that the first time.
Yeah, she should have called the cops. She should have called the cops. Say, these people, I asked these people to leave, and they're trespassing at that. At that point, guys, when a person who runs the facility, like the manager and people, and they ask you to leave, and you don't leave, you're trespassing. So that's another crime that she's committed. She's trespassing.
And she also is a serial trespasser. Everywhere she goes, she ends up breaking the law by trespassing.
I've seen people on RL streams, people that like live stream and go into stores and they don't leave when they're asked, and then people call the cops. Yeah, that is a crime. And you will be escorted out of the store or possibly arrested. Who knows? And this is the problem with Molly. She does not know that she's not only committed a possible crime where she's like, basically recording people illegally in a two-party consent state, and she's also trespassing.
Yeah, I think she gets banned at the very minimum.
She's a life coach, y'all, and wants you to pay her $50 a month for your 1-hour coaching calls.
And you have like people who are literally like in her comments saying, poor Molly. How about poor this lady? How about poor this lady that has to go through this shit with this crazy lady? Yeah, it's a crime. I agree with Spivvy. It's a crime. It's called trespassing at that point.
Shit, harassment too.
Well, and like I said over on Jones's, she also made a threat towards It's a Mood today. Betty did.
She's full of threats. She threatens It's a Mood. She threatens, people who alleged an assault by Dolly. She's just really a terrible person. And she wonders why people clip her. No, people clip you because you say terrible things on a constant basis. Okay. And unfortunately, YouTube has not come around to banning your dumb ass. And unfortunately, you're still around. So people are going to continuously clip you until they get the evidence they need.
Actually, B. Tim, she was whining today that she doesn't understand why everything she does on YouTube is yellow. I have to have manual reviews, and I have to go through, and I have to wait to upload my videos.
Yeah, well, that's why she goes live, because she doesn't make money from her videos. They're all manually reviewed. Just
She said that again today because I heard her say it yesterday.
Yeah,
as well.
Wow. Yes, Nick.
You know, and it's just crazy. Did the ladies record this? Were they the ones? Molly, this is, I think, Molly recording this. And then Betty was also recording. I believe I saw a camera in her hand. So they're both recording.
Yeah, I believe Betty was recording. I just don't think she put hers out.
Yes, Tim. Both Betty and I were recording this woman. Yes, Tim.
I was gonna say, you sound more like that fucking Michelle lady.
Yeah,
Michelle. Fight with who that lady is. Fuck, I couldn't deal with that. Ain't no way.
Kick her. We can't deal with her.
Now, can you leave?
You're asking me to leave?
Please do.
I wanted to know.
I don't have.
Like this is at this moment, it was the fuck around and find out time.
Yeah, that's the client. I'm sorry, yeah, customer grab.
That customer.
Wow, I just realized that again. Holy moly.
Yeah, he's like, he understands that this woman's going crazy. Like fucking.
But they're fucking with her. Yeah, just like Skeptic said, you know, like gaslighting her. Like, come on, man. She asked you to leave. You guys have been fucking standing in there talking shit to her.
I mean, like, honestly, what she should have done was just call the police on Molly and say they are trespassing. I asked them to leave 3 times. They have not left. I've told them what they do. They have to do. They have to call the number. They have to call corporate. They still have not left.
Well, see, you can tell, you know, that's why you can tell she was trying to be cool about it. She's like, you're not even supposed to be recording me, but you know what I'm saying? Why don't you just leave? Like, it ain't my fault. You know, you guys already called up here. Like, that's all I keep thinking is they already called up there and cussed her out and talked shit to her. And you know what I'm saying? She's like, you guys were rude on the phone. Wasn't it you I talked to?
Yeah. It's just really,
I can imagine how that conversation went in the car afterwards. The words that were said.
They were happy.
She is quite tall. She is quite tall.
Oh yeah, she would have fucked them.
Oh, I'm sure they were tough as hell. Did you see how Betty was when they walked out? Like she was tough as hell.
She would have
like,
cut with a 2-piece. Yeah, she would have cut with a 2-piece and a soda. Night.
This goes on for a while. Like the lady even goes up and tells her, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got you. And this is where they start walking out, and then Betty starts talking her shit.
Yeah, I hope they should have called them.
Yeah, and she acts like her saying ass is a big deal.
Ma'am, excuse if I can have the number for the delivery service. Ma'am, it's okay. Ma'am. Oh my God.
That shit right there. That dramatic ass. Oh my God.
I mean, has all of us watched a Molly Go Lightly live? That lady curses like a fucking sailor. Like,
right.
Shocked.
That's why she's always on yellow.
Yeah.
As a heads up, sorry, Queen, you're going to be on yellow because I'm cursing a lot. So sorry for that. That was a joke, but she needs to check her privilege right fast because karma comes. Absolutely, Zero.
That's exactly right. I said that earlier, man. The shit they do, the shit that they fucking do, they just act like the shit's okay. What the hell? What? Wow. Then she has the nerve to get offended when she calls her a Karen.
Wow. And I get called a cat? Oh. All right. All right. You want to know something?
You need to cancel your start. You need to cancel everything.
Cancel it all.
Don't ever. This will be blasted on YouTube.
Oh my Lord.
Look at that lady's face. Like, bitch, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's like YouTube what?
care. You guys are acting a damn fool. And you know what? I really hope there's like this shit right here. She wants people to be held accountable. They need to be held accountable. This right here is fuck shit. And to put it on here and put it on their YouTube, like they're really gonna blast her, like people are gonna call in and get her fired for that. Hell no.
Yeah. I'm glad people are talking about this.
Actually is a violation of terms of service. And this right there is enough to get a channel taken down. Should this get into the right hands?
I'm really glad that people are covering this. I'm really glad that, like, you know, Jones I'm glad every single person's covering this because this really does need to be covered.
You are not allowed to use your platform to cause real world damage to somebody.
And also that comment, that black lady is a Karen. Fuck off. That's a horrible line you just said. Really. That woman has been shit on all day, and she's dealing with this crazy fucking lady from these two crazy ladies who are basically insulting her constantly, filming her, not listening to her responses when she tells them call corporate. I don't have control over the deliveries. That is corporate. We subcontract it out. I know it was hidden, but you know what? Like, I just like to highlight how stupid some people are. It's like she tells them you have to call corporate. We subcontract our deliveries. I can't do anything for you. But they're still yelling at her because they're mad because they overslept or they went somewhere else and they missed their delivery. But you know what I mean? Like, and if they saw the pack, like the items were actually put down on the ground, why was it not brought in the house? I mean, they're just full of shit. And this woman just had it. I mean, imagine dealing with Betty and Molly as customer
After a night
service.
of drinking too. Shit.
Holy
well,
shit.
remember, they were offloading stuff, and then Molly said they got mad because I had to have them move their truck because I had to go to the doctor.
Yeah. I really think that people, you need to be like a little bit, you know, you need to have some kind of feelings for this lady who's going through this crap, you know? It really is disgusting what these people are doing to this woman. And then you know, what were their goal in putting this video out? They were hoping their fans would harass this woman. They were hoping their fans would call up and get this woman fired. They were hoping to get some sort of monetary gain from this. Maybe some like...
Oh, Tim, they got their whole chat. They got Molly's whole chat riled up about this. I mean, Betty was straight up bashing this woman in every way, form, and fashion, saying she didn't deserve to have a job. This was, I mean, every way, form, and fashion. She psyched that audience up. It was disgusting.
Yeah, and it's like, that's not right. Like, why would you do that? Like, what's the point of it? Like, you're supposed to, you claim that all these people just unintentionally hate you because, you know, it's the hater channels and everyone just unintentionally hates you. It's like, well, when you do shit like this, it kind of like justifies their hate, okay? When you do crazy shit like this and you go in and you try to dox someone and you're trying to get them fired from their real life job, all because you had a bad customer service experience in your mind, I don't think she did anything wrong. She told you to call corporate. If you were nice to the lady, she would have filled out the form for you and they would have reset up the delivery. You're the one that fucked up. You overslept or something. I don't know.
Yeah, she admits, I went to the doctor.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, you had something being delivered. Why'd you go to the doctor?
Yeah, and then it says they load the trucks the night before according to the delivery times. They needed to get her shit out to deliver the next person. So yeah, that's basically what happened. And it's like they have like no thought. Like they never even considered themselves being in the wrong. They immediately thought the company was in the wrong. No, you were in the wrong. You missed your delivery. Sorry. If you cared about it, then you would have actually...
You probably wouldn't have had a doctor's appointment if you truly cared about your furniture.
Yeah, like I have thousands of dollars in furniture. You would think you would reschedule your doctor meeting unless you're about to die. That's the only reason why you should probably.
And where the hell was Walter?
Yeah, where's the husband? Yeah, he's like disappeared. He's never around. Where is he? Oh, Queen Bee has the fair use up. Well, I wonder what that is. If someone is. Are we saying something too spicy?
You use the word spicy.
Are we in trouble?
There might be something in the back. I'm not sure though.
Yeah. I believe he's in China Whoa, that's not a place I would want to be at. Oh, shit. I would not want to be in China right now.
Hell no.
Oh, if you've been watching any news from there, you know what I mean. And I'm not going to say it because of YouTube. You know how YouTube is. He's shacked up with Princess. Molly is just a beard.
Walter is her husband, Thumb Thug.
Yeah.
You know Tate's in more charges. I'm sure you know that though.
Walter Tate?
No, Andrew Tate. Oh, I get it now.
I mean, I get people would rather be in China than be with Molly Golightly. I can actually agree with that. I mean, like, if I, dealing with everything in China, I probably would rather go to China than deal with Molly Golightly if I had a choice. If you said China, live in China, or live with Molly Golightly, I would definitely immigrate to China.
Well, if China is living in another house, I mean,
yeah.
I'm Buffalo Jill.
Yeah, just like, all right, we're going to, Beijing. We're going to live in Beijing. I would pick a nice province.
I was telling you guys earlier, I got that Delta 8 stuff. It's actually not that bad. It's all Delta 8 jammer.
Oh, you with your marijuana, your devil's weed.
It's lettuce, and it's not considered. Well, I guess it is. Grandma says, Pete Tim is salsa tonight.
Probably not in China. So
yeah, you're getting big trouble there. Do not pass go. Type
do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Yeah.
Go to a special re-education camp instead of jail in China.
Mm-hmm. You'll be in some trouble.
I don't know, man. I guess where's Queen? Queen, you there?
She might put the little ones.
Yeah, so give me 1 sec. I'll be back.
All right.
Yep.
Now is the time to say everything spicy that she would not let us say because she's not here to stop us.
Jalapenos. Chili.
Hey, she was like a habanero ghost pepper earlier, so I don't think there's anything we need to say.
Yeah, I don't know too much about the husband, actually. I rarely look into like actual family members when I don't like people. I just don't really look into them. You know what I mean? Like, kind of keep it. So I don't know too much about the husband stuff.
She tries to get him involved a lot, but it's like he doesn't want to. But every once in a while, he'll be sitting next to her. Walter, right? And he'll say something like, he says some smart ass things back to her at times.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very, very happy about her online career. Very happy.
It's probably not helping his career, but she does make unreal money, which is, what I mean? So he's probably not too mad about that.
Well,
did anybody else find it weird that Betty drove her Range Rover and Molly didn't drive?
That's
I didn't know Betty had a Range Rover.
No, Molly has a Range Rover.
Oh,
Betty drove it. Molly
doesn't drive nowhere. I mean, literally, I guess she's scared of driving.
Well, how will she?
No, Nick, that's not right. Molly's always driven.
Well, she's probably insinuating that she might have been stopped by the state for some reason.
Her last time she flew out, Jake drove her there with Walter in the car, and then Walter drove her back. She says it's something. Her headaches were messing around with her like recently, a couple months ago. That was all due to Lexapro, by the way. They weren't TIAs, like she was saying to everybody. She just admitted that recently.
I have another theory. I think she needs her hands available to keep on stuffing food in her mouth so she can't drive and eat at the same time.
Oh, Jesus.
So she needs to get like both hands while she's eating because for some reason she has to constantly eat. I don't know why, but that's my theory. That's my speculation.
She's got a tapeworm.
It could be. She could have taken a tapeworm diet. She could have just eaten tapeworms because that's our other form of speculation.
I've seen several people in her chat literally say, I don't know what it is, but I love watching Molly eat. It's weird.
Yeah, it's like mukbangs. That's what it is. I mean, I wouldn't want to see people eat on a live stream. I think it's kind of disgusting, but, to each their own.
She chews with her mouth open.
Yeah, to each their own. I don't like watching people eat food. I like watching food being cooked. I like watching food being prepared, but I don't like people eating it on a live stream.
I hear you, Packless. I've had my my nose down in this broad's freaking for the last 8-9 months. I've been trying to freaking figure out, and I stopped trying to figure out 2 months into it, and now I'm just convinced that she is just a horrible human being.
There is a whole subgenre, it's me, Jay, that watches mukbangs. There are people that like this guy named Nick Avocado, who's like 400 pounds now, but he makes millions of dollars. He wasn't 400 pounds. Originally, he was a vegan and he was skinny. And then he decided to get into mukbangs. He needed everything. And now he's 400 pounds. And he's worth millions of dollars because he makes videos where he eats tons of food in front of a camera. And he's worth millions of dollars. So there's a huge market for certain people to make lots of money eating food in front of a camera.
Yeah,
Large sums of food.
He might want to start losing weight because he ain't gonna be able to spend that money. 400 pounds, Jesus.
Yeah, I think he's like 6 foot something too, though. So
yeah.
So yes, there is a huge market for people to watch people eat food. It's called mukbang. It came from Korea, South Korea type of deal. Because of the loneliness of the lack of people to interact with, people felt like they couldn't, and they, growing up and leaving home. So they don't usually have people around the dinner table. So YouTube kind of replaced that. They're formed of YouTube. So people eat in front of there a lot in Korea. And then it dropped. It came to the United States. And there's like a couple of people on YouTube that does it and make a lot of money from it.
I'd rather watch friggin' Betty's OnlyFans than watch Molly eat, to be quite frank. Well, that might be pushing it.
Bro, you are like in love with Molly. You would probably join her OnlyFans account.
No, I said Betty. I said I'd rather watch Betty's my OnlyFans than watch Molly eat.
Don't lie. You're in love with Molly Golightly.
Oh, don't you get me started.
You would definitely pay 30 packets of soup for Molly Golightly's picture.
Nick, as a girl, we really think that you might be a little bit obsessed with MGL.
Yeah, I think
I am. Oh God, stop that.
We're gonna have to.
Like, I like her, or
we think so. I think we need a vote.
On.
We need a vote from the chat.
Oh,
the chat knows best.
The chat, the chat knows me.
Yeah, the one. Hit one if you think Nick is
in love. Real.
Wait, hit one if you think if Nick's in love with Molly Golightly. Hit 2 if you don't think he's in love with her.
And
so 1 is if he is in love with Molly Golightly. 2 if not. All right, we're gonna see then the ones. Okay, we got
Jones and you. Thank you, that girl, Felony. You know what? Okay, all right. True colors coming. All right. Oh, we got some 2s in the chat.
Got some 2s. It's getting close. God. There's more 1s though. You can't vote twice. You can't vote twice. That girl, you can't vote twice. This is on.
All right, we got some 2. There, my paper there. Let's go.
1. Queen's even voting.
Oh, Queen! You son of a gun.
Queen's voting 1.
Nick, I told you some of us are a little bit concerned that we might have to throw a Molly intervention.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Ellie, W, thank you. She put 5 2s in there.
Yeah, you can't vote multiple times.
Hey, man, I didn't vote multiple times.
What is the vote? What is 1 and what is 2?
One is if Nick's in love with Molly Golightly.
Oh,
1. If not. If
1.
Not.
1.
Oh, Ellie.
Definitely 1, dude.
I used to really
Come
like you.
on. You talk about her a lot.
Yeah, because I don't like her. You know what I mean?
I guarantee you, if we were on a line.
Honey, when you talk about her, you light up.
Yeah.
Oh, my. Stop.
You like
oh, my God.
You just like. Watch, this is going to be talked about Molly Golightly's live. She's like, they're in love with me. This guy, Nick, he's in love with me.
It's the mukbanging. That's why you like her.
I'm being gaslit.
You're being gaslit.
Oh, hell.
Oh, hail to the no, brother.
No.
Thank you, baby. I love you guys.
Disavow.
Panel is in shambles.
Yeah. Well, you had a good live Johnson.
Yeah, that was so interesting.
I know Skep just got off. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Skep's a great guy.
I love Skep. He's so good. He's such a good dude.
You need to jump on one of his lives when he does go live, because when he does an open panel, he really does good.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was very. And then you had It's a Move jump on as well. So it's like wow.
Yeah.
Just so fucking random.
That was interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
She's advocating for free to be right now, and anybody else who needs it is what she's doing. So I'm proud of her.
Yeah, I mean, like, I knew a little bit of it about Free to Be, but I didn't know the whole story, and I didn't want to like just say a sum up story about it. I figured it'd be best for her to explain it to everyone who didn't know, and I knew Skeptic didn't know about it, so that's why I asked to her explain. But yeah, it's really fucked up, like you know, like what they did to It's a Moon and all these other women. It really is.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I ended my live. I was supposed to be going to eat, and I came over.
You can listen. Just put the screen on and start eating in front of the chat right now. That's what you got to do.
Mukbang. Here we go.
Jones. Jones and mukbang.
Such a weird.
I used to like watching mukbangs.
Really?
Yeah. Is that weird?
No, it's a lot of people.
Now I can't stand it.
And animals doing it.
I watched the weirdest ones where they have like the live animals and they're like literally cooking them before they're like, you know, whatever.
No. I don't watch no shit like that. No.
Like horses
like,
and
in Korea, you see that a lot in like Korea, like the Asian countries. Like they'll grab an octopus and they'll start playing with the octopus while it's still alive. And they eventually decide to cook it in the air.
They eat chickies.
Yeah.
Chickies. Whole chickies. Whole chicks.
You son of a...
Well, we have agreed that Nick is in love with Molly Golightly.
The chat has spoken.
Nobody clicked. No, there's more twos. There was more twos, but nobody clicked.
No, the chat has spoken.
We need to do an actual poll on this.
Yeah.
I believe.
We just did a poll.
Well, I didn't watch them. I heard about those people doing that in Korea. I do not watch those people. I don't like animals being eaten alive.
I watched
No. I seen it on accident once.
Tim doesn't even like our plant getting smoked.
Yeah, I don't like animals. I mostly, if you really want to know what I mostly watch, I'll tell you, it's gonna be the most boring shit ever. I watch for relaxing. I watch hooves being like shaved by that cow guy, the hoof doctor.
What?
And then I also
I love that.
And I also watch this lady who grooms dogs, just like grooms dogs for free.
Interesting.
You know, shampoos different dogs and like grooming dogs and cats.
Hey again, Skep.
Hi, Skep. So I mean, like I like watching those because it's like relaxing to watch, like, you know, like these animals being groomed and taken care of. And that's pretty much it.
Do you have an animal, B10?
No.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you thinking? Why ain't you got a dog?
Because I don't like to.
He doesn't like living with them. He just likes watching them being groomed.
Yeah, I just don't.
You need a weenie dog.
Yeah, I just don't have the time when I'm home a lot more. You know what I mean? Like my work and everything I do, and I sometimes have to go out and travel. So
get a cat. Little dogs.
And I think like when you're a pet owner.
Yeah, cat.
Yeah, but I don't like that. I mean, like, I think animals need to socialize and have like more social.
Well, I think Carol Baskins would like you more if you got a cat.
Yeah.
Queen Skep's in the back.
Oh, Skep's in the back, Queen.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, cats can fend for themselves for 2 or 3 days. So if you got to go out of town, get you a cat, B. Tim.
No, I'm not going to get a cat.
You can have
so
Mason.
sick of you.
I'll send Mason to you. He's fully trained, and you know.
Don't.
I'll send you Mason.
Did you hear that?
Don't he shit in the bathtub?
If he's left home too long, yes, ma'am, he will poop in the bathtub.
Yeah, yeah.
I just like I like seeing animals free. That's like mostly I like because I've always watched animals in the wild, and I like animals being mostly free. And if you do have a pet, I think they should be like socialized. There should be more than one pet. It should be like with a whole family type.
So get 2.
Nah, but I just don't have time for 2. It's just how it is.
Okay, but do you go out of town
a
overnight?
Girlfriend, Tim.
Let me see. Being a pet takes a lot of responsibility. Some people don't want that full responsibility. Yeah, they just don't want to have like a situation where like the cat's like or dogs like belongings. I don't.
It's a lot. It is a lot.
You know what I mean? And you know, good for people taking care.
Tim does have plants.
Hey,
so
scientific
it's proven.
skeptic, how are you?
I'm good, Queen. How are you?
He can
Good.
keep them
All right.
alive.
I have a question for you, Skeptic.
Am I-
This is for.
Oh, am I here?
Yes, you are here.
I have a cat as an icon. I like food, so mukbang and then Ryan Upchurch sounds like a perfect occasion to finally come out of my comfort zone and finally say hi to Queen and hang out with you guys.
Oh, okay.
I hope Ryan comes over and visits us. I feel really bad for him. I want to give him a great big hug and tell him he can come stay at Grandma's.
I don't know. His story's kind of weird.
Do you think his mom really stole money?
She made a video last night.
Bite my tongue.
Sounds
No.
like it.
You don't have to bite your
He made a
tongue.
video, and
Don't bite
she
your tongue.
made a video.
You could say whatever you want, Skeptic.
Hold on, don't say nothing important yet, Skeptic. Let me go fix my dinner plate.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
All right. I'm glad you finally joined Skeptic, the Ryan Upchurch fan club. I'm glad you finally see the light.
I've had a few things to say about that gentleman.
Yeah, see, we kind of, I don't know, we didn't hit it off very well after he came over here and was super rude and disrespectful.
Oh yeah, I finally got to see the clip with Glare and B. Tim. You I think provided one of the few forums that had the guts to challenge him.
I think it was the only forum that except for the Glare. I think there was.
I was just disgusted by the inability of people to speak up against just demonstrably horrific tragedy pimping. Behind a rock star status and 3 million subs, and he just doesn't seem to have had to pay any accountability. I mean, he wins my 2022 award for the worst actor in this space. McDonough wins it for 2021, and in my book, 2022, the award goes to I would argue Ryan because of his massive platform and influence, and Zav Girl and all the other channels that were complicit in and even perplexed up there bending over backwards trying to be charitable to a guy who's just falsely accusing innocent people of horrific crimes. And then I'll shut it for a second so you guys can get started.
Oh, Skeptic, be careful. Be careful, Skeptic. You just mentioned Perplex. She's going to make a video about you. And the live's going right now in 5 minutes.
One of my first videos, I actually used her without knowing anything about her in the Nomadic Trek case because she had Tiffany Marie up there, and she was one of the few. It's like the old line about a broken clock can be right a couple times a day. So Perplexed, I thought, was one of the few who had it right and was willing to call out another big channel creator like McDonough, who's got this serious clout of being having the most desirable skill set in true crime, which is a ex-super cop, law enforcement expert, and how he just gets credibility by continuously reminding you of his past. And it's only when you look into his claims and his past you recognize that this is not a good actor. This is a ex-cop turned used car salesman in his second career trying to make money on YouTube. He's not behaving like a law enforcement officer.
I'm so glad you did. That's how I learned about him and what he was about.
Yeah, and then I just got sort of tired of doing that after I called out him and his crew, and then the what is it? Everybody's got their own term. The
Creek Squad.
Beats and the feats.
Hooves on the ground.
Hooves on the ground. Whatever your favorite line is. And then I was sort of done at that stage, and I was so happy to see a bunch of new people jumping into the space to call them all out. But it takes an army, it takes a village. Yes. There's a new true crime channel right now there are hundreds of true crime channels spreading dangerous conspiracy theories and misinformation, and they're being rewarded for it.
Absolutely.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, like the whole Brian Koberger called the T-Rev channel when we knew that didn't happen. Oh my God.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the hidden true crime.
They did something last night
because they did it last night, and they looked like they were having somebody up on panel to discuss whether or not it was true. They debunked it, right?
They had the original caller on last night, and they just finally debunked it, like where it was debunked like a long time ago.
Yeah, it was debunked a while back when we called it out, and then people kept rolling with it, and I went at it. I have like a little short, and it's still up. But I went at it with a lot of people over that. And then he was in his Discord, talking shit. I never did drop the screenshots because I didn't want to, start a big war about it. My Discord was in shambles anyway. So I was like, I better not do that, You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to bite off more than I could chew at the point because he has, all them 30,000 subs or something. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just make a point and
Well, right. And even
it's bullshit, and he's lying right now. It's just fucking bullshit. And then he doxed him, called him back on the, after Brian Koberger got arrested, he called him back on the phone and gave all his information, his phone number, his name, everything.
Well, and then that's another problem in space too. If you're going to go after people, first of all, if you're going to criticize people, you better have your ducks in a row. Because if then we go up just because we're disgusted with, for example, let's say prior bad behavior, but then we're just going out with new content and we're not vetting and we're not providing quality information, then that's not a good look, because then our reputations start to get questioned as well. And this is where you get something like the tragedy leech reputation, where we should be going after the most consequential negative behavior, and we should bring receipts. And so if there's people up there criticizing big channels and they're bringing out more misinformation, that's not a good look. So we all need to be careful about what we're going public with, because if you get it wrong, you just.
And I feel like you should have to pick and choose. I pick and choose my battles. There's sometimes that I will not. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, that's really not worth calling that out.
If you falsely accuse Betty or Molly of something, I mean, you're giving them a gift.
Right.
Absolutely. But what you talk.
But I do on this, I do on this. I feel like they definitely need to be held. She's bitching about everybody being held accountable, and then she calls and turns around and does this. She's being cyber stalked and this kind of shit. But then she turns around and calls nonsense, and then someone calls CPS on her, and they're just playing these fucking games behind the scenes.
Yeah,
and you know what I'm saying? Like I said, they're doing
you
this.
Can have tragedy leeches. You can have people that are, but my argument is just that the harm done by bad true crime channels is far more consequential than the odd tragedy leech that would jump up and just try to make a social media following from going after assholes. Because, finding idiots on the internet is about the easiest thing you can do. So you can clearly make a living by just going after idiots. That's pretty easy. And that's what the whole lolcow thing is. And some of these people deserve it, of course. Yeah. But, the negative consequences of just criticizing an idiot, I think, are far less consequent. Even if you're going out with bad information, is still far less consequential than accusing people falsely of murder.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. But be careful if we talk about that guy who got that phone call. Apparently, Brian Koberger, Nick's going to get sued by them, just like how.
Yeah, I was on Nerd Report, Skeptic, right? And he does the spirit box thing, which I don't get down with. I don't think a lot of people here get down with. No. And we were debunking the call, and the guy at Nerd Report, Lewis, he was actually giving him a little bit of credit because he did push back a little bit on the guy. He wasn't, he didn't believe it was him. You know what I mean? So that's when he put it out like it was him, that's why a lot of people were confused. So we were talking about that, and next you know it, that motherfucker pops in the chat and was like, "You guys keep talking to me about me, I'm gonna sue you," and had like 20-30 trolls in there nonstop, just going nuts like a rabid dog.
Yeah.
Hey, before we get too far, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's on the panel tonight and weighed in on this. It really makes me, this is really heartwarming to see everybody coming together on this and agreeing that this has gone too far.
Yeah, it certainly warmed my heart, because I felt like when I came here in October, September of 2021, I didn't see enough channels going after these tragedy pimps. I don't remember tragedy pimps being a thing. I sort of coined the bad actors, and whatever tragedy pimps caught on more, that's fine. Whatever term we want to flip and use, but the fact that there are more and more channels and just more and more awareness that, all that you need to concede to us is that there is some amount of bad acting in this space, and some of it is very dangerous. And so even if the most loyal followers who still remain gullible and loyal to some of the bad ones, at least if they become at least a bit more aware that there's a lot of dishonest behavior here, that's a good thing. More and more people becoming a tad bit more critical and requiring better evidence from channel creators, that will only improve and make people at least a bit more thoughtful and careful about what they go out with. So then, that, as I've said from the beginning, the whole point is we want to raise the good ships and crowd out the bad ships, so that the best of the responsible true crime channels that actually add value, they flourish, and the bad actors who just make a living off of misinformation and lying, that they pay social consequences and monetary consequences. And if that never happens, then these people continue to enter this space, continue to lie, continue to create drama and spread misinformation, and the world will be a worse place.
Yeah,
for sure.
I love how everybody's coming together right now too. Like, you know what I mean, like Rock a Lot, Nonsense. We're seeing everybody, you know, everybody's chats and stuff like that. All the clip channels. I mean, the pressure is on right now. I don't think it's. I mean, you guys would know better. Has it ever been like this? The pressure?
Not since
Well, no, because like he said, you know, not very many channels back then. You know, like when he's talking about, you know, about a year and a half ago, there really wasn't a lot of people going after these guys.
Yeah, I mean, a good example of it was like JT. Oh, you go.
Oh, sorry. Well, and then when Crude AF did say something and he did stand up, they immediately tried to take him to court and they tried to ruin his mom's business or his, you know, his mother-in-law's
and Betty
business.
won in that case, because actually that was the other funny thing. I thought how embarrassing of the True Crime Channel that the lol cow community comes over here to go after true crime creators. I mean, it was just, you know, like a symbolic of how putrid this space is, that you actually found that the lol cow community coming over into true crime and going, oh, we found some new lol cows in true crime.
What's
so
lol cow?
Crude AF
I didn't think she won in court. I thought he just paid her $500 to go to leave him the fuck alone, pretty much.
Yeah,
Just to, Well,
he was just,
I mean,
you know, pressure was coming on his family, and he was like, I'm out of here. I'm not going to put up with this. And so he wins in that sense.
Correct.
You know, she scared him off.
Yeah, and I think it's changing now because a lot more people.
well, and to fuck with his mother-in-law, come on, man.
Yeah.
You can't be. That's like the shit. You know, like I said, there's a lot more of us coming down on their ass, though. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you know, there's a like Savage, me, Jones,
There's a movement.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah, there's a lot of us that are, you know what I'm saying? There's a Tragedy Pimps Exposed, Chronicles of the Shady, Blank Screen. You know what I'm saying? I could sit here and name off channels for days. You know, Molly just took down the Kool-Aid.
Johnson. Don't forget Johnson.
I already said Johnson. I mean, she jumped on the movement right away. She's like, I just want to spread awareness. I'm like, hell yeah, girl, come on with it.
It's awesome.
Yeah, and the more the merrier.
It's not like people are bullying anybody. Everybody is coming together for a common good cause. You know what I mean? It's not like it's a bad cause. It's a good cause.
I had to right my wrong for sitting with them and thinking that they were on, you know, the right track. And I will forever be grateful that
but don't feel bad, because the fact that you were able to notice it and change and be big enough to adapt. I mean, that's exactly what we need. So you're the exemplar. We need more people like you. Don't regret it. It's
well,
just
Follow the Grain is another one.
Out.
Thank you. I appreciate hearing that.
Yeah, Follow the Grain used to be a Dolly supporter, but she realized what they were doing was really fucked up.
Yeah, I see more and more comments on the threads from all of you guys, and I see them, you know, occasionally on my side. I used to be a supporter of McDonough. I used to be a supporter of Molly. I used to be a supporter and give lots of money to, you know, X or Y or Z bad actor, and they saw the light somehow, somewhere. They noticed inconsistencies. They noticed the drama. They spotted the misinformation, and then they adapted and they made a change. And, you know, as I said on Jones, and the problem is you're always going to get dyed-in-the-wool loyal sort of cult followers that there is nothing that you could present them to make them change their loyalty to these people. This is their cult. This is their tribe. They go in there every night to hang out in the chat. Everybody knows them. The social consequence of them, you know, challenging their preferred channel creator is just too great for them. So they just close their, you know, they put their fingers in their ears and say la la la, blah blah to anything that contradicts their cult. And you can't reach those people. You need to reach the ones that are still reachable.
Hey, Xana May's in the chat. Hey, Xana May. You guys know
Xana May, reachable, right?
Hey, Xana May.
Hey, Xana May.
Yes. What do we do with the crowd that's not reachable? You know, I guess we ignore them. There's nothing you can do.
Well, eventually you reach them, because eventually they realize when they get burnt. That's when they realize. That's when they start realizing, like, oh shit, this person, everything what they said was true, and they get burnt. That's why I don't really go too hard on the fans too much, because eventually they will see the light and they will say, wow, I really fucked up following this person. And
the only problem is without the enabler, you don't have the monster in the first place.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And then new people come in to replace those that have seen the light. Mm-hmm.
Like every new case that they cover brings in new crowds, basically.
Yeah.
That's
and
what
then
happens.
people sometimes wake up and will see that they're spreading misinformation and nonsense. But then, yeah, they might move on. But then there's always like a new bunch of,
Yeah. And then just the news cycle. I mean, some of these channels, they just get away with their last bullshit week after week. It's like 3-4 days later, their followers have already forgotten how wrong they were last week. And now they're on to the new story, and people have short memories too. So not only do you have the new wave of people, you also have just this selective memory loss.
Yeah, exactly. It's nonstop.
Well, because they delete their clips or they hide it and put it behind a paywall.
Indeed.
And so if it's gone, then it didn't happen.
Which is why the clip channels are so important, that they actually take their time to capture this stuff before they can dirty delete.
And document it, because it needs to be documented because of all they spread so much misinformation. We saw it in the Idaho case.
KCJ's back here. What's up, chick? I just seen you were back here.
What's up, Ma? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I can hear you good.
Nothing. I just figured I'd jump in. Today's my 1-year anniversary of my mom, so I needed some good laughs and.
Sorry to hear that, honey. I'm sorry about that.
It's all right. Yeah, what she did is there any full video of her harassing the lady anywhere?
I didn't see it. I saw
just the two that she's posted. She's got 2 of them posted. So,
I'm moving. Actually, I'm not going to be homeless no more, guys. I finally did it with 2 jobs paid off. I don't know if you remember.
Congratulations, man. That's hard. Congratulations. Yeah.
It ain't nothing big. It's my nephew's couch, but he said I can crash, and I got a job up there for me. But guess where it's at? Where Betty lives.
Oh Jesus! Oh no!
What's that called? Bradenton.
Do you have a cross available? Some garlic.
I have garlic.
All right, that might help.
Some garlic.
But from what I hear from my nephew's wife, she quite frequents the bars, and it's kind
Can we
of
fund you to
laughing
protest
stock
in
of
front
the
of
town.
her home every day with a bullhorn?
Huh?
Can we fund you to protest in front of her home every day with a bullhorn? Make her life miserable?
Yeah.
You can't do that anymore. Florida passed the law.
Yeah.
Right.
No, listen. As long as it's less than 2 people.
I would recommend you not do
Or just
that.
one person?
Like, yeah, but don't do that. He's just joking.
I'm just kidding.
I know, I wouldn't. Anyway.
Just a disclaimer, because they'll probably say something like, "Oh, they're encouraging people to harass us."
You'll get put on the list and put in the binder next to me. Don't do that.
Oh, yeah. I'm already in the binder.
I'm in the binder.
She's in the binder.
I think that's an empty
voices.
binder. I want to see her turn the pages of that binder, because I think it's all empty sheets of paper.
Well, I
It's
know
definitely
it is,
empty.
because I am the lamest. You can never. I have no criminal record. I've never done anything wrong.
I think we've all made the binder.
Yeah.
Do you
Those
think
pages
there's
don't they've been flipped ever though? Look at it.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off. Like if she turns the page of the binder and it's like a picture of a fucking tomato in my name.
That looks like right out of a package of paper.
It's like it's stick figure animation.
Oh, she said suing everybody.
Queen Xenime's in the chat, by the way. I think you were gone when
Oh, what's up, Xanime?
Hi, Xanime.
Hey, how are you?
Here's Anime. Haven't heard
you know
from you in a
what?
while.
Yeah, as I say, I haven't seen her in a long time, and I hope she's doing well. Did you guys see where Ryan's mom put in the comment section, "Drugs are bad"?
Oh my God! Did you see her response?
I did
last
not.
night?
Yeah, I saw
Okay.
the last night, but I didn't see the comment. Wow.
I seen a video, and I might be behind. I got burnt really bad, so I've been dealing with that. From being in the tent, I guess I burned myself pretty bad on the heater.
Oh, okay.
And I've been, like not watching anything really, but I seen a video of something about Ryan's ex-girlfriend and his mom bought a house behind his back. Is that new or
Yeah, he's
old?
claiming she stole money from him.
Yeah, which is like, I don't understand how you can buy a house, use other people's money without them knowing, and you don't notice like hundreds of thousands of dollars disappearing from your bank account.
Seems a little weird.
I mean, he's a drama king and exploited Rodney's case and was willing to throw everybody under the bus. Why not his own mother?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and you know what? That's why I said, why would he go to, knowing damn well he's got 3 million subs. He knows how his little Creek squad is. He knows those people are going to go after his fucking mom. So why would he bring this to his channel, to his, I just don't understand why he would do that to his mom and his family.
And he's got a reputation of this self-promotion tactic. I mean, even in his music career of basically trolling in order to get maximize views and skew the algorithms towards his channel. So, it speaks, volumes about his character. This is something you would go public with, for pity from your audience. You wouldn't just handle this privately. I mean, it stinks to me.
Yeah, turn the comments off all of her videos.
It seems like a private matter.
It didn't even make sense what like Parv's story. Parv's story was like basically house, and then finds out that he gets a call that the house is sold, and they know that it's him that owns this equipment, and they call him up to collect the equipment because they're such good people. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. So she sold the house that you gave her. What's going on? Like, it doesn't even make sense, the story. It doesn't even go.
Well, I just noticed he's back in the limelight again, and he's getting tons of pity comments and pity views. And it's like after what he did in the Rodney case, and that he paid no consequences, and he had no remorse for just being categorically wrong on everything. I just think that this stinks of another PR stunt. Even if it is true, he's using it for sure.
Every time he breaks up with a girlfriend, you always notice it's something bad, horrible she did.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's been a couple, but not every single girlfriend.
And it's kind of like weird that he does that to the women that he's involved with, because like, you have a lot of people that like you and will harass these people. And if you were really doing the cool thing, you would just like not mention it. Says, oh, we just didn't get along. It didn't work out, guys. She's a cool lady. Even if she did something fucked up, you just say, oh, she's a cool lady. And you just keep it classy because you don't want people to harass her. And it's like, what the fuck's wrong with people? Like, what's wrong with you when you do that? Like, if it was my mom,
threatening her life, just like in the Rodney case.
Yeah.
Some of
He'll
his
be getting death threats from the Creek Squad. Those people are freaking.
See, and that's the thing. Like, his mom knew about that. His mom knew what he was doing, and she was encouraging that behavior and laughing and giggling and teeing and tahan. And see, that's the thing. I said, she shouldn't be blamed at first, and then I'm like, she's not. She's not correcting him. She should have already sat him down and corrected him on that. Like, look, this is really rude and disrespectful to the family.
And dude, take her to court. Take her to court. Don't fucking sick your rabid mob on her.
Yeah, I mean, first off, if your mom is actually running your business, that's really dumb. Like, you can't fire your mom. You shouldn't have family in your business. You should have a neutral person that you.
Well, you know what he just did recently. You know what he just did today.
What?
On his Instagram, he posted just let me see, 3-4 hours ago on his Instagram, and said he put a brick through his brother's car, which actually is in his name, so it's his car if you go that route. But he put a brick through it because his mother's letting his brother drive it around with no driver's license, and he doesn't want to be held responsible for that.
That's good
drama
content.
Instead of taking the car, or you know what I'm saying,
drama
removing
content.
the car. Yeah,
Thinks it's good drama content to me.
Got very violent tendencies, and I would not want to hang out with him because he seems like one of those people that could go from real calm to snap real quick.
Well, yeah, you saw that ego.
Just stick to the music.
Yeah,
indeed.
So yes, I see the video of my mom posted.
Is the lawyer? Is you guys still up here?
Out of this car. Yes, I did bust the window out of the car. Do you know why it's the front windshield? It's the front windshield because the car is in my name. I bought the car. She's letting my little brother, who never been to driving school, doesn't have a license or anything. She's letting him actively drive it around town. It's in my name. I don't want a car in my name being driven around by someone who doesn't have a license. your mom. Take him to get his license. Jesus Christ. But since
Are you still in here?
But since we, I guess, we're talking about busted out windows, let me show you a window that got busted out that wasn't busted out by me that does belong to me. And do you want to see? Oh God, you don't want to see this. I don't even want to show you, but
Yes, you do.
it's the truth. You know my legendary studio where the inside.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if you guys can hear that. I can probably try to pull it up. It's on his Instagram. But anyhow, he's on there bitching that, yeah, he put a brick through the window of the car that he owns, and he doesn't want his brother out driving it. That's a whole bunch of drama, if you ask me. Why in the hell would you put a brick through the fucking window? What are you doing?
Yeah, that's kind of
why.
That's really
Makes
fucked
no
up.
fucking sense.
I mean, who wants to
own
who wants to bet that is the
all you
most
need to-
stable revenue stream he has these days is his YouTube drama channel and not his music?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
If he is the legal owner of it, all he had to do was take the keys and go get it.
Or his name off of it.
The other, I thought, bad argument that was bandied about everywhere in the Rodney case was he's not doing this for clout or money because he's already rich. I mean, you know what people, you know what rich people want more than a lot of money?
Money.
A lot more money.
A lot more money and a lot more fame.
Yeah, I mean, whatever he's got,
Yeah.
you know, whatever, a few million they say. Well, a few million isn't that much. He wants, you know, he wants tens of millions, and he's making his greatest revenue stream asset these days is his 3 million sub drama channel.
Tim, are you still in here by any chance?
I'm here. What's up?
You got legal background, right?
Well, I don't. I'm not a lawyer, and I can't really discuss.
You can't
things
give
in my
legal
job.
advice.
Yeah,
What's up?
I can't give legal advice. No, I can't.
Well, I was just wondering because when I got burnt and I went to the hospital, they refused like my care, and I lost my job because I was in the hospital for like 14 days, and the first time, and then the second time, they just refused my care. So I was.
Honey, that's probably something you'll have to talk to your insurance company about. You know what I mean?
I don't have insurance. That's the crappy part. Because I worked at Dairy Queen.
Yeah, I mean, what are you claiming that you got? You know, because you went to the hospital and treat you, you lost your job. That's the thing you're claiming.
No, I'm just. Well, the refusal of service for the hospital was just like I don't know who to talk to.
I mean, I would just talk to a lawyer if you feel like you have a case. I can't give any because I'm not a lawyer, and I really don't know what you would do in that regard.
Because I have third degree, like
Well,
severe
in the emergency
burns,
room can't deny. You know what I mean? They have to take you.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
and
what I was wondering.
They do have to take you.
We'll do a free consultation, and they'll talk to you for free and let you know what you need and what they can do for you. And you know, if you go to like personal injury lawyers or you know something like that.
Personal injury. Okay, that's the name. That's what I was kind of asking was like the name of something.
Well, I wouldn't know because I don't know what state you're in. I don't know. Like I only.
Florida.
Yeah, I don't know the lawyers that live there. I would probably go to like an attorney, and consult with them, and then they'll give you an idea of what if you have a claim.
Or go to legal aid.
Yeah.
Legal aid.
Okay, where do I do that?
Just look it up and just put it.
Yeah, so honey, you'll have to Google that. That's not
old
something
did I-
Yeah, you know what I mean. We really can't.
We all need AIDS.
Legal aid is great. It could work. You know, it's available.
But I'm so old that I still think of Yellow Pages.
Well, listen, real quick. If you're in Florida, which I am, they have to take you 100%, and they cannot release you until you're ready. You can just walk. You don't have to pay that bill.
Okay.
Just walk in the emergency room.
I did. I went in. That's what I'm saying is I went in and they set me. As soon as I went in, they rushed me to the back because it was bad, like a bad burn. And my skin had got stuck because it was 22 down here, and my skin had got stuck to the heater. So when I went into the hospital, they like rushed me right back. Well, then it was an Indian doctor, and he was just an asshole. He said, "I'm not giving you anything. I'm not treating you. Here's 2 days off of work," and left. Got up and left.
Okay.
So-
I would probably consult an attorney about that. I would probably just because they will consult you for free. You just tell them the case and see if they will take it. Yeah. But even they won't charge you up front. They won't charge you anything for those types of cases. They'll just, if they feel like you have a claim, you don't have to pay anything out of pocket, but they will take a part of your money when you actually get money. And
That's fine. I just don't want anybody else to ever have to go through what I've been going through.
yeah, but I would definitely consult with an attorney about that. Just talk to one, see if they will take your case. And if they don't take your case, you can always go to another one and see if they'll take. And if 2 attorneys say no, then you probably don't
Hey,
have a
Tim,
plan.
should you ask if they're pro se or they're pro bono?
I think you should do pro se for
I'm
sure.
not the
Pro
smartest.
se, right?
Yeah, pro se, exactly.
So what
I
is
hope
that?
everyone got the joke.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like
See,
Betty.
I'm not the smartest person, so I guess I missed the joke.
Oh,
No,
well,
it's
what
just
happened
Betty
was
Bullhorn claiming to be a legal expert and
Honey,
being
really,
wrong.
we can't give anybody legal advice. None of us are attorneys.
But let me explain. So she doesn't think we're making fun of her or something. What happens is Betty basically said that she needed a free attorney, and she said that she would do it. She needed the free attorney as pro se, and pro se means you represent yourself. And that, like, she's claiming that she knows, like, she knows the federal court, and she makes the most common mistake.
Oh, she said she worked for a federal judge.
Federal judge, and she's like the greatest
She claims
paralegal.
she knows every
No, she didn't. That's a
statute on
lie.
the
I don't
books
know
in the
why she
entire
keeps
state of
saying
Florida.
that.
Yeah.
You
So
can-
basically,
you can
make a
look that
joke
up.
about her.
She's a legal scholar.
Yeah,
Okay.
and she missed the word. She was supposed to say pro bono, and we just make fun of her. So it's not like on you. It's on. We're making fun of Betty. So you know.
She went to the Sonny Bono School of Law.
That was funny. But thank you. Sorry, I didn't know you couldn't ask, but I just figured because I'm like, I'm in so much pain, but that's like the least of my worries. Now I've lost my job, and I'm having to like. But maybe it's a fresh start's a good thing, is what I'm thinking.
Well, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry I can't help you. But I mean, even if I was, if I was attorney, I couldn't give you advice because I wouldn't be in your state.
They wouldn't even give me the gauze to wrap my arm. That's what, like, it was. I was just so shocked.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that.
That's shitty as hell. They were being like that.
Yeah, I would definitely talk to an attorney about that.
And I'm not like, some people go in and they're drug users. I've never had no drug charges, nothing like that. Because I know people told me before that, like, if they're a drug user or they're known, then they can be rude, like that. But there was no reason for the man to be rude and short with me.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I'm sorry to hear that, honey. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and push play on this, okay, you guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Hey guys.
Hi.
Patterns are an amazing thing. Now, let me make sure you hear that clearly. Patterns are an amazing thing.
Apophenia.
What I feel like she means by patterns are the stunts, like, you know what I'm saying? The stunts that
She's going to talk about apophenia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you just mean behavioral patterns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? How he's done this, before.
It's funny how you try to teach this to Ryan about like why he's seeing all these connections, and now we're watching.
Yeah, I have like video after video talking about how apophenia is just what makes true crime bad acting function. Because all you need to do is plant the psychological seed that there's something here which is mysterious, and everybody will just jump on it. And that's how misinformation gets spread, because we're all in the mystery here.
Yeah.
And these channel creators understand that we're all about the mystery. Then they feed you up your daily dose of weirdness and say, what was this? And they change their tone of voice, and they put a question mark after something in their clickbait title. And then they post a blurry image with a little circle and an arrow and say, look here, focus on this. And then everybody goes, oh my God, this must be the smoking gun.
Yeah.
And it's just apophenia. It's just our human tendency to seek out patterns in our environment and to give meaning to them. And the problem is that very often we're simply wrong about this being relevant.
Well, it's kind of like the bad side effects of human evolution. Like,
Absolutely.
Like human evolution is basically we see patterns and we know the seasons, we know what the seasons and stuff, the stars, and that's helped us. But the bad side is that we see patterns that don't exist. And
Indeed.
And that's
Indeed.
your basic.
We wouldn't have survived without trying to figure out how our world works, because we need things in this world, and understanding cause and effect is important, but we're also massively susceptible to seeing false patterns.
Yeah.
And when you have an authority figure telling you to look at something, it's called psychological priming. I've seen it so many times in live streams where somebody will take some video clip and they'll point to something and they go, did you see that?
Yeah, like for instance, the spirit box situation where they put the words on the bottom. It says this, and they're basically pointing out what they want you to think that word
Indeed.
is.
Yeah, it's just psychological priming. The old trick that every snake oil salesman in the world has used for eternity to manipulate you, to influence you to believe what they want you to believe. And it's also the trick of the magician is to, sleight of hand. So I've been referring to this as sleight of mind. The tactics that these bad actor channels use is sleight of mind. They just manipulate your brain to focus on something that they tell you is relevant. And if you accept their authority, then you just, you swallow it whole without any critical thinking. Like people are just not saying, wait, is this relevant?
Yeah.
They just buy it.
Yeah.
And that's what Ryan did. I mean, his whole Rodney case was just finding in very complex phenomena, you're always going to find an anomaly. You're going to find something odd. With enough people and enough things going on, you're going to be able to find something. And that's why all these channels, they'll say, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's just something, leaves me feeling strange. Well, so what? That's just a feeling in your stomach. Doesn't mean it's relevant. Just because you can't make heads or tails of something doesn't mean that what you're talking about is relevant.
It's usually impatience, I think, too, where they just want answers.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah.
I heard Ryan saying that girl wasn't even real. I was like, wow, buddy, you
exactly. And then he would do this other thing, just called the false dichotomy. He would say things like, I can only imagine that this means one of two things. And, as a critical thinking educator, I'm over here saying, you don't have a good enough imagination, Mr. Upchurch. You're in love with your ideas, but I can think about another 1,000 possible explanations. But you've simplified it for your dumb audience, your gullible audience, and you've said, this can only mean one of two things. This person frickin' killed Kylie Rodney or they didn't. And it's like, or a whole host of other possibilities that you haven't thought about. So, it's just unfortunately, we have to deal with the shortcomings of our evolved brains that are not perfectly rational.
Absolutely.
Did BJ? She didn't go back by Betty. Didn't go back by BJ when she went back to Georgia for the Leilani case, did she?
I'm sorry.
She didn't go back by the house harassing Betty.
I think she did. Later on, I did think she did I think she didn't. She go down for the.
Well, I think she went back. She went to the courthouse for Leilani's court date, and I think that was it. I don't recall her going out in front of the house there.
Guess we're gonna. You want to play it, Queen? Or?
Spivey, I agree with you on that. If he had patterns, then she enabled the patterns.
Right. I was going to say she enabled his behavior with the Kylie Rodney situation. And another channel that called out that bullshit behavior of his was Gotcha Man. And he did a good fucking job of it.
The mother was totally on board with his conspiracies, right?
Absolutely, she was. Yep. And she even played a part in it with her little voice bullshit. What's that spirit box bullshit? Yeah.
So we have to wonder where he learned this bad behavior from. Well, he might not have had the best role model.
And she saw the money and stopped being a mom. And I agree with that as well.
How does somebody take somebody's money without them knowing? Like, how would they?
That happens with these like manager moms,
Yeah, we don't know what the terms of the relationship
she has access to his bank account information and stuff like that. And I mean, he's got to have like co-signers and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have that kind of money.
Look at Britney,
Right.
What happened with her?
Yeah. There's a lot of celebrities that have like the Jenner Kardashians and all them. You know what I mean? Their mom's their manager too. She gets paid.
Effectively power of attorney.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the problem is that like he talked about how he gives his family all this money. I'm like, bro, you have
these are posted on his this right here says what is the money laundering? He posted that on his Instagram, and then he posted this one, embezzlement. Like
it's also always all about his power. I mean, he needs that Godfather thing of telling everybody about how he essentially owns them because he's Mr. Generous, and it's all about his money.
Yeah.
He's definitely playing that card.
Form of control. For sure.
He's a narcissist
to the full.
I mean, if you're going to give a gift to people, you don't hold it over their heads.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. I don't own you if I give you a gift, but if you then are going to call me on any time I disagree with you, how good I've been to you, then that's not being generous at all. That's just being controlling.
Manipulative. Yep. Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Yeah.
And this
I
happens a
still think
lot,
it was
guys.
fucked up what his mom did to him. The bottom line.
Well, I mean, the thing is that you don't know if she did it or not. It's all
Right.
allegations.
You don't
at
know.
We
this
don't have
point.
enough information.
You know, he could just be lying, and that's
Well,
the
that's
thing.
what I
He's
said
lying.
last night. Yeah, I said that's what I said last night. It's, you know, we don't know. It's his, hers, and the truth. You know, there's a side to every story. You know.
Does he have a new
If
single
she did it-
dropping or
If she did
something?
it, then I think it's fucked up.
Yeah, and if she did it, that's fucked up.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
you did it, then
We can condemn that as well. You know, it's the other thing too in this space. You don't have to. You know, people forget that there can be 3 possibilities or more, just as somebody just said. You know, just because one person is wrong doesn't mean the person that's challenging them is right. They can both be wrong.
Yeah, for sure.
Facts.
Queen Bee, how you been, by the way?
A lull.
Crickets.
I was just waiting for the video to be played.
You know, are threatening me. And
Is this the mother, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Go back and look at the 2 people on the internet who post victim videos constantly. And also, I don't care how many videos my son makes about me. I love him with all my heart, and so does all of our family. And we're only concerned about him. So all y'all knuckle dragging, clout chasing, ignorant ass people, do me a favor and please unfollow me. Unfollow me. And I want to say also, I am so thankful. Thankful to God and to my family, my 3 sons and my son's dad and everybody else who has rallied around to try to make things better, because I can't imagine what a mentally weak person would do if they were attacked online at the level that I'm being attacked right now.
But it was okay when he did that shit to Anime. It was okay when Anime got attacked.
Bam.
There's something wrong with this. This is weird.
Yeah,
it's
something's
okay.
off. Yeah.
It's okay that you did it to like you did it to Burden of Proof. It's okay you did it to Ronnie, who is a private citizen and not a YouTuber.
Yep.
It was okay for
Ronnie.
It was okay for him to do it to Ichabel and accuse him of being a child, like going after children and being part of a sex ring or something like that.
Yep.
It was okay for Zenime. It was okay for everyone.
And then to follow up, as soon as he was feeling the heat, when people were starting to call him on his false allegations, he then showed himself, in my eyes, to be a complete fraud, because then he completely switched the script from he was drawn to this case because he had watched a video of Rodney's mother and felt her grief and wanted to come in and help out. And then as soon as he was getting heat after the false allegations against Zanime, Ronnie, and Ickmel, then he completely flipped the script and then claimed that she didn't exist, ultimately then becoming Alex Jones 2.0 and the Sandy Hook crisis actor argument, and alleging that the parents were all in on a conspiracy. There was no, it was all false grief. The law enforcement was all in on it. Everybody was in on it. All the friends were in on it. It was all a hoax for with the promise of what? Hundreds of people possibly sharing a $65,000 GoFundMe? Really? All of the cops putting their reputations on the line. He had implicated the entire law enforcement community, all of the friends, the family, and additionally, then even media companies, a television company, a news channel. He had implicated a security company. He was implicating literally probably hundreds of people that would be needing to be keeping this secret.
Yeah,
and this was all under the guise of what? Just all a massive hoax in order to share the proceeds of a GoFundMe that was at about $65,000 at the time. I mean, it just doesn't hold up under reasonable scrutiny.
Yeah, Zanime, somebody that works at NASA or did work for NASA, has multiple degrees, like high-level degrees, is going to do something like this.
And I like to say
Exactly.
one thing.
Right, because
Brian,
Google Earth would have to have been implicated too, because he was claiming, and it's not even technologically possible to do 3D graphics in real time like he was claiming when he was analyzing Google Earth. So he was implicating NASA in terms of the satellite feed that was feeding the Google company, implicating Google. I mean, this would have been the biggest conspiracy in history, all to be shared to the tune of what, $200 a head? On a $60,000 GoFundMe, it just didn't hold up under any rational scrutiny. I mean, this is just stupid shit. This is the moon hoax and elves are stealing the socks from our washing machine.
I mean,
level.
you'd probably have a better
Where they
conspiracy.
go.
Yeah, but I like to say,
Tim? Yeah,
I like to once say, I mean, like, listen, this guy claims that he's a mama's boy and he loves his mama. If my mom stole $500,000, I wouldn't be on YouTube trying to send a hate mom. I'd probably be like, listen, I'm gonna fucking cut you off for my money.
Yeah,
and we're
and call a lawyer.
And I would call a lawyer, and I would probably say,
Right.
listen,
You don't go to YouTube and spread it all over YouTube and
Yeah.
have your whole face come
And
and
they're
attack
both making videos together on it.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
it's weird. Something's wrong.
But you know what? In the end of the day, I wouldn't give a shit about the money. I mean, like if I was a multimillionaire and I saw she, I wouldn't trust her with money, but I would say, you know what, Mom, you kind of fucked me over with money.
You're cut off.
You're cut off, but
Yeah.
you're still my mother. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Right.
It is what it is.
Yes,
That's
that's
a more normal response unless there's more history behind them.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm thinking. There's something else going on because the way he talks to her and tells her, "You're dead to me. You're not a mom to me. You're no longer my mother." Just the way he's just being
I mean,
cruel.
again, if you want to be conspiratorial, you could argue they're in on it, but I doubt that because of the backlash
Yeah,
that
because
she's
money,
going to get.
I mean, you're a multimillionaire. Money will come and go. Family does not come and
Right.
go.
You
got
don't know
one
he's a
mom.
multimillionaire.
Well,
Anybody
I'm
seen
just
his
saying.
balance sheet?
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
I know,
you
but I hear you. I hear you.
Year today that my mom passed away from cancer, and he's gonna say something stupid like that.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
Yeah, you could just be like, "Listen, Mom, I trust you with my money. I can't trust you anymore. We're gonna cut you off from the business, but you're still my mom. We're gonna keep this under wraps. We're just gonna we're not gonna spread this." And that simply is that's what you're supposed to do. You don't send a hate mob of crazy fans after your mom.
Right.
Like, are you fucking crazy?
Right.
Is this the other ex-girlfriend?
He could get his mother killed.
Oh yeah,
possibly.
The Freak Squad is relentless. These people are. This is a cult. And with 3 million cult followers, all he needs is one loyal fan to go take up.
It's true. You never know.
You never know.
That's
Girlfriend
the exact concern.
that he just broke up with, Beth or something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one her and the mom conspired?
That's the rumor. It's hard to tell.
I don't know. Supposedly, him and his girlfriend broke up, and that was about the time that Tam Fam and Patty Lynn quit being friends. They started having a falling out. Tam Fam Bam deleted her profile, and what's that Dagburn Gobble whatever?
Yeah, he still got his though. Yeah,
he started talking about they were falling out, and she was
Mhm.
taking money, and she was taking Ryan's money, and blah blah blah. They were fighting, and this, that, and the other. Everybody's like, "No, it's a lie. It's bullshit. Dagburn lies. Everybody knows he lies."
A quick question: does anybody know, was his channel doing well before this new thing? Were his channel views falling
Well,
off?
Anime said in the chat that he's dropping views. She said like 15 minutes ago.
I feel like when he has a video or a song coming out, that's when he kind of starts.
And there's evidence that he was doing that to promote his music in the past. He was
Mhm.
he was trolling for views against his competitors, and so this looks like a pattern of
Marketing.
recognizing that it's marketing.
But-
And he's an independent musician, right?
So he has to do
he's-
these kind of viral.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
he's
tell you
using
why that
social
this is
media
not happening, guys.
tactics to promote himself.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's true, guys. It's true. This is a real thing. He's got some of his best friends making videos on his mom. You know what I mean? Like, they're really fighting. This isn't even a ploy.
This is a racket, I think, for him.
I don't think so.
I
do not think so, and I think that if it was, he would lose so many followers. But I'm telling you right now,
didn't he gain
All right.
50%
So I have
more followers from the Rodney case? He was like at 2 million when I first noticed him in the Rodney case, and then now he has 3 million. That paid off for
Yeah,
him.
he gained quite a
Guys.
few, yeah, for sure, because he was still at like 2.9 or something, and now he's at 3.3, 3.03 or something like that. So yeah.
Okay, what if we're all overthinking this? I'm a little bit biased when it comes to Ryan, and everybody knows that. However,
Gave you that money.
Well, right.
By the way, it doesn't prevent you from liking
Yeah,
his
but see,
music.
that's the thing is Ryan came in and flashed money at a lot of people, and they just were like, okay, and
Yep.
you know, shit went out the window. And I'm not saying that with you. I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that's what a lot of the channels did, and they didn't stick up to him. They didn't say shit to him. I didn't give two fucks about his $500.
My only issue with him is what he did in the Rodney case.
Yeah.
Everything
Well,
else is something else.
I did get to explain to him that night on that panel with Jewels of Thought that, like, Ryan, you can't say things like that. That's wrong. That's hurtful. And that leads to, I mean, I did get to have a really good discussion with him. And here's where I'm going to stick up for him for a minute, because I have been somebody who will instantly click a live button when something bad has happened in my life to reach out to my community. Given that he feels betrayed by his mother and his brothers, currently he's going to lean back on his community to vent. And that's what I saw in that was
and that's fair, except that he has 3 million loyal sycophantic fans that will be mobilized to go do things, and that's where his responsibility, his maturity needs to kick in and understand that his words have weight.
Right. And what he should have done, he's got a lot of people that follow him and that follow his lead. So, I mean, I understand wanting to talk about it and stuff. I mean, he could have called one of his best buddies. He could have called Captain Kurt Reacts. He could have called, you know, a Power Stroke. I mean, he's friends with all the young guys.
Correct. And that's exactly what I was getting ready to say was I see somebody who let his emotions and his temper get the best of him. However,
I mean, at 31 years old, he's grown. Come on.
Hey, dude, I'm damn near 50, and you've seen it happen to me. Hell, it happened the first words out of my mouth this morning.
But he's a social media influencer, and that's what makes it even worse.
Yeah, that's the
you
problem.
know what? They have bad days too.
Indeed, but the consequences are far more important. That's the problem.
I'm not saying that
presidents can have good days too. The problem is
coming on talking to 3,000 subs and 3 million subs.
And I get it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a president has a bad day and you have a nuclear war.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a responsibility.
A pizza delivery boy has a bad day and there are very few consequences. He just pisses off his neighbor.
I'm not saying that he's right. What I'm saying is I think that if he would have, you know, done the pause and think things over, I just see this being part of his irrationality and his letting his emotions get the best of him. Again, is it right? No, because his responsibility was to his mother and to keep her safe. Because in the end, if this is truly a lawsuit, embezzling, money laundering, whatever type of thing, he's got attorneys that can take over that. And by him shooting his mouth off, he might have just lost out on that. That was all.
No, but as a friend of Ryan, you are rightfully placed to care about his well-being, and somebody needs to care about his well-being.
And I do.
For those of us who aren't, yes, we could be charitable and agree on with everything you say. That's completely compassionate and normal. We can also share that compassion. But the fact that the consequences are so great, what he's doing, I think our focus needs to be on, you know, challenging this harmful behavior. I mean, I'm only talking about the Rodney case. I don't know the details of this case.
Right.
So in that sense, you know, we all need people to support us and care about us, and hopefully as close people who love him and want to protect him. But the people that do love him are the best situated to, in private, have conversations with him and make him understand that the words that he puts out in public with this massive scale of influence are very, very controversial. Ryan, your feelings are hurt, but you could get somebody killed.
I am in full agreement with that. That was the message I wanted to get out to him as somebody who
He needs people like you around. He needs more of them.
I that's my message that I want him to understand, is that this is this becomes very, very, very dangerous. I understand being somebody who clicks the live button and runs off at the mouth and wants to get their emotions out because it makes us feel better and we get all that love when we don't feel like we're loved anywhere else. But Ryan, you need to call this off and tell people to leave your mama alone. Please,
what a
baby.
ridiculous thing. I mean, like, I'm not saying you're ridiculous, but what a ridiculous thing to tell a full-grown man to say, leave your mom alone. I'm just saying, like,
Tim, he has a following.
No, I'm trying to say it's a ridiculous, ludicrous
I think so
situation
too.
he put his mother in, where he literally went on the internet and sent his fans after him. That's so fucking crazy.
Can I ask a question? I'm sorry. Who's the person I'm talking with that claims to?
I'm voice for the voiceless. My name's Angela.
Your voices again. Hi, voices. What's your impression? Does he have a bunch of sort of yes people around him who are afraid to be honest with him because he's got that tendency to try to control people, and maybe they're afraid to offend him or something like that? They'll lose his loyalty.
People around him won't stand up and I sat back and listened when he was doing his own panel lives on the true crime stuff, and one would run off down a wild and they would all run down that same crazy path. And if he just it's the reining it in. And again, I'm going to say, and this is not going to be popular, but I'm going to say he didn't do anything worse to the Kylie Rodney case than any of some of these other true crime.
No, but the reason why he's so relevant is because of the scale of his influence. That's
right,
the whole reason. Like I just said, a president has a bad day, and you have a nuclear war, and our species is in existential danger, and so it's because of that logic that he has to be held to a higher standard than somebody who has no platform.
And I agree. Yeah. Especially
that's the only argument.
Social media influencer.
Yeah.
That girl Beth, if she really didn't do this, she's tiny, and somebody attacks her out in public because his fans are so angry.
He could get her killed. There's far lower probability that she could get him killed. Not to mention, even listen to her tone. She's not even going after him, but he's being his outspoken self,
that's the other thing,
and using all this passionate language and strong tone. That's going to mobilize his loyal fans that they feel like they need to protect their beloved Ryan.
Yes, they become like an army.
Skep, what about one of the things Willow put us down for a thought process last night, threw out in a moment of wild speculation. What if this is all a setup for starting a reality show or something?
I mean, I did bring that up. I just, I try to avoid going down conspiracy theory rabbit holes without information. And it just seems to me it's a very dangerous game to put your mother's personal safety at risk for a PR stunt. I'm not saying that it's out of the question, because if she's all about the money and she's not an ethical moral agent, then you never know. So I wouldn't put it past anybody on the internet these days for making up any dramatic event, because the possible payout for that is big time.
Mm-hmm. It just seems very drastic to do this.
It does seem drastic, especially playing with something like the relationship that a child has with the parent. I mean, I certainly, there's not an amount of money that I would put my mother's risk at, my mother's life's risk at.
Yes, the dangerous part is the biggest part, and with Zanime, Iqbal, and Ronnie. I mean, that could have happened as well.
Absolutely.
Even probably more with that.
I covered I got my start by going after McDonough because of he went after 3 innocent people, and he didn't just accuse them of lying or being scumbags. He accused, an innocent, anonymous, ironically, retired ex-law enforcement officer, Nomadic Trek, of being Brian Laundrie, the most wanted man in the arguably in the world, put his life at risk. And they all argued that, well, he was anonymous anyway. They didn't know who he was. Well, I mean, welcome to the internet. Everybody can be found and doxxed. All you need is a little bit of ambition and some sleuthing skills. And ultimately, at the end of the day, that law enforcement officer, They found his address. They sent him frightening packages to his home. His family was threatened. They got his telephone number. His life was seriously, his sense of security was completely compromised, and it was not funny for him. And I did the same thing. I covered what he did to a guy named Jamie Wilson, who did nothing but try to help the Wells find Summer. And he then was doxxed with two guys showing up at his home, which resulted in him, sleeping on his deck with the AR-15, wandering down the street because they showed up at his house because McDonough insinuated that he had something to do with Summer's disappearance, and then he got accused of pedophilia and being involved in a child trafficking ring. And then ultimately they showed up at his house. They got his number. His life was completely threatened. His family was threatened, and all for the sin of stopping by the Wells house and saying, I once had a good friend of mine who disappeared and I want to help. Is there anything I can do? That's what his sin was. And then he was insinuated of being guilty of the Summer Wells case, and his 100,000 rabid fans went to his home and threatened his family to the extent that he was standing out there with an AR-15, and they were saying, we know you have Summer Wells, and we're coming in to get her. I mean, imagine what your life is like at that moment. You're living you're law-abiding citizen. You're just trying to come help out, and then you have a rabid, loyal cult of witch-burning lynch mob followers from YouTube that are a bit deranged, and they got problems in their life, and they think they're doing something righteous by finding a 5-year-old girl that's being kept in somebody's basement. And then the same thing was done to AK Rocks, and I made another expose on that, where he accused AK Rocks of having child porn on his personal computer. This is not funny.
Yes, I'm a big supporter of AK Rocks.
Yeah, AK is about the nicest guy I know. I mean, he's just a big sweetheart. Yes, he's passionate sometimes, and he's lashed out at McDonough. But I mean, who's worse in this equation? The innocent person that was falsely accused of having child porn, and then the death threats that he got, and he claims he was swatted by a guy who's a credible, alleged credible ex-cop with 100,000 rabid fans that think that he's doing God's work and saving children and working for this big, important nonprofit organization that find missing children. And he did nothing. And so what was his response was to tell McDonough to fuck off and call him a piece of shit and a slime ball. I don't think that that's disproportionate or unfair. One person accuses somebody of child porn, and another defends himself and calls the fucker a liar and a piece of shit. I mean, if you can't morally find the lack of equivalence between these two different behaviors, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, this is not funny. This is not cool. About the worst thing you can do to another human being, especially when you have a massive amount of influence in this world, is accuse somebody of being a murderer, a rapist, or doing child harm. I mean, I can't think of anything worse that you could accuse somebody of.
Absolutely.
Right.
Did anybody see where Bullhorn Betty the other day told Brian Landry's parents to go ahead and just off themselves?
No, I did not see that.
No, I didn't see that either.
Yeah,
When was that said?
about a week ago. That was like one of the last things I caught before I burnt myself. I screen recorded it because that has to be some kind of. I mean, she was like, "You guys might as well go ahead and just go back to the same spot he went to and do what he did to himself right there."
Yeah, but just we don't know if she said that, so just make sure you send the clip to Queen or something like that.
Right. And then, when we have the victim of this sort of thing in the chat room right now in the name of Xana May. Xana May did nothing but go on a panel and defend the honor of this anonymous black guy, suggesting, yes, he is an actual black guy and he does have an actual family. And for that sin, Ryan Upchurch insinuated her of being a murderer, of having murdered or being somehow complicit in Kylie Rodney's murder.
I was actually there that night. I hopped up on panel first, and then I said, I appreciate your service, anime. Probably got about 30 seconds of words in, and then I got just dropped down to the back, and Ryan got brought up.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, okay, so I'm not sure if you are familiar with Tony, but that's
and he was a sycophant, kiss ass.
Yeah, see, that's okay. So that's where we met Boston. That's
Mhm.
Boston was over there, and that's where we met him when all that happened. Boston had came over here and was kind of giving us a rundown on what happened on his channel and all the shit he did over there.
That's wrong. Just, come on, people. If you don't like someone, call them a fucking asshole. Be my guest. Make a video where you call them a fucking asshole. Don't accuse them of being a child trafficker or a murderer or having child porn.
I remember the second night I was on panel, and Ryan was on panel because he came back the next night, and he said something so ludicrous, ridiculously unreal. And I'm looking up in the air like, you know what I mean? You look up in the air like, what the fuck does motherfucker just say? And he's like, see, Boston gets it. Boston gets it.
Right.
I just look. You see my eyes just pan back into the camera.
Right. And you look in the chat room or in the comment section, everybody's like, hallelujah, amen, the voice of reason. You're like, wow.
Yeah.
That
And then Tony
many
God's like, what's
people in
your
the
guys'
world.
favorite Ryan Upchurch song? And I'm sitting there like,
Because he's a rock star. He's a celebrity, and that, it's a problem.
I think
the big
Jackbird's
problem
in the
here.
chat. In fact, I think this is Johnny Gobble, the one that Ryan went after forever. Them two, I can't say he went after, like they fought back and forth for a long time, but I'll tell you what, Ryan's fans bullied the fucking piss out of him.
By the way, Queen, what did you get in terms of backlash from allowing people with the gall to criticize the great Ryan Upchurch on your panel? Have you gotten a lot of
Well, one girl. Okay, so there was a girl that was up here, Buttercup. She had read something, or what was she talking about? An article.
I'll explain it. I'll explain it. Well, basically,
financially fucked.
Yeah, what happened was that I was
send his little fans over. Go ahead.
Yeah, what happened was Queen was away, and Buttercup and I was up there, and basically she read an article that he dated this woman who was insinuating. The article was insinuating that the girl was that she was underage and he was dating this underage girl. It turned out the articles, and there was multiple articles. It wasn't just one article. It was maybe seven.
Several. Yeah.
Seven. Actually, it was 7 articles and the woman's bio that had Ryan Upchurch dating her. It turned out all the articles got the wrong girl. And then what happened was that it wasn't Buttercup's fault, because all these articles and even the bio of this girl said she dated Ryan Upchurch. It was another lady. And it turned out that Ryan saw his opportunity to make a video, said you're financially fucked, did all this crazy stuff. And it's like, when he did that, I just downloaded all the articles. But it turned out that the articles were wrong, basically what happened. But he jumped up and threatened to sue, but he never followed through, probably.
Yeah, and Tim, you and I had talked about that too. The problem of disproportionality in terms of you and I don't like each other, and one person says you're a jerk, and the other person is willing to accuse you of being a criminal. I mean, do you not realize the distinction between just calling someone an asshole and accusing them of a heinous crime, especially in the true crime context, in public, online? I mean, everybody's in this space is already afraid that there's a murderer and a child trafficker around every corner, and they're hiding in their basement because they're so afraid, because there's a vested interest by the true crime community to make you believe that the incidence of violent crime is more prevalent than it is. I'm not saying that it's not a problem. It is a problem, but it's not as prevalent as they would have you believe. I mean, for example, I've talked about the fact that there are channels out there that will tell you that there's 600,000 missing people every year. And then when you actually do your homework, you find out that 99% of all people that are initially reported as going missing are found safe and sound. But this community doesn't have a vested interest in making you fact check that claim, because when you actually look at the legitimate, people that have been abducted, it goes down to 200, 300, 400 a year. And that's terrible. I mean, that's too many. But there's a massive chasm between 600,000 people and 200 to 500 people.
Yeah.
And so if these people then use demagoguery. They just, the oldest con artist trick in the world is just scaring people. You scare people, and then you pretend to be the white knight that's there to remedy their anxiety, to be the hero that's going to come save the day. And I mean, how many times I've seen so many of these channels, my bad actors, they say like, only Benny Keys can solve the crime, only Doug Hutton can solve the crime, only Chris McDonough can solve the odds of any freaking citizen solving an open persons crime case when you have hundreds of FBI agents and local law enforcement, and anyway,
I gotta stop you. I gotta stop you right there. Please. When you say Doug Hutton's name, you gotta say his real name. It's Dougie Fresh, his wrestling name.
Yeah, he did look sexy in that leotard, I must say.
Dougie Fresh.
And by sexy, I mean like I had to throw up my breakfast.
Okay.
Would you eat that morning? Just joking. Yeah, that was a funny sight. Him wrestling.
Anyway, yeah, no, I wanted to hear more about. Yeah, I mean, well, anyway, just all of the negative consequences you guys have had from having the courage to stand up to these big channels. They have a vested interest in shutting you the fuck up. I mean, I know it because I know what I've experienced.
That's why I personally I'm a tomato. It's to protect my identity, so I'm a tomato. I identify as a tomato. That's how I keep myself.
Worst thing happened to me. I was because I commented in Molly's comments and try to put it in her place. Worst thing that happened to me was I didn't have my name in a couple of my videos that was on my channel for like 24 hours, and I appealed it.
Okay, so no real life consequences, no doxing or.
Would you like to hear my list?
Yeah, none over here.
Oh, Voices got stories.
Yeah, I want to hear the good stories.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I was involved in the alleged the alleged card scandal. That resulted in almost 1,700 calls to the city county dispatch line that then rolled over and clogged rural 911 system.
Yeah.
So that was there. They have reached out, contacted.
But hold on, with what I said, that was a mistake that was made. Are you talking about what card? You talking about?
Right. That was all a mistake made like prior to this is all prior to me being over here.
Well, right. But I'm just saying, like, that was a mistake you already took accountability for.
Yes,
that's already taken care of and all that. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
And so we don't need to dig that one up.
Yeah, I just didn't know if that was what that was, or if it's something else.
And that was what the result of that one was. We let's see. They called the
she made
mayor.
a whole binder for you. She made a whole fucking binder for your ass.
Right. Oh, they tried to get my missing persons. I work in a very specific subset of advocacy for missing persons. They tried to get my Luminaria walk shut down. They've contacted the mayor, the town council, the Mexican restaurant where I happen to frequent, and the gas station. A couple motels. Yeah, I could go on.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten death threats, real life stuff, and a private investigator hired to look into me and threaten me from a frickin' Chris McDonough. It's a bit creepy.
Wow, the Chris did that?
Oh yeah, I have a private investigator and a guy named Billy something, I forget his last name. And then I got, I got some chat comments. First of all, they found out who I am. They doxed my real name. They got my profession wrong, but they obviously looked into me. I have a perfect record. But then I got a message saying that I was going to get they were wishing for me a blue Christmas, and that some two very tall people were going to come pay me a visit for Christmas. So I made a protection video to preempt any possible threats to me or my family. And I basically said, if anything happens to me, I want on the record, and I copied to Mike from Profiling Evil and Duty Ron and Police Off the Cuff and all the big channels, wanting them to know that if anything happened to me, if I disappeared, that the police would have a record to go after the people that were threatening to murder me and my family.
Jesus.
Wow.
Because I went after a powerful ex-cop who doesn't like being challenged and claims to have resources. This is the same guy that claims he's got, FBI insider information, and he's got top secret, private databases, and he can, he knows, in the AK Rocks case, and in the Nomadic Trek case, I know where you live, I know your shoe size, I know your previous addresses, I know your employment, I know everything about you. And 3-letter agencies are going to come knocking on your door any day. And so then you're just like, what are these people willing to do to protect their livelihood? Could McDonough have an old protege that is willing to do him a favor? Drive in front of my house and wave to me and make me feel threatened, or heaven forbid, plant something on my property and then come in with a SWAT team? I don't know what these people are capable of. I just use words. I just make public videos and I use their own shit. I would never go in real life. I think that's just despicable. So yeah, it's creepy. We're not playing around here. This isn't funny anymore. And that's why so many people, that's why someone like Crude AF says, fuck this, I'm out. And you have to respect that he did that. I don't see that as cowardice at all. I respect that he did that. That's why those people that are still willing to be courageous, and I mean, my girlfriend's safe in another country. I have no kids. I'm willing to take it on. And, to all the people out there that are willing to stand up and say something, I commend you. Thank you. We all need to. That's why in Jones's video, people are talking about, I'm sorry, who's the other guy in the panel too? Just so I know him. Nick?
Oh, me. Yeah.
Hi, Nick. How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, likewise.
Thanks 100%. For the nice words. But yeah, just the fact that we need to share the risk, people. We can't afford to have one person calling it out, because these people are willing to do rather unscrupulous things. We need to share the risk so that they can't get all of us. They can't dox all of us. They can't threaten all of us. And the more of us that speak out, the less likely that we'll be crowded out and shut up.
Don't worry, Nick. We're gonna send anyone that tries to do any violence. We're gonna send Nick. We're gonna send Nick.
Find out.
He's 6. What are you? 4?
Well, I'm 6'4", 225, but I don't have, that's not the reason. Nick. I mean, it might be a little bit of the reason, but walk around and find out. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. One last time, I just want to say thank you for imparting your knowledge and wisdom upon us tonight and having this amazing discussion, because I think that I cannot wait to share this out again after we're no longer live. I think more people need to listen to the words of what was said tonight. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, that's why I'm sort of going out of my comfort zone to come chat with you guys, because I feel a camaraderie with you guys, because we're taking on a rather thankless, again, the other thing too, people don't like negativity. I don't like to be negative. I'm a positive, civil person, but this behavior makes me feel morally obliged to say something about it. And I think that's what drives you guys, because you don't like to see people innocently victimized.
Right. And I don't like to see people hurting. And it really got to me when, that a little autistic boy that was living across the road was having issues and having to deal with the bullshit, and the lady on hospice across the road. And I mean, getting Don fired and taking it out on everybody around. It just,
What did the boy say? I remember the boy said something to Jersey Girl, he hate protesters or something.
Well, the girls, Tammy and Jersey, were standing over there, and they went walking by and told them to leave or something, and told the protesters, and she's like, "We're not here to protest and cause troubles."
Yeah, and the kid just hated protesters, that kid.
Oh, she's just looking for another 500 dono, just a YouTuber. She's mad that I got the bigger dono.
Yeah. She literally came up on live and said, "I want to see your Cash App if you got the $2,000."
And she still didn't believe it when you showed her. She still didn't believe it.
Right. Because she's like, I talked to somebody that talks to Ryan. And he didn't say that he gave anybody $2,000. You faked that receipt.
It's like, who gives a shit who you talk? I don't know why people actually care about knowing Ryan. For real, I don't care. I know
well, I mean, that's what clout chasing is. I mean, if we're going to throw around that term, it's just like being close to greatness. I mean, I was a business, a big financial consultant for Fortune 500 companies for my whole career. And it's just, if you're ambitious, people just go toward the big dog in the room. So I always used to talk about like corporate events. You have a big corporate event and you can tell the ambitious people and then the sort of more authentic people, because the ambitious people, they just walk in a room and they go, who's the most powerful person in this room? And they just gravitate to those people because it's all about clout. And I always used to make the joke that I clearly don't have a lot of ambition, because when I walk into an event, I just want to go hang out with the people that I like, that I know I'll have a laugh with. But I mean, if you're ambitious, you just go towards the people with political, economic, and social power.
Yeah.
So Ryan is seen as a rock star celebrity, a cool, young, handsome dude sort of thing. And so there's just a ton of people that will just treat him authoritatively. And what does he use to discredit his critics? He just says, I'm rich and a star and I have fancy cars and you're a nobody.
Well,
I mean, if that's your go-to line, everybody should see that as being pathetic.
And I always get like,
he didn't do that with me though.
Yeah,
he did not do that with me.
Yeah, but I want to say, like, I always get like a little put off with how it kind of acts immature. I mean, you're 30, you're in your 30s, and you're drinking Yoo-hoo, and you're talking about driving cars and all this stuff. And it's like, come on, man, grow up. You're in your 30s. You're like,
exactly. This is high school popularity contest shit.
Yeah.
The quality of your argument is based on the quality of your argument. Yeah, I'm just being nice, Dietz, because I'm sure that there are some women that find him attractive. I'm a straight.
No, I'm not going to say he's not you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going
to.
No,
I just mean that's the reputation, and people just they are attracted to people with power, and then the fact that he's going to use it, like we're voting on the high school prom here, the prom king and the prom queen. An argument, it doesn't matter if you're the richest, best looking celebrity in the world. If you claim 1 + 1 is 3, you're just wrong.
Yeah.
You're objectively wrong. And if a poor homeless person says, excuse me, but the emperor is naked, the answer to 1 + 1 for all integers is 2. And if everybody turns and laughs at them and say, you're a homeless hobo and nobody cares what you think, you're an idiot. We don't want to live in that world where we determine reality based on popularity. And that's what I worry about, social media and all the algorithms that just feed sensational content and misinformation, because, it's important for the flourishing of our society that we can at least agree on basic facts. There are plenty of good things to fight about, but there are certain things that we really shouldn't spend much time fighting about, like the shape of the earth.
I just think there's some really, not all of them, because I like a couple, like Kurt, you know what I mean? Guys, I think it's like follow the leader. Obviously, we all on that, but there's a lot of people that are just, they want to be part of something so bad that no matter what, they're not gonna stick up for the right side. When we always say right is right, wrong is wrong. No matter what, he's right. What he's saying is right, and he's not wrong.
Well, and you're absolutely right, Nick. And then the other problem, of course, is that if you are then part of that community, if part of your identity is attached to being part of that community and being accepted in that community and respected in that community, if then you have an independent voice and you stand up and you say, gosh, nobody's calling this guy out. I mean, I like him too, and I like all of you, and I'm happy that you guys, make me feel like I belong here, but somebody needs to say something. And if these people are then afraid of the backlash from the rest of the cult, then they also will remain quiet. So it's just everything colludes to having people not stand up to bullshit.
Exactly. Nobody's keeping each other accountable.
Exactly.
Is the problem.
Because it's just tribalism. We're we're tribal animals, and we protect ourselves by hanging in. I mean, we're in a little tribe right here. We're gaining some power by working together.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of a difference. Like, people here will call you out on your shit. Like, it's happened to me. I've had people say, "Hey, you're wrong here." And
that's a great thing. That's why I liked Queen Bee's forum, was because you don't just immediately gang up on anybody with a differing opinion. Unlike so many of the other channels, they'll just immediately shut down any dissent.
Yeah, that's true. What do you?
We like hearing from other people with different opinions and different thoughts and stuff. I mean, I think it opens up for good conversation as well.
Absolutely. I mean, and you can totally disagree with each other, and then give each other a hug and go out for fucking.
Yeah, and if there's something, if there's something I don't know, or if there's something I'm putting out there that's not right, I want you to come up and correct me. Give me the correct information, then and let me know. Don't get mad and cuss me out.
That's what my brain of ad is all about. Epistemic humility. It's just be careful about the things that you claim to know and the things you believe, and just when people ask you why you believe in something, just be prepared to give good reasons. And if you can't, and if somebody has better reasons, then you should thank them for, disabusing you of a bad idea. I mean, isn't that what we're trying to do here? Is figure out things that are true and figure out things that work. And
yeah, well, that's why we're here, but that's not why
some people, not everybody.
Not everybody.
Yeah, unfortunately.
They just want to be right, and they'll kill you if you suggest they might not be right.
Yeah, or they'll ostracize you or send their fans on you.
Yeah, make you pay social consequences. Yeah.
What's this video, Queen? Explains his behavior, the reason behind. Is this a Gotcha Man video, Queen?
Oh, yes, I think it is. She was about to play that earlier. And there's like-minded people hang out with like-minded people. But the thing I love over here is, like, I think Baby Timothy, you were just saying that, if someone thinks you're wrong, they're gonna tell you, you know what I mean? But they're not gonna freaking bite your head off. So, but
right, or necessarily try to shame you or something.
Yeah,
just disagree and have an adult conversation, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly. But some people just can't. They can't understand that you don't think exactly like them. God forbid, like somebody doesn't think just like me. They just can't.
And then we just immediately otherize and dehumanize each other. So then, if I disagree with you, then you're what, evil? I mean, really? You don't have to go to these extents.
It's like too extreme. It's like it's the polarity that keeps.
And that's why I said these channels, if you disagree with them, they won't just disagree back. They'll accuse you of a heinous crime.
Yeah,
and try to discredit you immediately. So as soon as somebody disagrees with you, you call them a pedo, and you've won, because other people who are not good critical thinkers are just going to go, one person has an opinion and the other person is a pedo. I mean, you're out of the game. It's just so easy to discredit your enemy by just accusing them of the worst sort of character flaws.
Yep.
Right. What's up, Casey? Oh, she just fell back off again. She fell off and then came back up, and I let her back up, and then she fell off again.
Hey.
Anyhow, this right here is the Gotcha Man, and he goes over a lot of the videos. He basically impersonates Ryan, but then he tells the truth. He puts the truth out there. I'll play a little bit of it real quick. Did you get to see the video of Ryan ranting off yesterday about his mom and his dad and all that shit? Skeptic, did you get to see that?
No, I saw a couple of titles with Ryan's name on my YouTube recommendations, suggesting that he had been wronged by his mother. And everybody's sort of, feeling sorry for him. And I don't know the detail.
Yeah, it's a doozy. Well, I think Queen just actually kicked herself off. She'll be back in a second. It's a doozy.
So yeah, is this video going to explain? Because I don't know the details really. Just that I think I saw a short little clip of Ryan saying, my mother is embezzled or something, right?
Yeah,
something to that effect.
He elaborates on it all, like about the two houses that she bought. And...
Yeah. So essentially, she's stolen money from her son.
Yeah.
That's the claim, right?
Yeah. $1 million, supposedly, 2 houses, $500,000 a piece.
And of course, we don't have any receipts. We're just taking Ryan's word, right?
Yeah. It seems like it would, you're an escrow when you buy a place. It seems like it would be something that he would figure out.
Myself. I yeeted myself trying to play the video. Okay, so hold on. This is Ryan ranting off. So I'm going to show you this little piece of this so you can kind of understand where this other guy, because the Gotcha Man is fucking funny as hell. You'll have to watch a few of his videos later on. Yeah, when you get a chance. He pretty much, just like I said, mocks Ryan and his bullshit. He used to be one of Ryan's big fans. He used to be one of his.
A lot of people are, and again, people can like him still or find him humorous or great personality or all that, but that shouldn't excuse the disgusting things he's done. Certainly in the Rodney case, that was just inexcusable.
Well, yeah, and the Gotcha Man said he's like, I'll never let him forget. I will never let him forget what he said. And he hasn't either. He has not. I'll tell you that.
Well, and it's like he couldn't apologize. No, because when I saw him come back into the space, he was like putting his tongue out at the true crime space. Because what I understood his argument to be was basically he was thought he was a genius because he noticed there's a lot of bad actors in true crime. Like, hello, you're not the only one to notice that, Mr. Ryan. And so then he thought he could do a better job. So then he comes, and his argument is, there are bad actors in true crime. I can do a better job. And then he ultimately then becomes the worst true crime bad actor.
Yep.
So, whatever, you just became one of them. And so that was his entire argument. And then when he came back, instead of apologizing after clearly just being, wrong, all he did was stick his tongue up and be this cocky, arrogant, narcissistic, personality and just make fun of the true crime world again. Like, fuck you. I don't care about you little people. I'm a big rock star, and now I'm just going back to my rock star life, and fuck all of you. I mean, he just didn't own any of it. And that's what shows that this guy has no character.
I remember him saying, like, fuck this true crime shit. Going back to my music.
Or fuck you guys, sue me. That was another one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I saw another little video afterwards. We just came back, whatever. He'd taken his 3 months hiatus, and he came back to just stick his nose up and say, fuck all you anyway. I don't give a fuck about you. Well, dude, nobody fucking asked you to pretend that you had any true crime cred, or that you were going to, you have the right to then falsely accuse people. Why? Because other people do it? I mean, is that the argument, Ryan? That, well, I'm not worse than the other true crime channels? I mean, that's the best you got? Well, other people falsely accuse people of murder every day, so I can do it too? I mean, that's not a very good argument.
She ain't real. Accuse other people of doing it. Like, which one is it, Ryan?
Yeah, he
Right?
kind of skipped the true crime part and went right to the conspiracy part.
Yeah, exactly. And just because, this is the guy that's in love with his own ideas, and of course he feels vindicated because he's a star, so then I'm the smartest guy around, and I can do better than these other hacks. And then he didn't do better than all the hacks, and because he has such a massive influence, he made everything 1,000 times worse. And like I said, he wins my award for 2022.
Yeah.
As the most consequential, worst, tragedy pimp, bad actor, whatever your term of preference is. And then I came down hard on Zav Girl because what she did, with her just both sidesism, and then basically perving, teen kids and doing background checks on everybody and insinuating that everybody and their sister was equally guilty of being the murder of Kylie Rodney, only to find out that Occam's razor applied, and the most reasonable answer without contradictory evidence was that this was a young teen that was probably under the influence, and the horrific but rather common tragedy of somebody dying in a car accident, which is essentially what the final result was. And unless you know better, unless you have very good evidence suggesting that this is a massive conspiracy, there's still channels to this day that are saying we need to go back and look at all the great evidence that Zav Girl and Ryan Upchurch had, because this just doesn't sit right with me.
They're still weird. Going for it. Yeah,
CNY Family is a channel.
And Squirrels on Fire.
I'm sure there's a ton that you guys know that I don't know, but they're still at it.
It's crazy. It's really
crazy. It really is ridiculous. I'm like, come on,
And again, are there conspiracies? Sure. I mean, I teach conspiracy theory psychology, and it's like, yes, there are conspiracies, but if you don't have good reasons to provide to me that there's a conspiracy, then I'm going to go with far more reasonable explanations, like, just a poor girl that, had an unfortunate circumstance that led to her untimely demise. And that's tragic and that sucks. But you're just going to accuse everybody and their sister of being a murderer without evidence? That's not responsible.
And then literally I had in a comment section one time, what did he do for, what they said for the car? He shed more light on the case. That
a lot of people make that case that they're just raising awareness. I disagree with that. When you're just diluting and poisoning the well and spreading misinformation, you're not raising awareness. You're just poisoning the well. You're just making a mockery out of law enforcement and people who do care, and you're victimizing everybody and a whole host of new innocent people that have absolutely nothing to do with the case. These people just, they create more victims. They create victims out of thin air. They don't solve any crimes, but they create a whole lot of victims. And they certainly re-victimize a lot of prior victims.
Yeah. You ready for this video, Skeptic?
Yeah, I'll shut up, please. Sorry about that. Just by
no,
the
no,
way,
I
just
think you're gonna want to watch
tell me to shut up when I talk too much because I
Oh,
do that.
you're
I'm
all
half
right.
Italian.
Sorry, I'm gonna play just a little bit of this so you know what the Gotcha Man, so you know, so you get his references.
Cool, thanks.
My own mom? Really? No, you're not my mom. You're nothing to me. I don't ever want to see you again. I don't ever want to talk to you. I want nothing to do with you ever again. You're Patty. And you're also a piece of shit. How you gonna sit here and watch me bust my ass for the past 7 years to provide for you and my family? Our family, my brothers. And fucking steal from me and hide it from me? What the fuck? I had to read a strand of text messages earlier, y'all. That was my mom texting somebody else. Being like, hey, can you pick me up and take me to the bank so I can hurry up and get this money out before they spend it? Before I spend my own money? What? I let my mom and my brothers live with me. I ended up buying them houses. Mom, you lived with me. I bought you a house of yours. And then what? And then I go do the show at the Municipal. One of the best nights of my life. You sang on stage with me, dude. The song is called Fallin'. And it's about picking up people in time of need, not fucking stealing from them. How you gonna sit here and tell me, oh, well, you have a spending problem? No, you do! How you gonna buy two $500,000 houses and not fucking tell me? You are so fake. You're so fake. This is why none of y'all would hang out with me lately.
So anyhow, he goes on to cuss
I was
his
just
mom
going to say his performance is, Academy Award worthy.
Oh, yeah,
This is
he
the other
even
thing I
got
noticed about
another
Ryan. Ryan is all about the acting. I saw it in the Rodney case.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So let's see here.
But
That
yeah,
was his.
I think I did see it. So there's no more detail than this, that he just refers to some texts that he.
A little
was
more. He goes
privy
into his
to.
dad and stuff like that afterwards, but I think the Gotcha. I didn't have. I'm excited for this video.
So we don't have any evidence except for him simply saying it, asserting it, and disowning his mother. And then we saw earlier that her response was what? She didn't address the allegation, right? She just says, "I love my son regardless."
Yep, I love my son. I'm sticking by my son. Pretty much, drugs are bad in the comment section. I got a clip of that, like a little.
What is she attributing his behavior to? Is she claiming that he's misled, or he's wrong, or he's high, or
I love my son. I'm not gonna bash him. I'm not gonna, and the people that are around him don't love him, and that just
so she's not addressing the allegation at all.
Absolutely not.
She's not denying it. She's not confirming it.
Not that I'm aware of, unless there's a video that she put out that I haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
And she used a phrase I didn't like either about the friends. I don't know if she even knows that's a racist term, but yeah,
it does look like acting though, and this is how exactly the same style he used in the Rodney case, and that's why people were so influenced by him, because the guy, I'm not a fan, but the guy is passionate.
Right.
He's very sure of himself.
Yeah.
You know, people are attracted to confidence, and this guy
And that's
oozes
exactly what it is. Watch this.
confidence. Doesn't mean it's justifiable confidence.
You are so fake. You're so fake. This is why none of y'all would hang out with me lately. This is why things have been the way they've been.
I mean, listen to this.
I don't
drama.
ever ask for nothing. I asked to have bonfires with people. My family. I just want to sit around a fire and talk. This is why y'all haven't talked to me in so long.
Yeah, I think his acting.
Y'all been out fake balling, fucking buying $500,000 houses with money I've busted my ass for, and then turn around and tell me that I need to slow down on spending when I'm literally buying chocolate milk and dip.
Looks more like a pity play to me, but hey.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I don't know if you've ever seen his house, but it's nice as fuck, and he's got all them brand new nice ass fucking cars. He just donated $100,000 to Jared, and then $100,000 Hellcat to Doug Bishop after their fucking stunt they pulled in the Kylie Rodney.
And then I saw that was the other thing that was glaring again as somebody that has a bit tries to be a decent critical thinker. When he was asked, why didn't you just donate the money when they didn't accept it? His mental gymnastics were so poor. His arguments that, you know, you couldn't just donate 100,000 in a Cash App. All of his arguments were just obviously fallacious. If you want to give somebody $100,000, I guarantee you that there is a method to, you know, wire $100,000 to somebody's account. So I was not at all convinced of his reasoning. It looked to me like a PR stunt. He was using his money to, you know, because the way I looked at the whole AWP thing was it was two social media influencers. I think their greatest asset is their marketing prowess, both feeding off each other, knowing that attention and working together was good for both AWP and for Ryan. They both had equally large platforms, and them mutually supporting each other was in their vested interests. So I didn't think it was for nothing that Jared wasn't willing to call out, because Ryan, in his when he shifted and went to the conspiracy theory narrative, he essentially threw AWP under the bus because they had to have been in on it. He then changes his story and he qualifies.
Well, he paid them off. He paid them off, basically.
Right, but is it? I don't think he thought through his initial allegations because he threw the mother under the bus. I don't think he thought about that. And then he threw AWP under the bus because he was essentially arguing that the car being found was also a plan because her body couldn't have been that of Kylie Rodney. You know, that the coroners would need to be in on it. AWP had to be in on it. So I noticed that Jared was rather conciliatory, and they were seemingly friendly. And then what does Ryan do immediately when they find the car? He then, you know, donates to look like Mr. Generosity because he's got a lot of money. That was, for me, a good PR stunt. If you're a big company, you know what you do to promote your brand? You donate a lot of money.
Yeah. But like, I think also another thing you have to realize about Ryan, I noticed, is that he does this whole, I'm poor, I'm a country boy, I'm poor. But meanwhile, like, what does he do? He buys cars, buys houses. It's just like, it's a fucking act.
He's just ostentatious. Yeah.
Yeah. He just.
I think it's real, but I think he's using it as a net, like what he's doing on YouTube, as a more PR, exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm like you
it's
guys.
Like Andrew Tate, since you guys were, you know, to bring up Andrew Tate. What is Andrew Tate looks like Ryan? He's just he's saying I'm hot, I'm famous, I'm rich. Every, you know, young male wants to be like me, and I have a Bugatti, and I can fuck all the hot chicks. You know, I mean that's what a 13-year, that's what an insecure 13-year-old does. As an adult, you don't flaunt your wealth. That's not what sophisticated.
I mean, I would have probably told him. I would probably have told him not to give his money and buy cars, but I would probably tell him to put it into an index fund and get 8% return every year in the stock market. But that's just me. I guess that's the
well, yeah. I just again, I think that was good publicity. If you know, if he's got these numbers in terms of his social media presence, $100,000. Is going to get a pretty good return on investment if that leads to another 500,000 subs over the next 6 months.
Yeah, well, it depends.
You'll pay off that investment pretty quickly.
Yeah, but it depends if they watch. If they're just subbing just for subbing. You know what I mean? Like sometimes you just get dead
Well,
subs.
sure. I just mean, how do you justify any marketing spend? You justify it by presuming that you're going to make more in return. Otherwise, you wouldn't invest in the first place.
Yeah, true.
So I'm pretty sure that he was doing it for himself. And this was also, the timing is right after he's just falsely accused 3 people of murder. And then he just suddenly comes out to be the hero because he's got enough money to donate to AWP.
Well, that didn't work out for him in the long run.
No, it didn't. Anyway, I question his motivations.
Oh, I think he's lying.
Oh, absolutely. I'll play
And
a
I
little
could
bit
be
more,
wrong.
and then we'll go
Yeah.
play the gotcha man. Because he carries on for a minute.
You sit there.
Oh, is this guy
And
is somebody going to make some commentary on it?
Means I have to work harder.
Oh yeah, okay, let's watch
Not only
that.
that, I started out as a country dude who raps. That's even harder. Then when you're good at it, then everybody wants to attack you for being good at it. You've seen that too. You've seen people fucking lose court cases with me and take up so much time and so much of my money, and me not never make the money back just from faulty motherfuckers trying to sue me.
But he's yelling at everybody, sue me, constantly.
Yeah. And this is a pretty consistent victim narrative too. So again, just like the Betty Bullhorns of this world too, they're victimizing everybody, and then when they get any backlash, they immediately play the victim.
Yep, and that's what Pecan Pie was saying. She's like he's a perpetual victim in everything that happens to him, and I mean everything.
It's like, yeah, it's really like childish. At a certain point, you have to take responsibilities for the mistakes you have. If you put your mother in a position where she's running your finances with no financial background and understanding how to manage, and she misappropriates your money or spends it badly, that's your fault. You, as a man, you have to say to yourself, yeah, maybe I should not have put my mother in a position where she controls my finances when I'm supposed to be this like I created my own wealth and I'm all that. You know, like you have to take accountability of your mistakes and then grow as a person. You don't go on YouTube and complain about your mommy and tell your fans to harass your mommy. Like that's a fucking child. Like let's be real.
Indeed.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Something ain't feeling wholesome here.
Yeah.
No, baby, I'm good. Yeah, I bet the fuck you was. You wanted to do a song. I said, okay. I took you to do one. You wanted to sing on the fucking stage. I brought you up there to sing on the stage. I was a mama's boy, dude. You're not my mom anymore. Don't ever talk to me again. I want nothing to do with you. And as far as my so-called dad goes, dude, there's a reason why I don't stand around that guy. You know why that is? Because no other men respect him. I demand respect and I give respect to people. Nobody in this town respects Ronnie Upchurch. They all think he's a fucking joke because he is. It don't take a genius to look around at our family and see who the level-headed fucking alpha male is. It's not you, dog. It's not. It's never been. It never will be. I mean, for fuck's sake. I mean, look what you do on the internet, you fucking fat pussy. You see the comment he left the other day? He said, I'm going to sue you and make an Instagram and talk about you because to my fans.
Like father, like son.
I was just going to say, like father, like son, like he's doing the same shit right fucking now. He's doing the same exact thing.
Yeah, and to our earlier conversation about, you know, you can have compassion for somebody and still find their behavior deplorable. So this guy could have had, you know, a bad upbringing. He could have had bad role models. He could come from, you know, poverty and lack of education and a bunch of scumbags, and he made himself. And so this is a kid that made something of his life, and good for him. And now, you know, he doesn't have the sort of developmental skills as a human being to know how to deal with his fame and his wealth and his power. And so we can absolutely have compassion for that. But the problem is that, you know, that has to take a back seat to the harm he's doing. So that's why I said, we all want people to have people in their lives that can look out for them and who care for them. He's not my friend. I don't care about his well-being. I mean, as a human being, if he's had a bad upbringing and
I can't give him the
family
pass
are fucked up, that sucks. But my primary objective is to challenge his dangerous public influence. That's my primary objective. My compassion for him as a human is secondary, right?
I can guarantee you I probably had a worse upbringing than Ryan Upchurch, and I don't.
Yeah, I didn't have any gifts given to me either. So
yeah, I can guarantee you. I could tell you my life story. You guys would probably say, "Yeah, this guy doesn't have one leg up on me." But the truth of the matter is that you're right. He needs to take accountability. He needs to make sure that he doesn't hurt other people. And also, he shouldn't, like a real man, doesn't blame his mommy for his own mistakes. I'm sorry.
Well, he's a little stunted. I feel like like you said, he acts like a kid.
Oh yeah,
yeah, he does.
He's like a big kid, which I mean, there's
he doesn't know what to do with all this power, and it's gone to his head, and he's
don't ever talk
acting
to
out
me, Mom.
like a baby.
You're done with me. I'm done with you. Don't ever speak to me again, Mom.
Yeah. You're dead to me. I don't have a mother. That's so dramatic. Come on.
Right.
I mean, do you really think this could be acting? If it's acting, it's worse than if it's real. Almost.
Right.
Yeah, it makes me sick because I know there's probably a couple of them panel don't have our mothers anymore.
As a skeptic, it feels really exaggerated. It feels
very exaggerated to me too, embellished, over the top. But that's his personality. But that's also how he's acting. You know what I mean?
It works for him too. So that
look
persona,
look what his dad
gets him the views, and so he's going to keep. So it could be both, by the way,
Yeah,
they don't need to be mutually exclusive. She could have wronged him,
yeah.
and then he also realizes he can go out to his audience. He can get love and affection, and he can also get some additional views and make himself look like a hero and a victim. And
oh, he plays victim well. Okay, so I'm going to play this part real fast, and I'll read you the part what his dad says.
You sound like a fucking idiot. Everyone who read that, you deleted it, but I still have it. Here it is right here.
All right. So it says, you are so wrong. I'm going to start an Instagram and shed some light on your poor childhood. You're 31 fucking years old. Start acting like it. The next time you say something about me that's not true, we will be in court. And I don't need your money. I'll give it to my fans. I'll go ahead and make a joke that I don't have fans. I promise you I will after the first post I make. You better remember who taught you the better part of what you know. I never dreamed I could ever listen to one of my kids be so ignorant.
Wow.
And his mom and her.
It's literate. It looks reasonable. I mean, he could be lying, but this is not, just some drunken idiot, meth head who's, who can't form a sentence and is, looks seemingly like he's just trying to ride his coattails. Now, it doesn't mean that he's not, but that looks like somebody who's, got a legitimate difference of opinion from Mr. Ryan.
Right.
I mean, you have to sort of wonder now, is this just a arrogant and spoiled brat who's just gotten a bit too big for his britches?
I think so.
And now he's a bit out of control, and he could have mental health issues too. He could have his own issues with depression, and who knows?
I thought that's what his mom was gonna say. I thought she was gonna say that in her video, which I got it pulled up on the side of here.
Queen,
I see. Check my email real quick. I'm going right now, baby.
Okay, cool.
I mean, he's always manic as fuck, overly emotional. This is not what a reasonable actor at his age looks like. It's a fanatical personality.
Yeah, he does have a bit of fanatical personality in general. Just the way that he's kind of like, used social media.
Yeah,
did it kind of a different way. I mean, I give him credit for that, but he does.
Yeah, he's a good self promoter.
Yeah,
very good self promoter. He's got I think he understands human psychology. I don't think he's intellectually understands it, but he knows what works, and he continues to repeat the model that's worked for him. Be outspoken,
very good at manipulating,
be opinionated, be arrogant, and uses power. So then he's like, again, when he says that he respects people, anybody that disagrees with him, he says, you're a nobody. I'm a fucking rock star. You're fucking nobody. You're not famous. You're not rich. You don't have fucking millions of subscribers. I mean, who talks like that?
Yeah, I mean, like that's such
celebrities, narcissism.
Narcissism.
Yeah.
Narcissism.
When he was on this panel, Tim was on. I mean, when he got proved wrong and got mad, he started calling people you fucking heifers.
Oh, he called me. How many names did he call me? I don't even know. I forgot.
It was like 6th grade shit. Like,
well, that's
you
the
know
insecurity.
And then at the end, real quick, and then at the end, because he had 2 buddies on, one girl and one guy, and he's like, guys, let's leave here and go to my channel and blah 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 blah. It was so little kiddish.
Yeah, and he tried to like intimidate me. He says, "I'm recording this." I'm like, okay.
Well,
we're
that's
on
just
live.
like such a narcissist.
Like,
You know what I mean?
I like looked at. I'm like, we're on live. Obviously, this is recorded by multiple people. So
Right, and Zanime got called herpy lip. I remember that. That's just disgusting.
It's making
Dude,
other
fucking
people
grow
feel
up.
bad, and you
Not only
can
that,
make yourself look better.
He said
Just
herpy lip.
abominable.
You look at his mom's lip. His mom's lip has a fucking huge fucking thing on it. I'm like, why would you say that when you look at your fucking mom's lip? What are you doing?
Yeah, it's so.
He was calling Zanime bump lip, and his mom. I don't know. Maybe it's like it was in his head because he said his mom. I don't know. It was weird.
And I didn't like. I mean, like Zanime is actually like a veteran. I heard like basically, and she's gone to Ukraine to rescue her relatives. It's like, what the fuck, man? You go after her like that? That's really
That was
up.
crazy. That whole thing. And is Ryan's dad's name Ronnie? Did it say?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah,
that's so crazy because remember the whole Ronnie thing. He had a Ikmel Ronnie connection.
Ronnie.
He must have. Maybe
Well,
doesn't like his
no,
dad.
but the best part, if you remember, is that Ronnie's not black.
Yeah.
And if you remember, he had the blurry picture from inside the car, and he's like, "Look at this. This is not a black man's legs." And then when Ronnie came on Ikmel's show, and he goes on camera, and he's like, "Look at me, a black man, and look, I even have black legs." I mean, that was classic trolling of Ryan. It's like you had no evidence. He accused Ronnie of not being Ronnie, of not having a family, of not being black. I mean, pathetic.
The only
he
thing
never
Ronnie
owned
did
any
wrong
of
was
that.
And you know what? Ronnie came up here and said he trolled him. He said, I trolled the fuck out of him because what else was I supposed to do? You know what I mean? He's got a platform of like 3 million people. You know what I'm saying? There was really no way I could like get him back for what he did. You know what I'm saying?
And the other disgusting thing that I couldn't stand about Ryan, talk about just being disingenuous. Then when people were saying, dude, you accused Ronnie, Ikmel, and Zanime of murder. He's like, show me the video. Show me the video. I never said that. Dude, you insinuated it, and everybody with even a quarter of a brain understood what you were saying. You were saying they were involved, but you might not have said specifically they murdered her, but it's through insinuation. Yeah, this is plausible deniability.
Don't forget don't forget he insinuated that she murdered her dog.
Yeah.
Oh,
right. Yeah, exactly. That was the
and
other
then he
one.
yelled at her that she did.
And then he said, you're lying. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. No, she was not a fucking liar. That's exactly what your audience understood. And that's exactly the message that you were transmitting to your audience. You fucking dishonest piece of shit.
Like, apologize, Xana. Just apologize. Xana, just apologize. No, fuck that.
Right. Yeah.
You know what's even more fucked up, guys? Zanime was his co-host for the 2 days prior. And then all of a sudden, Ryan Upchurch comes around, jumps on, and he's riding that Ryan Upchurch wave and just basically turned his fucking back on Zanime. I found that out later that she was, a co-host and whatnot, because some people did some videos on it.
Oh, well, the thing is that he's an American clout chaser. And
that guy was spineless.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What a mess
when he was up there with Ryan kissing, I mean, it was so obvious. Just you can't get your tongue any further up Ryan's backside. Ryan, I love you, bro. I love you, bro. Right. I totally love you, bro. I hear you. I hear you, bro. Just calm down. And then Zanime, you're wrong. Apologize. Sorry, Zanime, you're wrong. Dude, it was so obvious that your alliance was to the guy with 3 million subs against the woman who had no subs.
Yeah. And then when she left, this is the exact words Tony said. Well, guys, she left, so I guess she's guilty. I was like,
right, exactly. So after getting just lambasted by a frickin' mob, the fact that she then left was more evidence in Ryan's tiny brain that she was guilty.
I mean, the craziest thing is that they're literally like a situation where he's like, he doesn't even know how to put up the video, and he's trying to make his anime put up the video, and it's like, bro, it's your show. Why are you not putting up the video that she's
Right,
asking
put
you to
your
put
own
up?
fucking video up, dude.
Like, what the fuck? Like,
that became such a mess. That whole
It
thing
did.
with
So
the
here's his
switching the
mom.
letters and stuff. They got so crazy.
Oh, and the anagrams. I mean, I made whole
Because
videos
I
on the
can't
on the
imagine what a
anagrams.
mentally weak
Sell me
person would-
kid.
Yeah, sell me kid. Yeah,
Right.
with Mel. Yeah. Oh my god.
I made a parody video on that where I played his same game and I made an anagram of his name, and so if you guys want to watch that, that was one of my last parody videos.
I say we'll have to go find it and plug it so people
You
can watch.
you can play it. It'd be funny.
Let's put it on.
Zenime said he's a thing for blondes.
I
Yeah.
made 3 pre-made videos about him, and then I did a couple of the lives. But the pre-made videos are always easier to consume because you get to take the time to make them funny and script it, and lives are hard to, make a case.
Here's the
Right.
thing, blondes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll play the rest of this real fast, and then we'll put on the Gotcha Man because he is fucking funny.
I can't wait.
would do
if they were
attacked online at the level that I'm being attacked right now. It's a good thing I know what I've really done and who I am, because if any of the things being said about me were true, pretty sure I probably would have tried to hurt myself. But yeah, I'm good. You channels who have no, I guess, original content of your own can only react to other people because I don't know if you just don't have anything to offer or what. I don't really know. But you're actually exploiting somebody and you don't realize it yet.
You mean like you guys did in the Rodney case?
Or maybe you do. Maybe you're just that evil.
Bam.
But yeah.
The nerve.
She alludes to the fact that he's on drug. You're exploiting someone and you don't even know it. But it was okay for him to do that shit to Kylie Rodney. It was okay for him to do that to Anime. It was okay for him to do that to Ronnie Jones. These people who don't have platforms like you do, fuck that.
Yeah, and I find it very rich that this woman literally will now, to defend herself, will basically throw her son down
Yeah, it's sad. This whole thing is sad if you
What
think
the
about it, guys.
It's sad. It's tragic. There's something wrong in this family. This family is highly dysfunctional.
If it's real or fake, it's sad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And for them to bring it online, the internet's forever. This will be around forever. You know what I'm saying? His videos, I hate you, mom. I hate you. You're never in my life. You're never going to be in my life.
And we're going to find out because somebody in the comments section said, they wouldn't be surprised if they made up in a couple weeks. So let's look for that and notice that, because if they do, you might really question the legitimacy.
This whole thing. Yeah.
I just, Queen, I also sent you the parody video if you want to.
Pecan, what is that?
After.
What's that saying real quick? Even a blind squirrel can find a nut.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Molly. Go ahead.
Or
I'm sorry.
even a
His
broken
brothers
clock
still
is right
love him.
twice a day.
His dad loves him. His stepmom loves him. Everybody loves him. And we're only concerned about him. And the people around him right now that are the closest to him don't love him. And you'll all understand why. Oh, wait, one more thing. Don't forget to leave your mean comments below.
I mean, she looks like she's acting too. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, she did some terrible replies during the
The
She looked
dramatics.
guilty to me when she said that, but that's just what I think.
The dramatics. This doesn't look like how I would expect this to play out between two normal, sincere human beings in the context of a mother and son accusing each other of the worst thing. It looks staged. Now, I'm not saying it is staged, but it looks staged.
Something's off a beat about the whole thing.
Something.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I just think as subscribers and followers, they would get livid over this. I don't think we need marketing strategy on that side. But hey, if it
let's
is,
let's read some of their smart comments. As someone whose mom's pathologically lied, manipulated, and stole everything from me until she was no longer here too, the best thing you can do for Ryan is to leave him alone. You don't deserve the life he made for you. Ryan is literally proof in black and white on paper of what you did, and this is what you come back with. He even made a song for you. He loved you in that song he made is the only reason I made it through my mother's death.
It's just,
We
it's
got
just too
echo. Somebody's
painful
got
for
some
words.
echo.
Like women up, men up, or whatever you got to do, but that boy deserves better. Okay. What the
Pecan
fuck?
Pie said that Ryan
There's an
is
echo
like.
somewhere. Somebody's got an echo.
Is it me?
My mic was
I don't know who it is.
That wasn't me.
That's probably Nick.
No, don't.
Oh, is it me?
I don't hear an echo. Do you guys hear one?
No.
Oh, I hear you. I hear you. Oh, you're.
It must be yours then. If you're the one that don't hear it, I hear it.
Yeah. It's
Not
gone now.
not a critical comment on the board, huh?
We see this more.
He's the savior. He's treated like, I mean, so many of these channels that if you see the comment section, you'd think you were in a religious cult.
A cult, yeah, totally.
Yeah, it is a cult.
And there's, you know, I've covered that a lot in my lives. There is a relationship between religious cults and this behavior. There's all sorts of psychological
Cult of
commonality.
celebrity. You know,
Yeah.
I live in Los Angeles. I see it all the time. It's gross.
Yeah, I'm from LA originally, so yeah, I hear you.
But it's kind of that too, and that's like giver and receiver. So Ryan gets it from his people, you know, his people get it from him.
Reinforcing, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then it's just a cycle of.
But they have rituals that are similar to, you know, so like the emojis and the Creek Squad, all these little things are like symbolic,
Part of the club.
ritualistic. Yeah, you're in the in group, you're in the know. You're
Oh,
part
I
of the
can't.
plan.
Chronicles of the Shady said Molly's husband said calling her a Karen was racist.
What? How is that racist? If anything, it's discriminatory or stereotypical, but racist is there's no race involved in Karens.
Yeah, what the hell?
I mean, at least sexist. I suppose you could assert that, you know, because I don't like calling women Karens.
I know. I hate
this guy was smart.
It's just become a meme now to refer to a certain type of behavior.
I know. I have a good friend named Karen too, and it's
Yeah,
just
me
not
too.
cool.
No, I don't like it. But in this space now, it's just become such a ubiquitous meme. It's just the easiest way to describe a certain type of behavior.
Yeah, a bad behavior where someone just basically explodes for no reason.
And what's the male equivalent? A Chad or whatever? I call it a
No,
Chad.
a Chad would be like a good thing, I think. I don't know what they
What
call
is
it.
there a male?
I've seen people use a couple different names. I've seen Chad, and I think there's another one.
No,
I've seen Chad. I've seen Brad.
Ken, maybe like
Brad.
Barbie, you know, Ken and Barbie.
A bot. I've heard
I feel
bot.
like Ken.
I've heard a bot. You being a
A bot?
You know, like a robot.
Oh my God, look at that picture.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looks higher than Cooter Brown here.
Yeah.
But anyhow, this is the Gotcha Man.
Holy shit.
He this is the song that he made, and it's called Girls Not Real. This is a song he dedicated it to Ryan, and it says Girls Not Real. He told him he'll never let him live it down ever.
Oh, good. So the Rodney thing, good. He shouldn't be able to live it down. It's freaking horrific what he did. He accused a massive amount of people of conspiracies and of murder.
I mean, he tried to like accuse me of like say, well, how do you know? Why do you care about this case? I'm like, okay,
Right. I mean, that's how Xana May got. You're defending a guy I'm accusing of murder. Therefore, by association, you also must be a murderer.
Yeah, and then they tried to say, who am I talking to? And he's trying to dox me. I'm like, fuck.
Beat him. He's part of it.
He's part of it. I'm part of it.
And the meme, yeah, because I had Xana May. I interviewed her, you know, at some point too, and it was kind of like, I want to get on the list. I'm guilty too. We all. I mean, that's how then you can make a mockery of these things and just say we all killed Kylie Rodney, each and every one of us.
Well, that's
we are all part of a global conspiracy. All 7 billion of us, besides you, Ryan, we all colluded to kill Kylie Rodney.
You know, now you just gave him his clip. He'll probably he'll probably say something and say you're
all
part
of
it.
He's the only person that didn't kill Kylie Rodney.
Ride this train. Sorry.
All right, get ready for this song. Here it goes. Girl Not Real.
Oh Lord.
She's not real. Yeah, that girl's not. That girl wasn't everything. She said it was just a big scam. Said her friend ain't really named Sam. He said that girl was not real. Girl's not real. No, that girl's not. That's not Ellen's ex. I stay 90% fried. Blame drugs for the shit I spew. I think I'm Elvis cause I sing some tunes. Giving cars out to these pedo dudes. Write it off as an expense I use. Cheat the taxes, boy. Added up all the fees so far. Gave Jared a muscle car. Screwed up on the Adderall. I ain't give no fucks at all. All I knew is Ronnie Jones. And this guy looks the same. You made a meal with those strange bars. Clara made me do it like I do it. If you got a video of solid proof, just know I ain't finna watch it, dude. He said that girl's not real. Yeah, he said that girl was
never dead.
He said it was just a big scam. Said her friend ain't really named Sam. He said that girl was not real. Can't find links. There's not links anywhere. There's UFOs right over my house right now, and there's a helicopter following me, so I gotta go. But she's not real. This is done for entertainment purposes only. The views depicted in this shitty song are by the Gotcha Man only, and don't represent anybody else.
Yeah, I mean that's the other one too. I actually have heard that. I don't know where, but the other thing too that pissed me off about this idiot is that he also doesn't understand what burden of proof means. So he says, "You guys need to prove to me."
Yep, exactly.
What I already believe, dude. Do you know anything about burden of proof? You're the one that made the claim. You need to prove that she's not real. We don't need to prove anything to you, Ryan. You are nobody. Nobody needs to prove to you that they're real. Nobody needs to prove to you that you're innocent. There's a reason why people don't get found innocent. They get found not guilty because the burden of proof in our legal system is on the one that accuses someone of being guilty of something. They do not have to prove a negative or prove their innocence. The burden is entirely on the claimant, the accuser, not on the accused. But he doesn't understand basic logic. Burden of proof is the cornerstone of our legal system. It's the cornerstone of formal logic. It's the cornerstone of science. But he wouldn't understand a complicated term like burden of proof because he's an arrogant rock star who thinks that everybody needs to answer his questions.
He can't use Google Maps.
Yeah, to track down Ronnie, the wrong house, and then put in a conspiracy. I sell kids and these numbers and all this bullshit.
Alleged black man, you need to prove that you're black and you have legs.
Right.
Yeah, he tries to say it's a motherfucking fake police department, and he didn't realize that the Google image was updated. That was an old.
Exactly. I covered this in my videos because I made a similar video to this song. I just didn't sing it. I have sang a parody song to Chris McDonough about the Grinch, but I love more. I have a Grinch song going after Doug Hutton and Chris McDonough, and then but I made a similar video to this one where I referred to he doesn't even understand how Google Earth works. Dude, it's frickin' GPS satellite feeds.
You know, he was getting that information from his Discord guys that he thought were like geniuses. I remember him calling one of them one time and being like, "How do I do this?"
And I remember him. There was also the claiming that those security cars weren't security cars; that they were cop cars.
Yep.
And then I forget the person
like
who
the
made
chop
that.
shop, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I remember that somebody made then a great video where they just showed the frickin' website of that security company, and you could even see the logo on the side of the car and match it up with his images to show that they were indeed the security cars. They weren't cop cars.
I don't. Was it Cappy that did it? I'm trying to remember.
I forget who made that video, but somebody made a great video just completely refuting that stupid claim that the security company was a cover for frickin' law enforcement.
Yeah, a few people made videos of that.
I mean,
like
the amount of people that
deserves-
believed that shit. I mean, it was so obvious that the guy was an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't believe like all these people that claim to be critical thinkers were like, "Oh, yeah."
Oh, please!
I'm
This
like,
is the
what
stupidest
fuck?
face I've ever seen.
Yeah. It's like we need to investigate every detail of this crime, but yeah, like a guy comes up and says this fucking ridiculous story.
Right. And
Everyone's
somehow
like,
King Ryan, everybody needs to appease all of the feelings that he has in his stomach and satisfy his curiosity. You need to prove that Kylie Rodney's a person. Dude, do you know how hard it is to fake somebody's existence? And then accuse the parents? They're all lying about their grief of their lost daughter. You
Well, how
realize that
about
she's
this?
buried somewhere, right? You realize there's a
Skeptic,
body
how about
somewhere.
How about this? Not just he's convincing thousands and thousands of people that literally did not buck on it. That's the crazier part.
Well, that's what I mean. In the conspiracy, since I teach conspiracy theory psychology and the science behind it, the rule of thumb is that we know things about human behavior. We know that humans in large numbers can't keep secrets for any long period of time. That somebody comes forward, or they drop the secret when they're making love to their lover in the middle of the night in confidence, and then somebody wants their 15 minutes of fame and will come forward for some publicity, or somebody just has regret, or somebody just drops the secret accidentally and it comes out. It's very, very hard for many, many people to pull off very complex plots because we can't predict the future with any high degree of accuracy, and people can't keep secrets in large numbers over large periods of time. So the more complex the conspiracy theory, the more people involved, the longer the time, the less likely that any given conspiracy theory is likely to be true.
Mm-hmm.
And his was incredibly elaborate. I mean, it included literally NASA and
NASA,
you know, it would have included thousands of people putting their reputations on the line just to cover up DUI.
One girl's death. Yeah, I mean, not that everybody matters.
And
but it
by
was
this
just,
logic, why don't you just presume that every car accident death is a conspiracy and it's a cover up? This is the other
That's the thing.
feature of conspiracy theories, is that they are unfalsifiable. So you can't prove that there weren't 5 people meeting in a back alley or in the dark web and transferring $100,000 payments to offshore Swiss bank accounts to get people to lie, including coroners and law enforcement people. So you can always hide behind a conspiracy theory because you can't prove a negative. You can't prove that there aren't people somewhere, furiously petting their cat and rubbing their.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
I love this freaking.
Yes, that was in the back. I was waiting for that.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Oh yeah.
Have you seen the whole long
Cocaine's a hell
sketch
of a
with
drug.
Chappelle and Prince playing basketball and Rick James putting his muddy shoes on the couch? That's fucking hilarious. That whole goddamn thing is hilarious. I know, dude.
Yeah, it is. I popped that up. It's like I got yours up too, so we can pop yours up too as soon as we're done. I got them all ready, lined up and ready to roll.
My all-time favorite, real quick, was Martin Lawrence.
Martin Lawrence. Yeah, he's hilarious.
I saw it in the movies. Run till that. He had the whole leather suit on. It was awesome.
Oh, I love that. Martin Lawrence is hilarious. I just saw. Aren't they doing Will Smith and Martin Lawrence are doing a 4th episode of. Martin Lawrence was
I didn't think it
funny
was
as
going to
hell.
happen because of what happened, but
The guy's crazy, right? He had a drug problem or I don't know what, but he was funny as fuck.
It happens
Hell
to the best.
yeah, he was. All right, so this is the Gotcha Man. He is funny as hell. He's the one that put that song together, that parody or whatever. He's the one that said he wasn't gonna ever let him live it down. So he calls him out for his bullshit, and this is a video that he actually calls Ryan out for his bullshit with his mom and dad. So
I've been waiting 45 minutes for this. I'm so excited, like a kid fucking waiting on the Christmas tree.
2 houses and it's not fair.
Guys, I'm about to barrel roll a distraction right your way. Oh
Gotcha Man's gonna talk about this? I hate that Gotcha Man. I was hoping this would just go right over his head. That's not what's gonna happen there, Mr. Upchurch. I ain't talking about Ronnie. The fucking one that's not a level-headed alpha.
Who the level-headed and alpha male is.
Of course I'm gonna talk about it. What? Haven't you guys realized by now? The Gotcha Man is the guy that gets to the bottom of all the world's biggest questions. You know, here's a good one that comes to mind. Is the Verve really just the band The Verve Pipe without the pipe? Is it really worth buying cage-free eggs? Like, I mean, can you really tell the difference? Well, I'm going to tell you something. I've been to prison. And I know exactly what containment feels like. I could tell you right now if this fucking egg's been contained or not. That was a free motherfucker right there, man. That motherfucker roamed and roamed and roamed, man. Ain't nobody stopped him from roaming. Let's get on with it, man. As you can tell by the title of the video, should be right along here somewhere. Upchurch finally comes clean about his drug use. Upchurch, you whiny little bitch. I don't care one bit how this makes you feel, because the real people are going to tell you what's real. I'm not going to be a yes man. Shit, man. The yes men in your life say it a little different nowadays, don't they?
Yeah, damn right. You're damn right.
That's Kansas River Man.
right. Give me a truck. Right. I want that truck right there. Yeah, damn right. That's right. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, title. You pay the taxes. Right. Yeah, damn right.
Yeah, not who I am, buddy. Call it like I said. I've been calling you out for, I don't know, what, a year now in February or March. Listen, dude, dopehead. It's cool, man. You know what I mean? We've all had some issues. You're a fucking dopehead. Is what it is, man. No fucking, you know what I mean? No judgment, but quit denying it. The first step to it is admitting it and owning it. Hey, your version today of, hey, man, y'all want to know why I've been acting so strange lately?
Be like, oh, man, what's wrong with you, bro? Well, you acting all weird.
Well, here's why. Oh, you guys wondering, oh, why am I acting so weird? Why does it look like I'm high? And to all you guys out there that been there, done that, know for sure that I'm high from experience. You guys are all asking why. Well, see his house right there? According to this paper, my mom, who has authority over the account to do whatever she wishes, decided to go ahead and buy his house. I mean, she, you know, because she's on the account and can do stuff like that. But yeah, right there, according to this paper, my mom bought this house. So, case closed, right? And you know what, man? I gotta say, God, as much as I am not a fan of your mom, for a couple reasons. One reason is my mom is named Patty, and I can't stand that bitch. You want to whine on?
He fucking calls Ryan out about all of his shit, and Ryan fucking hates it.
Oh my god, because my mom's name's Patty.
Oh, my mom just fucking bought a house. Boo. You have no idea what it's like to have a real fucking Patty in your life, man. But this ain't about me. It's about you. Number two, the reason I don't like her is that fucking whiny ass little fake ass voice. That fucking,
hey, my baby says, I was perfect. My son's perfect. I'm perfect. My tarot cards say that you guys are wrong.
I fucking hate that fake shit. Can't stand it. It runs right through me. Having said all that, it does pain me to say I think your mom's right, man. And I think the bigger picture of this is just my speculation, my opinion, my outside looking in. I think that she's got a son that's spiraling out of control. Okay. You're doing whatever the fuck it is you're doing. You know, is she a good manager? Probably not. But she was the manager nonetheless. And she was on your bank account. She had the authority to make purchases, do whatever she wanted, because that's what you give her that power to do. And meanwhile, you're out obviously getting high, saying that girls that died aren't real, saying that YouTubers are the ones that kill her, saying that her family's doing it for GoFundMe money, saying all this crazy shit, and Hesh didn't crash her car and die. And also, while you're saying that and fucking destroying your career, you're also getting high as fuck and giving vehicles out to yes men. You agree with me? Here's you a truck. You agree with me? Here's you a truck. Anyway, my point is you're just getting high and giving shit away. What's she doing? I don't know, investing in real estate. So from the outside looking in, it looks like she's trying to, you know, hey, let's set up a fucking backup plan for when he hits rock bottom and says, man, I spun all the way out, Mom. I don't know what happened. I was falling. Then she could say, well, son, you might not have anything, or you might not think you have anything, but here's a couple houses that I bought. And, I done that to try to save you, to try to salvage something. That way, when you hit rock bottom, you at least had some form of income or
very plausible.
Maybe
to build yourself back up. That's from an outside looking in. That's what I think. Hey, man, correct me if I'm wrong. Quit being a little bitch and fucking speak up, bro. You know what I mean? But anyway, it's been real, man. And God, as much as people hate to, that told you so moment, I've been saying this for a fucking year. And then finally, slowly, people like Psychobabble have come around and finally realized where I'm at with it. Flip Flopper Johnny goes back and forth, but I don't think he means to. I just don't think he's all the way there. But this is what I've been saying for a long time.
He be setting these motherfuckers straight. I can't believe he can't read them their rights. I didn't watch all this yet.
Yeah, no, I mean, I made all of these same arguments right at the beginning, but I have a tiny insignificant channel, so he needed someone in his community like Psychobabble, somebody who used to be a fan to stand up because that resonated with his people.
Yep, he used to be a fan of his too. And that's the thing; these guys used to be close friends and fans of his.
Wow, yeah. No, that's right. That's where it needs to come from.
Right.
Outsiders aren't going to have nearly as much effect. These are, no offense, but they're country boys, and they share some common, cultural heritage. So it's going to most likely be somebody from his inner sanctum that speaks up and steps out and is willing to challenge him, because otherwise his yes people and his sycophantic fans aren't going to say anything.
Well, real quick, do you guys know that Babel calls Enemy a bitch also?
No, I mean, I just saw him making some decent arguments, but I don't know if this guy's.
Oh yeah, he called her, and then he jumped on the other side. He flip flopped.
Yeah.
Well, when he took a shit in the toilet and posted it on pictures all over YouTube, I was done. I can't. I know.
Yeah, I'm with you, Queen. I hate that stuff. Mm-hmm.
And he might have been opportunistic too, finding again a little niche. That's why you always have to be. I'm critical of anybody that's growing a channel and monetized, and you should be.
Yeah, really.
Because they might have a vested interest that's not being a truth teller.
Yeah.
I went on that panel once or twice, but I was on there for like a couple of minutes one time. And the time I came up on the second time, he was talking about Tony Dodge and how, he's not a bad guy and blah, blah, blah. And I went up there. I'm like, do you know he's on this, this, and this? No, I'm even talking about, because remember the gangbang thing that was in his messages?
Yeah.
Didn't ever even bring that up. And he goes, you're just mad about the gangbang. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm talking about this, 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 and this. Oh, stop it. You just can't get over the GB thing, blah, 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 blah. And he just would not want to hear it. And
yeah, I just judged him by his behavior on that panel with Zanime and Ryan. You just frickin' doing mental gymnastics, and I got kiss ass. I mean, he was so obsequious. It was so obvious that he was just, oh my God, this is the highlight of my YouTube career, is to have Ryan Upchurch on my panel.
Right, like come on, man.
That's why I respected you, Queen, because when I saw the behavior, the way everybody was treating him, just bending over backwards, and when Perplex was up there, I get your point, Ryan. I'm totally seeing where you're coming from. Why was anybody not just pointing and laughing? I mean, everybody should have been pointing and laughing.
We knew what she was doing. She wanted that $500 super
yeah.
chat. You know what I
Oh,
mean?
yeah.
And then
Oh, yeah.
look, she would get down off my fucking panel and go right over there. Me and Ryan figured out, no, you didn't. You fucking, simped for him on the panel, and that was that.
You saw how much shit I was getting when I was jumping up and down from there. Oh my god, I was getting so much shit.
It was just hallucinatory for me to watch how many people were afraid to challenge him. They were all just but let's just try and all really be charitable and see if anything Ryan is saying makes any sense. I mean, it's like, no, nothing, being from the outside and not caring about his clout. I'm just going, this is an idiot who doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, I'm not saying he's an idiot in every aspect of his life. I'm not saying he's a necessarily bad guy. I don't know enough about him, but I know that his claims in the Rodney case were absurd. They were farcical.
It was almost like he was trolling.
He was trolling.
Trolling comments, but he actually really believed him.
Whether he believed it or not, I mean, because as a skeptic, people always ask the $1 million question. It's the most common question we get. Do the con artists, the snake oil salesmen, the pseudoscience peddlers, and all these people, do they believe their own nonsense? And I just always argue that we don't, unless you're lucky enough to catch somebody on a hot mic, or you have some technology where you can be a fly on the inside of their skull, and you're hooked up to their sincere module, and you can know whether or not they know they're lying. You can't know. So all you can do is judge the behavior.
I just think,
I think it's interesting that Patty says patterns, follow the patterns, and blah, 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 patterns. Well, she's talking about these patterns. Well, if that's the case, then these patterns are, you know what I mean, what Ryan's been doing, and you've supported it up until now.
Yeah.
Yep. And she said
now
that
you're thrown into
I'm
the
not going to talk bad about my son, but da 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 da. You know what I mean? Another thing that Ryan always does is he doesn't say it indirectly, but he with Zenime, with the dog, he didn't say that she killed it, but he insinuated, right?
He insinuated,
So she basically was insinuating that he's doing
everybody, all of his followers got the message he was transmitting, because it was basically, if she's a dog murderer, then you're clearly going to accept my next insinuation, which is she's a human murderer. I mean, that's why he did it.
Yeah, he basically said, well, she had a dog coming up there, and authorities found the skeleton remains of the dog.
Right.
And it's like, okay, you just insinuated that she murdered her dog. Everyone knew that.
Then you were open to the next suggestion that she was the murderer of Kylie Rodney.
Yeah, it's like,
well, she's if you accept my premise that she's a dog murderer, it's not a big stretch.
Yeah.
It was so transparent, and of course anybody could have discredited that claim by just like, what are the odds that the skeleton that the police are referring to is a freshly buried Zanime pet? Could have easily been corroborated. It would have been probably highly suspect, and the cops would have mentioned it as being somehow in relation, and none of that was true. It was just complete speculation.
Triple T went on Babble's live and read off all of her, you know what I mean? Vetted her and said, "Yep, this woman has done this, and this."
Yeah.
We met Jonesin. Matter of fact, that's when I met Jonesin. I met her when Ryan sent his little posse over here, and they were all telling me I was going to get sued by Ryan and I was going to be financially fucked, and all their bullshit comments. And that's when Jonesin made a video and said he was actually talking to the person on her panel. He wasn't speaking to her, and blah, blah, blah. She made a video about it. And I'm like, what you know what I'm saying? I was like, well, thanks, man. I appreciate you making that. And then we became friends from that point on.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay.
I took her under my wing. I helped her build her channel.
Jonesin told me it's on a live, so it's not. She says, originally I did not like you, B-Tim.
Yeah.
It was my first interview. Zanime came into my room, and I gave her a platform, and apparently it was the first interview after the whole Dodge debacle, and it was so obvious that Zanime was intelligent and educated and kind-hearted, and there was just nothing red dog murder or serial murder about her. There's just no reason to believe that Ikmel and Ronnie and Zanime were in any way in cahoots and part of this massive conspiracy to kill this
I thought he was shrooming. I couldn't
'Cause
believe
she was
like,
out there canoeing, remember? And there was an
Yeah,
arrow
and
that they
somebody
found.
made it. Somebody made a video saying that they caught her on a hot mic saying she's over there.
Yeah, like pointing in the direction. And then
And
they
she
were
used
showing an
under-
arrow in the sand. They kept
Yeah.
circling it, like you
Right.
said, like with the arrow, like look at this
Right.
arrow. And it was
And
an
she
arrow
showed
to
up
an
just
arrow.
to see if there was any, she had to cover up her tracks.
Yeah.
What
I mean,
about the
was-
underwater scuba device that
Yeah,
they
the-
said that she used?
Yeah.
God, I
Because
don't remember
because
that
if
part.
Zanime would come up, she's talked about she had like magical powers and she had like motorized legs. What wheels is legs or what was that? Something about that?
Yeah.
She had wheels for legs.
No, they literally said that she used one of those underwater things that like guide you
Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
to the frigging site.
That's
It was,
crazy.
I
Like
know,
a
it was
drone.
all crazier and crazier and crazier.
Yeah. Things got really crazy with the Ryan interjecting himself into the Kylie Rodney
And
case.
then
That's
just
when everything
dozens
went.
and dozens and dozens of channels copying Ryan's conspiracy theories and spreading it that much
Yeah.
further.
Mm-hmm.
And Zav Girl got what 20,000 subs or whatever.
From Kylie. She
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say Zav Girl. I mean, she believed
Oh.
in that bullshit and she fed into that shit and she
Yeah.
got quite a few subs. And I mean, what she ended up making, like it was like $30,000 or $40,000 or something like that, or
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that.
And she made it worse then because she took it on herself to then every night she was perving all these teenage kids' social media accounts.
Yep.
Finding videos on them, running background checks, claiming that that somebody was related to a law enforcement officer. So if you wanted to believe, if you want to
Sammy.
believe in the conspiracy theory that the cops are in on it, here's somebody that's a cop. I mean, everybody in a community, somebody's going to know a cop, somebody's going to
Yeah.
know a lawyer, somebody's going to know a judge. And so she was just making these spurious links with everybody in the community. So basically, let's have a poll. Who do you think's the murder of Kylie Rodney? Do you think it's the ex-boyfriend? Do you think it's the ex-girlfriend? Is it jealousy? Is it this? Is it that? And she basically insinuated that everybody in the community
Oh, yeah.
could be the murder of Kylie Rodney without any evidence.
Yeah.
What she was
They
doing
went through
also
everybody.
with people, she'd have
Yeah.
people go on her panel, and literally what she would do is they would come up with the outlandish statements, and she'd like cock her head to the side and look
Yeah.
out and be like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think, everyone?
Yeah, what do you
Is
think,
she guilty? Is she a
guys?
murderer? I don't know. Let's take a Zav Girl poll. Am I
Yeah.
bad? I don't think I'm bad. Some people have said
We
I'm
called
bad
her
because I'm
out
making
and
fun
we
of the
called Tyler
mother. And oh my
out.
God.
Oh, Tyler fella, that you have to watch the
gosh.
live when we confronted fucking Tyler fella.
Oh, that was really good.
Oh, you had a go at him?
Yes, we
Oh,
had
I
the
gotta
live.
watch
We
Yeah,
that.
he
I need
came
to
on
see that.
panel. Yeah,
We
pull it up.
confronted
Guy's
him
an
about-
obvious con
it was
artist.
B Tim got jumped in the hive that night. That was his first
His
Nice.
origin
bug.
story, right?
Yes,
I just recently finally got to see the one with Ryan and the Glare and B Tim, and so I was so happy to see it
Shit,
because
that
you guys
was like
pulled him back to
5
the
hours
Stone
long.
Age. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was longer because he came on towards. Because what happened was I jumped on a live and said like he about the fact that his YouTube channel, all his merchandise, everything was part of his 501c3, and he wasn't being upfront with it at all. And I had questions, and then eventually he drops off on his live and jumps on. And the funny thing is I think Perplex called him up, and I think Perplex thought I was a woman. I think she thought I was a woman for 2 months.
She did.
She thought I was a woman for 2 months, and I was
Oh my
laughing.
gosh, she's
Tima.
crazy.
So she
Tima.
like, so yeah, he came
Did she
on.
really?
Yes,
Hold
she
Yeah,
referred to
Queen.
me as a
Yes.
woman on that live. This lady
Oh my
started bringing
God.
this up, and she said in the chat she thought I was a woman for 2 months.
Yep.
I'm not joking.
That's crazy. It's
I
so
mean, we
I don't
haven't
see
seen
it.
we haven't
No.
seen you, Tim. You might just have a
I
low
might
voice.
be. Who knows?
Hits her
You never
perfectly
know.
though. She don't know shit about shit. So you know what I mean? It's just like,
Prove,
all right.
prove to us, Tim. I'm Ryan Upchurch. Prove it, motherfucker. Prove that
guess
you're
what-
not
I
a
guess- I
you're
guess
not
I'm
you
a
didn't
woman.
murder Kylie Rodney and you're not a woman.
Well, maybe. Well, I guess I can't disprove it. So that must be true.
That must be true.
It must be true. Absolutely.
Checkmate, motherfucker.
Yeah, it's done. I'm over. It's done. But yeah, that guy was just like crazy, like absolutely fucking.
Well, you guys were fucking, metaphorically whooping his ass on the panel, and he,
Yeah, Salty
didn't know what to do.
was doing his part. Good Egg was doing her part. Queen was doing. Everyone was jumping on this guy. The only person defending his bad actions were Perplex, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Perplex. She was defending.
Oh, I thought
Yeah.
you said a different name. Yeah, well, she was like
Yeah,
you guys said, she was looking for another super chat. You know what I mean? Or,
here's the live.
I'll take a look.
Yeah, and just
I want you guys to see if you enjoy my roasting of Ryan too.
And just go.
Yeah, here we'll pop that one on now. Is that one up in the here? Let me see. I got it pulled up already. Matter of fact.
Yeah, make sure you watch that one. Skeptic when B Tim goes at.
Yeah, I definitely want to check it out.
Oh yeah, you'll find out.
I wanted to watch the Ryan one, but it was like it wasn't that like your marathon? Wasn't that like a really long one?
Fuck yeah, that was long.
It's like a
it was like 11 hours fucking long. It was long as hell.
Whoa.
Shit. Anyhow, though, go back and watch Gotcha Man when you guys get a chance. Go finish watching his video and stuff. Give him a like, share his videos out. You know what I mean? Go sub up to him. He's a good creator. Okay, this is sick, and this is the one he made a parody of Ryan, right? Is this the one?
Yeah. I made a couple other pre-made ones where I used the same arguments that the other guy used, but this was my parody one.
Okay. All right, here goes.
Hey everyone, it's the brain in a vat again. Sigh. This is going to be really hard. I have a big confession to make to all of you today. You know all that upchurch stuff I've been saying lately? Well, I've been lying on you. I'm in on it. I've been one of Upchurch's biggest fans since he was a youngin', spitting sunflower seeds and hillbilly beats and melodies. I remember how adorable he was when he put a pinch between his teeth and gum.
The hillbilly beats.
That full tobacco flavor. I wanted to pinch those cute little squirrel cheeks until they popped.
How do you use it? Well, it just sort of sits in your mouth.
This you put in between your cheek and gum, and the slava in your mouth dissolves the taste of it. You don't have to chew it. You can relax and you can enjoy it. Get him a small pinch between his forefinger and his thumb here, and just take it and lay it right down in there between his cheek and gum. To begin with, you might have to spit some, but some people says is it's dirty. But as time goes on, you learn how to use it. You get so you don't have to. I'm standing here with chewing my mouth, and you wouldn't even know it if I didn't tell you.
Walt Garrison? Hey! Since I started going smokeless, I wouldn't be without my happy days. Just a pinch between my cheek and gum gives me real tobacco pleasure.
Well, anyway, because of my years of loyalty and dedication, he has put me in charge of the global subterfuge campaign. The elite insiders in our group, well, we all have walking orders, and we've begun our pathway toward the Great Awakening, something we've been waiting for all of our lives. In fact, most of us are Ryanites now. We're everywhere. You just can't spot us easily without the glasses. All those panels you've seen him go on, well, I scheduled and set those all up. And those channels, they're all paid off directly by me. You thought they were simply obsequious bootlickers, didn't you? Well, you're wrong. They get paid a pretty penny to kiss up to the boss man. So why do I do it, you might ask? What prompted me to sell my soul and prostitute myself like this? To give up my principles and abandon my integrity? I do it for the perquisite. It's the perks, bruh. You see, Ryan is a membership system, and the more you do for him, the higher up you move in the organization, and the closer you can get to the man. And as you move higher, you get access to top secret information. Think of it like Scientology. And if you know anything about Scientology, you know that eventually you get to learn the real truth, the truth about Xenu. And, well, I sort of slipped up the other day, and I shouldn't have told you, but I messed up, and I exposed the real truth when I informed you that Ryan is actually a 3 billion-year-old reptiloid named Thork, who has a tremendous dork. And I wasn't lying, people. And boy, did Ryan reprimand me for that once he learned about it.
Are you fucking brain dead? Your IQ is too low to, I guess just regular think. I was going to say critical think, but regular think.
Okay,
hey,
you're wrong.
bitch.
You're right, boss. I I am a lying bitch. I'm sorry. I'll try to critical think more in the future. And Tony, you stay out of it, you spineless slug. You got nothing to do with this. This is between me and Ryan. And don't ever call me Xana May again. I mean, I almost lost all my privileges. Luckily, he only locked me in the outhouse on the back 40 for a few days. And here's a picture of Ryan gloating and sitting on me and lecturing me to never do it again. Yeah, I was a very bad boy, and I should feel bad, and I do. Bad brain of that. Bad boy. So yeah, there's not only premium members in his organization, there's premium members. I'm far more VIP-ier than the other VIPs. I'm an important person. And you see, we meet on the dark web for private strategy meetings every single day. And we get pre-release access to his new hit songs. We even get to watch him during the creative process, to watch him write on the commode as he is humming new tunes and sculpting his mad beats while microwaving Hungry Man fried chicken dinners. He lets us into his life, man. He treats us like his own children. We get to know the real man, the man behind the legend. It's a privilege that few humans will ever get to experience. And, well, it has really changed me as a human being. It has made me more selfless. I live for Ryan now. He even calls me son. And in private, he tells me I'm his favorite. So I know I shouldn't do this, and I know he's going to throw me back in the commode and defecate all over me again, but I can't resist sharing his new brilliant video. So please don't tell him. The outhouse is so cold and scary, and it reeks to high heaven. Hey, Skins, I got some more amazing news for you today. I found an awesome computer thing called Google Earth. Got no idea how it works or nothing, but it's a magic little box thing where you type words and stuff, and it shows you pretty pictures of trees and places and cars and stuff. Today, I found out where the police, Kylie Rodney's family, Ronnie, and Ann Hesh has been making all them Kylie Rodney cars. It's a company called Honda. I looked it up, though, and guess what? It doesn't even exist. It's just some weird chop shop with cars and people doing shady, sketchy stuff. Well, anyway, they got all the Kylie Rodney cars. This is where they make them. And then they try to confuse us by planting them all over the place. And they plant them in Google Earth, too. But I found them all with my superior antelope. Intellect? Antelope. Sorry, boss.
Are you fucking brain dead? Your IQ is too low to, I guess just regular think. I was going to say critical think, but regular think.
Yes, boss. I use my raisins. Reason? No, raisins. Yes, boss.
Are you fucking brain dead? Your IQ is too low to, I guess just regular think. I was going to say critical think, but regular think.
Sorry, boss. I did a bunch of critical think. Not normal think like all you idiots use. I use my antelope in my head and my superior raisins. I raisined this all out myself with nothing but my antelope. And I figured something else out. Have you ever seen that movie, A Hitchhiker Guide to the Galaxy? In that movie, they explain that the answer to everything in the universe is 42. And guess what? I put on my buckskin Sherlock Holmes critical think hat, and I put myself to some crawdad sleuthing again with a pencil and a paper plate. And I wrote down the numbers 4 and 2. And after doing some fancy schmancy astrology, some tarot reading, some numerology, and some anagrams, I figured it all out. I also used some good old dowsing rods that my grandpappy gave me. And guess what I got, ladies and gentlemen? Here is the absolute truth and the answer to this whole ridiculous nonsense, because none of it's true. I told you, none of it's real. So I figured it out. And guess what I got? Yep, I got the letters J, U, N, T, and A. Honda. Bam, people. Honda did it.
Oh shit, that was funny, dude. That was good. You just totally. I was like, first I didn't get in there.
Great one, great video.
Oh, it was awesome.
Well, and then afterwards I was like, please don't anybody think I'm just making fun of Southern accents. It's
No
just
Jumper, coolest podcast
because
on the world.
there's
Today we're
frickin'
in here
very
with
smart
one and only
people
Ryan
with
Church. How you doing,
Southern
man? Good, man.
accents,
How you
and
doing?
there's
Excellent. Okay, so I was saying earlier, I'm like, this guy
mass,
reminds me of
city
like one of the
dwellers
rappers that I cover who's like really
don't
from the
have Southern
streets and
accents.
stuff. But
So
like
he's
the
just
sort
a
of
bad
other side of that, like the
stereotype
white
for
boy
me
version of
of
that. And then when you
thinking
came
that
in
he's
here with
smart, and he's
what is a
not.
clearly
Yeah.
armed security guard, that
I
just
think
kind of
Queen,
further cemented
let it
that. 'Cause,
play.
like, that's how it is a lot of times when you interview like these young dudes.
I'm
from the
not
streets,
sure
like,
what's going on.
Oh, it's like an interview.
Yeah,
with-
you can
There's
stop.
that's no Jumper.
Let's no Jumper do an interview with him while he was still sane.
Yeah, I was say sorry. I was in the other room real quick. I had to go in and get a little put to sleep. I come back in. I was like, no Jumper's on. What the hell?
I can't believe he made it on No Jumper.
Yeah, he did. He went on No Jumper. I watched
I
it.
can't believe he made it there.
But anyway, guys, I'm going to skedaddle. Good talking to you, Skeptic, Nick, Ellie, Queen. Good talking to you guys. Good talking to your voices.
Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you.
I appreciate
Thanks,
I
Tim. Always
gotta
like hanging with you.
I'm not good hanging with you. I gotta wake up to go to work. Can't be like
You inspired me to come out of my comfort zone. Come say hi here.
Aw.
good. Well, you guys have a good one. Bye,
You
guys.
too. Bye.
Little Timbo.
Hey, Tim.
That was the new one, right? Yeah, I played that one. I'm stoned. The Delta 8 bad. Remember in the chest laughing.
Yeah, it's. I wonder if it's
Oh,
a
hey.
real or what.
I wanted to ask you guys. Did you guys know that? Hold on one second. What?
I have more Moonlight if you want, but
What's Moonlight mean?
more satire.
Oh.
Oh no. So earlier, Molly, I forgot. I wanted to tell you there was somebody that emailed me. Actually, a couple people. I got in there to look at one and found a couple others, but she got pulled over earlier and got 2 fucking tickets. Yeah. So she left her house. She got so they called the furniture company, and then she said that her vehicle, I guess, was parked behind or in front of their truck. So she had them move the moving truck. So when they had to pack up and move the moving truck, they just left. She left because she was in a hurry to get to her doctor's appointment. I guess she got pulled over and got 2 tickets, not just 1, 2.
What?
2 tickets, yes. I forgot to tell Tim when he was up here. I'll have to message him. She got 2 tickets, which I got the screenshots of them, but I'm not going to post. It's got all of her personal information on there. I'm not going to do that. You know.
Were they speeding tickets?
You know what? Let me go look. Actually,
Imagine getting 2 speeding tickets in an hour period or something like that.
No, they gave her both tickets at the same time. She got.
Oh, gotcha.
There's 2 different things.
I'm guessing so. This one says, let's see here. Here, let me pause it. Oh, it went too fast. Hold on. Okay. Let's see.
Being a troublemaker and speeding.
Just says complaint traffic. Hold on. Unknown. Let's see here. Failed to comply. License restricted. Says failed to comply. License restrict.
Excessive jaw jacking is the second one.
Let's see. The second one is. It comes up on a. Shit, this one says case status is active, processing status, awaiting plea, next event, no scheduled, next event. Then it says filing information, complaint data, case information, defendant information, charges, then, case, bail, confinement. So you got to push on all those. And then it pops up with, let's see here. Her next one says,
I can't wait.
duties at a stop sign.
Duties at a stop sign?
Yep, duties at stop sign.
Did she run a stop sign or something?
Who shits at a stop sign?
Did you step on a duty?
Like a duty. She made a duty at the stop sign.
It says duties at stop sign. So I'm guessing she probably failed to stop or something.
Yeah. something
should
like that.
roll through.
Or roll throughs, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the first one? It was not having a license or
Some kind of restriction.
yeah.
Fail to comply, license restrict. Here, like I'll take a screenshot of it.
Failed to comply. Maybe she didn't want to give her license when she got pulled over. Failed to comply.
Here, Ellie, check your Discord. I just sent you a screenshot of it.
Okay.
So you can see what it is, what I'm looking at. I don't know how to send it to you, Skeptic, or I would send you a, like, you know what I mean? So I'm not going to put up personal information on the screen. I don't want to do that, but I don't, like I would.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me drop you my email behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Very kind of you. Hold on.
You see how it's like written all weird, Ellie? You see what I mean?
Yeah. It's like giving like choices or something.
Yeah, it's like
for right. Okay, gotcha. Fingerprint. Failed to comply, license restrict. Property. Grade S. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, like I don't know what the hell. Like I don't know. So I'm guessing it's just.
Comply.
Oh wait, CM says didn't come to a complete stop at a stop sign, and she's driving without a valid license.
Oh,
okay. So that must have been
that's
comply,
failed to
license
comply.
restricted.
It might have been like expired or something. Like she needed to renew it.
Yes. That or she doesn't have a license, so it's one of the two. It's either the license expired or she doesn't have a license, and that would explain why she does like people to drive her around.
Oh, I heard that Xana's mom got arrested.
Again, I just seen that. Yep.
No.
And why? Well, there's a warrant out. Remember when she did that interview? There was a warrant out for her arrest.
I'm wondering if that's not what she was arrested for. Was that
Because
warrant?
this is
Her bond was
trespassing.
250, wasn't it? Oh, it was a new charge. Then yeah, here's the screenshot. I sent it to you too. You should be in your inbox of that.
Yeah, but if there was a warrant out for her when they picked her up for this trespassing,
Yeah, because it says criminal trespass. So I'm wondering if she wasn't because it says criminal trespass in the first degree, and then her bond was 250.
Oh yeah. I have this. I just found it. Yep, 250. Yep, I saw the same thing. Huh.
Poor lady's going through so much.
Yeah.
And then you got douchebags like Betty and Molly harassing freaking people around the goddamn United States of America.
It makes me kind of wonder if where they said she had wait a minute, they said she had a wow. Yeah, she would only do it to her chat on members only. She knew there's people up in arms about this. Yeah, she knew we were pissed. She knew we were mad.
Who, Molly?
Yeah.
But she put it on members only?
We were pissed the way she treated that lady. Hell yeah, she did. She knew.
Well, I'm not a member, guys, so you should have put 2 in the chat. I saw you put 1, Queen.
Yeah, I put a 1.
Oh, no. I was like, I couldn't say it, but I was typing.
God damn it. We were bad, man.
You kind of like her a little. Come on.
Not even a quarter percentage.
Like maybe half.
And I have inside info. I can't say who it is because it would probably get right back to her. But I have inside information on her and stuff she's done for 10 years, not 5. I can't give the source out. And it's only because I'd be disrespecting. I was almost said the gender. I'd be disrespecting that person.
I wonder if that was some kind of like elaborate scheme today to get like free furniture, or maybe like they halfway through they're like, let's cause some problems. Her and BHB were like,
well, I think we have the answer. I mean, we see a community post with her highlighting all the news stations, so she thinks she's exposed some company and she's going to get in the news. You know, somebody's going to write a big article and talk about how Ashley Furniture disrespects their customers and their customer service representatives are rude, and hoping to, that they're going to get in the nightly news. But that's pretty obvious that that's what her intent was, which then begs the question, was this a PR stunt in the first place? All to provoke exactly that.
Oh, I said
Just
that.
makes them look bad. I mean, the customer is not always right. I've
And
learned
this is
that.
what
I don't know if
McDonough did after the nomadic trick thing. He was tagging CNN and News Nation and all these other people, hoping that they were going to bring him up on their show to talk about how he had solved the Kylie Rodney case. Just stunk like a PR stunt from the get-go.
I'm telling you right now, before those two left the house, Molly's house, that was their plan, to go there and film and have Betty bitch.
I think so.
or maybe with after the phone, and they kind of kind of saw like a crack that they could kind of weasel their way in, like that they were giving him problems, because she said she talked to them on the phone first, right? And then they went in.
I mean, what does it tell you about somebody that walked in to do a normal human task, and you got your cell phones pointing at everybody? I mean, it suggests to me, especially in this modern day and age, you're looking for something that you can post on social media for some attention.
You're looking for trouble, pretty much. Yeah. Nobody does that,
because you're not posting a video of you buying your Big Mac and having a positive exchange at the cash register, giving them your money, getting the change, and then both wishing each other a nice day. Nobody's posting those videos. They're not taking videos every time they go to the post office or every time they go to a drive-through, unless that's what your social media persona is.
They're looking for a negative exchange is what they're doing. I mean, like most people that like even make Yelp reviews, a lot of
Something viral. Like they're looking for a viral event.
They just want to like bitch or something. Yeah.
Swamp critters, read that. That's the truth. That they did say that they were looking before Betty came to what's it called? They were joking about getting arrested and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I was talking about that earlier. I think maybe on Jones's thing, that even in like when they were trespassing on that property and allegedly there to pay homage to victims and put flowers in somebody's yard, that's their bullshit cover story. But they want trouble. So then when the neighbor comes down and tells them to get lost, that's good drama. And then I think they invite the possibility that a cop will stop by, and they got lucky. The cop stopped by and they didn't get arrested. But I think even if they did get thrown in the back of the car, it would be even better, because they likely wouldn't have serious consequences. They're both unemployable. They can't ever have a real job. So the worst that they could get is a fine, some misdemeanor. Right? They have nothing to lose, unlike normal people who don't want anything on your record. I mean, I have a perfect record. Why the hell do I want to get dragged down to prison, even if I know I'm going to be out in 5 minutes and it's going to just
Bullhorn doesn't care. Look at her
she wants it. Yeah. And then they can scream their civil liberties and their free speech are being impinged, and they're victim of cancel culture or racism, as she said.
Racism. Yeah.
Swamp critters, what he's saying right there at the bottom. Flight. That was when, remember, it was Justin, Molly, and and Betty on when her jaw was jacking. They said this exact words. Someone has the clip of Justin asking about what tickets, flight, concert tickets, and they reply, no, legal tickets.
Suggesting that they'd be willing to get them. Is that what you mean?
Suggesting that they're going to get in trouble while they're together.
That they're like gonna get. I mean, they're just. It seems like their energies like feed off of each other in like not the best way. That they kind of get into trouble together.
We need to stop calling it even drama. It's just drama. Just straight up drama. It's not drama.
They make shit up. They don't.
Krama is on the border.
Into stuff.
Yeah. For me, Krama is just bad true crime. But this isn't even true crime. I mean, it's a racket. They got a racket going. Heels on the Ground is a racket.
Yeah, they're like I really feel like they're like the Real Housewives of true crime a little. You know what I mean?
I made a community post yesterday where I basically made that point. I made a parody piece. What did I say? Hold on, let me grab it.
Because it's like part, they really kind of make their spin and like put their misinformation in it. So it's like, and do stuff like this, like stage things to
Exactly.
get views and like,
Exactly.
and that's what they do on like all the, it's like people that I know worked in reality TV. It's like they plant stuff, they plant like arguments, and that's what these guys are doing
Exactly.
at this
And she
point.
comes from reality TV. I made a
Yeah,
community
didn't
post
she do
yesterday with a
Wife
picture
Swap
of the
or
MILF.
something?
Yeah, I posted a picture of the cast of MILF Manor, this new trending reality show. And I always use breaking as my satire flag. TLC to launch new reality show based on YouTube true crime content creators. Producer says, imagine MILF Manor meets Celebrity Rehab with a bit of Honey Boo Boo thrown in for good measure.
Listen to this, guys, real quick. So, now this is starting to ring a bell. They wanted to collect money for the tickets. That's what they were like, basically grifting and like and putting that out there so that people would send them money in that show. And then she collected money in PayPal for flowers, and it must have not paid off the purse debt. So I guess they went shopping for a purse. So like they actually asked people for money to buy flowers. Why wouldn't they just do that on their own if they're so kind, like they say they are?
Well, they're not though. We know that.
And Betty said,
in this video, remember, we're coming up. We got flour.
And what did Betty say the other night? She said something like, I spend all of my money on this stuff. I mean, no, you don't.
No, you don't. And she said she spent $30,000 on like travel expenses last year. I was like, how is that? I mean,
Well,
BTM
not only do I
thinks it's
not
possible.
believe it,
I don't believe
that she, whatever profit margin was above that, because they're not doing this for free. I mean, part of it is the perk, like in my parody video. Part of it is also a perk. They get to travel, have an exciting life and go to places and possibly get on the news or something like that. And then they get to stay in nicer hotels, probably nicer than the places they live in, and drink booze on somebody else's dime.
Yep.
And have parties together and eat at good restaurants. There's a picture of her eating a nice steak dinner. Probably something that she wouldn't buy for herself.
But yeah, I
mean,
saw
I
that
think
picture.
she made 90 to 94K on. I think it was the Petito case. I want to say. So maybe able to correct me on just one case.
Insane. Yeah, it's infuriating. I spent 10 years in university.
Cash apps, dude. That's not including cash apps.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, but there was the talk that she's not supposed to, she collects like SSDI, so she's not even allowed to make a certain amount of money like a month, which is interesting. I mean,
when people have talked about her lawsuits from her creditors, or credit card companies. So I don't know, is that true? I don't know. I
don't know. I bet these guys might know about that. Yeah.
That she's taking in all the money and then she's expensing everything on a credit card, probably to make minimum payments or whatever to maximize her monthly cash. And
she always uses her credit cards, always.
Yeah, and if she's then not paying it off in full or paying it off at all, then she might be doing that to avoid taxes. She might be just thinking that she can, again, she's not hiding behind an LLC, right?
She's trying to build her credit also.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's a good point. Because she probably has bad credit. That's a good point.
Building credit. I mean, she puts everything on the card and pays it off with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we were talking about like also like gifts, like getting gifts, and if they count that as income or
of course.
Yeah, that's what we were wondering. Yeah, because they were getting gift cards like for what's her name? House Williams. She got like $400 in gift cards the other day.
Yeah. Well, I mean that would be the good thing is if they get audited.
Yeah.
Love to see them get audited.
Because you can't count all who are these people? Like who is that person that's giving you that camera, that $3,000 camera? Well, you don't know who they are. Like what are their names? Where that's what you would have to prove in a receipt, not just a gift from a random, right? I mean,
well, I just mean if somebody was auditing their account, they would ask for access to their bank accounts, and they would see a certain amount of money moving in and out of their bank accounts. And then they would notice that they're claiming to be have a YouTube channel, and then they can easily then with forensic accountants can then figure out that these are business gifts. This is not just your cousin Mary in Tennessee sending you a birthday present.
Yeah, your mom gifting you her car,
Right.
her old car. Like this is
Right.
gifts to people you don't know, so it really
Right.
is income.
It's
Yeah.
it's regular income, and it would be taxed as regular income.
Yeah, it's like you can't get that many, and I'm sure there's only a certain amount that you can say are gifts, you know, like
Yeah,
in,
and then
in
there's
general.
there's a
They think it's
threshold,
non-taxable though. That's why they did it. They think it's non-taxable
and they're
because they
wrong.
think that. I know.
Yeah, I mean,
They
if
think the
it's
person
for their
buying it is going to
business.
be the person that's responsible, and that's
Yeah,
not the case.
and they're probably hoping that they're small potatoes and they won't get on the radar list of
Yeah.
auditors because they're probably only declaring, very moderate
Because
annual
food and
earnings.
stuff,
Yeah,
like people will send them food, like when they were outside of like Quentin Simon, you know,
yeah,
like out
yeah,
there, people would
right.
send them like DoorDash. So like, where
And
does that fall?
I
You know?
can't believe that BHB is making more than $50,000 a year, and even that's a disgrace.
I
mean,
can't
she-
believe 30,000.
Yeah.
That's like I have a bit like that's a huge. That's like a big. Like that's a lot.
Molly's over 100K easy.
Yeah, that's
for-
insane.
For just like travel expense. I mean, maybe she did go away a lot. She was in like in Savannah for like a month, but I don't know. I don't.
No, she was. I don't think it was a
On
month.
her
I don't-
subscribers'
couple of
dime,
weeks.
she didn't pay for any of that. That her subscribers paid for all that.
Yeah, they sent her food and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like she was like eating also. So like, how much could she be spending a day? $100? Like, where did she get $30,000?
Well, that's the other thing too. Is she might then have a vested interest in expensing it, so that this is money that she can have a higher lifestyle,
Yeah.
without having to pay it out of her pocket. She can
Yeah.
reduce her taxable income by claiming that she's, using this to survive. That'll lower her taxable income level. But those gifts, those are taxable
Yeah.
income.
That
It's
makes
regular
sense
income.
to me. Yeah, because it isn't from like you said, like your sister's uncle's brother for
Right.
Christmas or this
Right.
or your graduation. It's like people you don't know, and they're giving it to you, and that is income, not a gift, even though it's on a gift registry or like
And, and for all of her boasting about knowing the law, she doesn't know anything about the law, and she doesn't know anything about finance. So
or common sense.
There are
with certain
good
things.
reasons to, unless she's getting good advice from Molly or her husband, who might have better business sense because they've been con artists for decades. Maybe
Yeah.
they'll be advising her as to how to protect herself from an IRS audit or not paying her taxes. Now I don't know, but this is not a smart person. So the larger the head that Betty Bullhorn gets, the more likely that she's gonna fuck up.
I'm really starting to think that she brings
Yeah.
in more money than him, and she's not as rich as she says she is. Even though she begs all the time and says that her card is negative, whatever. I'm
Yeah.
starting to feel that way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they live or how long they've had that house. They might have, whatever, only, a $1,600 mortgage or something like that.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. So it's all speculation. But I do know, at least as a financial consultant, that this is business income. This is treated as regular income. If she's got these wish lists and all that kind of stuff with big ticket items, that's taxable revenue.
Yeah, or else
Camera was
everybody would say
$4,000.
it's a
Also,
gift. Yeah.
hold on, she fucking married herself on Amazon. Now, how in the fuck is that legal?
It's not. That's the
She
same
married
thing.
herself on Amazon and put a $4,000 camera on there. That's some greedy ass shit.
Yeah. Running Bear says, I don't believe anything they say. I mean, I just think that's why, again, you hate to be a cynic because we don't want to just lose faith in humanity and then just presume that everybody's lying to you. But in this space, you really should be skeptical of any sort of amateur YouTuber who's, growing their channel a bit too quick and who seems a bit too sure of themselves and is making rather bombastic claims. You should just have a default position of skepticism and be critical of what they do, because we know, I mean, just look at salesmen. Salesmen are nice to you. We are their customers. They have a vested interest in being nice to the people. So when people fall for that, you come into the chat and it's like, hi, I love you. Hi, everyone. I say your name. Everyone actually believes, they have the impression that this is real life and we're all buddy. But these people are, they're using their subscribers. and they're buttering them up, and they're just like a used car salesman. When you walk on a used car lot or a premium lot, they will treat you like royalty.
Yeah.
They remember your name, and they tell you you look beautiful today, and they laugh at your jokes. I mean, that's what the game of sales is making the customer feel special. So that's part of the allure here, is that these channel creators, you say hi to them and throw them super chats, and they will put your comment up, and they'll tell you they're happy to see you, and if they're good at it, they'll remember a detail, like, I heard your daughter was sick, I hope she's okay, and I remember you were under the weather. That's what good sales skills are.
Create community.
Yeah, so we should just be skeptical, and you don't want to lose faith in humanity. Obviously there are a lot of good people out here, but these bad actors, they're jumping into a lucrative bandwagon, a viral phenomenon of YouTube true crime. You don't need any credentials. There's no resume. There's no interview. You don't have to have a license. There's no
You can print up a press pass.
You can print up a print press, a press pass, and claim you have you're a paralegal. You're a legal scholar. I mean, I don't know that she has an AA, and sorry, that's not a very high level legal credential anyway.
Yeah, we heard it was like from online, possibly, and like
Yeah,
you have
possibly.
like the best paralegals are the one that actually like put in like years and years and years of work, and like gets are just so
Because if
smart
she's
at
a
what they
true
do.
legitimate paralegal, she could make good money doing that. It begs the question of, why is she grifting on YouTube?
Yeah,
I
she
think,
clearly
given her
doesn't have common sense, enough
Yeah.
for like some of the things that she did with like the Idaho 4 case, like were so crazy. Like and like any paralegal would just be like, what?
Oh, right.
You know?
Exactly. She makes a fool out of it. I mean, every time she opens her mouth, she puts her foot in it, and she's so sure of herself. But, to somebody who's a little bit more sophisticated, we see right through her. All of us see right through her. We see her spinning her yarn daily, and her subs don't see it. They think she's an authoritative true crime person who just cares about, getting justice for missing kids. They buy it. Everybody buys it.
Yeah, because she comes across as confident, I guess, and so she engages a certain kind of person. It's a certain kind of
Because that's the other aspect of this
consumer.
space. I mean, look at JLR, Molly, Betty, whatever. Justin doesn't look like he's got too much going for him, but I don't know his background.
He's boring.
Dolly, same thing. When he comes from 7-Eleven or something like that, and he's got a criminal background. There's every good reason to believe that a lot of these true crime channels, this is the only gig they can get people. These people are likely unemployable. They have either too much of a criminal record that won't pass muster if they do a background check, or they have a resume that's just, is atrocious. So for these people, they can just quickly monetize and because they have internet and a phone. And then if you're cocky and sure of yourself and you have no shame, you can quickly start to, get a few $100 a month. And then possibly after 3-6 months, a year, you can start turning this into at least a couple grand a month. You're starting to at least get minimum wage. And if you don't want to work and do a minimum wage job, which sucks balls, then at least you're a rock star on YouTube and you can pretend you're a celebrity. It's a better gig than working at Taco Bell
Or 7-Eleven. And that's why I think they start creating content, because they're like, ooh, look what I can get. So they make up these stories, or they'll just like interject these like crazy theories just because they know that they can keep the story going, and this is what their audience wants to hear,
and
right?
they're seeing dollar signs in their eyeballs. They're getting popularity. They're growing their channel, and they're going, fuck, if I'm making this amount now and my growth rate is this, then in 5 years, I'm going to be making 400 grand a year, So then they just keep applying the formula of lying and deceit and misinformation, because that's what's got them here. It's worked, and they're getting lauded and rewarded for it. So why would they stop? You'd have to have ethics to stop. These people don't seem to come into this space with ethics naturally.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I got a roll. I was supposed to call my girlfriend 45 minutes ago.
And,
Molly's gonna be real mad. I'm sorry.
Molly's gonna be real upset. She got that ticket tonight.
You know what? We've been on here about 5 hours, about 4.5 hours, and I got to get up at 5:30. So I'll be cutting it short anyhow.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys hanging out, though. Thank you, Skeptic, for hanging out.
Thanks so much for having me up, Queen. It was a pleasure to come talk with you.
Yeah,
It was such a great
anytime, man. You're
conversation.
welcome anytime.
Thank you. Yeah, and come stop by if you ever want to stop by. But I'll definitely, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind coming by and hanging with you guys. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, anytime you want to. I'm usually on here, you know what I mean? At least once a day, maybe twice if I get time, you know. We go live about all different kinds of stuff, and I'll stop over too. Yeah, you're welcome anytime.
Well,
Click
thank
the
you
link.
so much.
It's always open panels, so
Appreciate it. And you got a great community, and you guys are doing good work. So please keep it up and keep supporting these channels that are exposing this shit.
yeah, absolutely. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So I try to support them and support, you know what I mean? Share channels and clip channels and
Yeah,
links.
'cause I just don't have the stomach anymore, but I want somebody needs to do it.
Yeah.
I'm glad that all of us have come together. You know what I mean? Because there's some a lot of channels that are starting to come together, and
It seems like there's like a change going on a little. Like there's a lot
Yeah,
of people.
there's some
coming.
momentum. That's good.
Yeah.
There's a
there is
movement going
momentum.
on. You know, it's a good
Yeah,
movement.
it
Yeah.
does feel like it. So
Momentum
that's
is good.
So
Crap,
thanks
I
for
gotta
having me.
go, guys.
Nice meeting
Molly's
you, Nick,
calling me
too.
right now.
Pleasure
Good
talking
night,
with you.
everybody. Yeah.
bye, Nick.
And
Good
good
night.
night, Ellie. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, Queen. Bye,
Good
Skeps.
night,
Bye,
guys.
Nick.
Bye, Ellie, babe.
Bye.
You guys, thanks for hanging out, and I will see you guys tomorrow.
I've been on my own for 3 weeks now. I've been drinking every single bottle, Jim Beam down. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild. What's so bad about that? Baby, we were good, like white wine going down. But only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Even the preacher, he says he can't help me. I've been singing praise the Lord, hallelujah, but it don't set me free. You say I'm crazy, but I think you're just mad. You say I'm wild, but what's so bad about that? I've been seeing old lovers, but they can't keep the memories out. Oh, only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Only the whiskey can save me now. Oh, I walk a straight line, but it only brings me down. There's love in that bottle that I'm drinking down, drowning a heartache since you walked out. Only the whiskey can save me now.